Chapter 1123. Ling Xiao had thought of all kinds of possibilities before this, but he didn't expect Lai Ruyu to suddenly mention that matter. Thinking back to the time when he accidentally used an invincible move, he wanted Lai Ruyu to back off. Unexpectedly, she fell for it. Now that she suddenly mentioned this matter, could it be that she wanted to use this matter to make trouble for him? I have a little impression. No, I don't think I have any impression. Ling Xiao showed some fear. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of Lai Ruyu, but this was her territory. He couldn't make her unhappy. If he admitted that he had an impression, wouldn't it mean that he still remembered the chest attack incident? Lai Ruyu curled his lips and said, "You don't mean what you say. I called you here to introduce Senior Sister Zhou to you. Back then, you were the one who took Senior Sister Zhou's golden branch, so Senior Sister Zhou is yours." "Miss, some things can't be said casually, it will damage Miss Zhou's reputation." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "What I said is the truth. Do you want to renege?" Lai Ruyu pressed. The reason why she did this was to shorten the distance between Ling Xiao. However, she didn't know that this made Ling Xiao feel very disgusted. Ling Xiao frowned, looked at Zhou Zhijing and said, "Miss Zhou, I didn't mean to take the golden branch, but the vice headmaster ordered me to come. If there is any misunderstanding, please forgive me." Although Zhou Zhijing was beautiful, Ling Xiao was no longer the love-struck youth he used to be, liking everyone he saw. These days the taste he pursued was different. Zhou Zhijing felt a little uncomfortable. First she was used by Lai Ruyu as a shield, and now she was pierced by thousands of arrows. How could she put her face? One had to know that she was the target of many outstanding people in the Merchant Union. She said to Ling Xiao, "Regardless of whether Elder did it intentionally or unintentionally, the golden fork was indeed taken by you. Could it be that you despise me for not being able to enter Elder's eyes?" As she said that, she threw a resentful look at Ling Xiao, making Ling Xiao look like a person who abandoned her after using her. Ling Xiao couldn't take it anymore. "What exactly do you want? Tell me clearly or I won't serve you." Ling Xiao shouted at the two women with a cold face. He thought to himself, "I've given you some face and you want to open a dye house? Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? If you dare to continue, I might as well eat all of you." With that, Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave the flower boat. It was true that Lai Ruyu was a young lady of the Merchant Union, but Ling Xiao had also spanked her butt. He lowered his status to talk to her because he knew his limits, but if this continued he wouldn't be in the mood to play. Zhou Zhijing really didn't think that Ling Xiao would fall out with her just like that. She felt a little apologetic in her heart, but she also didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so bold as to not even listen to her junior sister's words. Lai Ruyu wasn't afraid of anything, but she was afraid of Ling Xiao's anger. When she thought of how Ling Xiao disregarded her status and beat her up in the chaotic ridge, and how he hit her in that sensitive area, she was embarrassed. Don't go first, I was only joking with you," Lai Ruyu called out in a soft voice. She wanted to thank Ling Xiao, not make Ling Xiao angry. But when she thought of how Ling Xiao wasn't tempted by her senior sister's beauty, she felt a little happy in her heart. "I don't have time to joke with you. Say it, what's the matter? Make it clear, I still need to go back to sleep," Ling Xiao said with a cold face. Lai Ruyu became incoherent for a moment. She just wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao, and it would be best if she could express her feelings. But when the words were at the tip of her mouth, she couldn't say it. "Junior sister, where's your usual boldness? If you have something to say, say it." Zhou Zhijing came to Lai Ruyu's side and patted the back of her hand to encourage her. Lai Ruyu hesitated for a moment, and her beautiful eyes flashed with some struggle. She gritted her teeth and said, "Nothing, I just wanted to invite you over for a drink to thank you for saving my life." Zhou Zhijing also didn't know what to say. She clapped her hands and asked the servants to serve the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony, and after drinking 3 big cups with her, he said, "You're a mistress, it's my duty to save you. Moreover, the deputy master increased my treatment, and I can't thank you enough. Let's call it a night, thank you for your hospitality." After saying that, Ling Xiao didn't care about the two girls anymore, and turned to leave the flower boat. Lai Ruyu wanted to persuade him to stay, but in the end she couldn't open her mouth. After Ling Xiao left, Lai Ruyu finally grabbed the wine cup and drank it in one go. Zhou Zhijing just accompanied by the side and didn't say anything, but in her heart she was a little interested in Ling Xiao. He was probably the first person who dared to treat her junior sister like this, and he was just a guest elder in the Merchant Union. Lai Ruyu felt wronged in her heart. Since she was young, who dared to give her a bad attitude? Even some divine kings had to be respectful in front of her. Moreover, with her looks, although she didn't dare to call herself the #1 beauty in the heaven domain, she was still a woman who was ranked in the top, and was pursued by many rich and famous people. However, Ling Xiao never took her seriously. Why is it like this? What? Lai Ruyu frantically scratched her head, and her beautiful eyes rippled with tears. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her. When she thought that Ling Xiao died, she felt sad for him. Now that he came back alive, she didn't know how to face it. Moreover, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest interest in her, and this was what made her feel the most terrible. Zhou Zhijing lightly patted Lai Ruyu's fragrant shoulder and said, "Little junior sister, actually you don't have to be sad, everything is as expected." "Senior sister, are you also laughing at me?" Lai Ruyu said with some dissatisfaction. Zhou Zhijing said, "No, what I said is true." She paused for a moment and then said, "Ling Xiao is only a guest of the Merchant Union, and you are the Merchant Union's Mississippi. He must be aware of his reputation and he doesn't dare to be with you, so he is acting like this. Moreover, you have only known him for a short time. If you come into contact with him in the future, I believe that with little junior sister's outstanding beauty, he will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of your hand." Lai Ruyu thought about Zhou Zhijing's words, and a look of understanding appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said, "That's right, maybe it's really as senior sister said. He might not dare to have any improper thoughts about me. That's right, so if you like him, you should first understand him and let him understand you're good, so that the two of you can be together as cultivation partners, husband and wife. Otherwise, if it is your wishful thinking, he won't cherish it." Zhou Zhijing said very insightfully. Lai Ruyu relaxed and said with a smile, "Whose wishful thinking? I don't like that pervert." Although she said so, in her heart she was thinking about how to create more opportunities with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to his own courtyard. He had just broken through to the high-level Holy Emperor, and it was not suitable for him to go into seclusion, so he took Xiaoling to Raging Flame City. Xiaoling had always lived in the village with her grandfather, and at most had been to Huqing City once or twice, so she was very curious about everything in Raging Flame City. She always looked around from time to time, and looked at all kinds of pedestrians and shops, her delicate face rippling with a few traces of red. "Brother Ling Xiao, it's so lively here," Xiaoling said happily, holding Ling Xiao's hand. "Of course, this is one of the most prosperous cities in the Sky Dragon territory," Ling Xiao replied, then pulled Xiaoling into a shop that specialized in female accessories. The accessories here were not ordinary, and were at least spiritual or holy artifacts, such as gold and silver hair branches, bracelets, chains. They all contained defensive or other functions. Ling Xiao picked a few different accessories, and prepared to take them back as small gifts for his woman. At the same time, he took a green butterfly accessory and put it on Xiaoling's beautiful hair, adding a touch of charm to her. "It's beautiful," Ling Xiao praised and did not take it off. They went to pay the glazed crystal. Xiaoling's big eyes flashed with joy, and her jade-like hand caressed the butterfly on her hair, as if she loved it very much. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take Xiaoling out of the trading shop, a coquettish voice rang out, "Young master, I want that hair accessory." A young man and woman suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao and Xiaoling. The man was dressed extravagantly and had a 10,000-year-old cold jade hanging from his waist. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary family background. His eyes always had a lecherous glint in them as he constantly scanned the women in the shop. The woman's looks were not bad. In addition to her revealing clothes, she appeared sexy and seductive. Her breasts that were about to drop down almost burst the short shirt that she was wrapped in. Her face was covered with heavy makeup and she looked very worldly. The woman was pointing at Xiaoling's hair accessory with a look of jealousy. When the man saw Xiaoling's beautiful appearance, he was immediately shocked, and a strong desire to possess her arose in his heart. His lecherous appearance made Ling Xiao feel very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to lower himself to the same level as these two. He pulled Xiaoling out of the shop. Who knew that before the two of them walked out of the shop, two people would block in front of Ling Xiao and Xiaoling. The man in the luxurious clothing chased after them from the shop and smiled, "Please wait. I am Lai Yinchun from the Lai family. I would like to be friends with the two of you. What do you think?" Within the Celestial Dragon territory, everyone only knew about the Blazing Flame merchants, and very few people mentioned the Lai family. In fact, the founder of the Blazing Flame merchants came from the Lai family. This relationship was a bit similar to the relationship between the Kim people and Dragon Gate. However, between the Kim people and Dragon Gate, it was the Kim people's people who stood above Dragon Gate. On the other hand, between the Blazing Flame merchants and the Lai family, It was the blazing flame merchants who stood above the Lai family. They were completely different in nature. The reason was that the founder of the blazing flame merchants was only a collateral descendant in the Lai family. He was not valued by the family at all. When he succeeded one day and established the blazing flame merchants, he did not have much affection for his original family. If it were not for the pleading of his elders, he would never have allowed the Lai family to enter his merchant union. After countless years of development, the Lai family now held many important positions in the merchant union. This Lai Yinchun was a member of the Lai family. However, his position was different from that of the original blazing flame merchants, which was led by Lai Rui. Chapter 11:24. In the blazing flame city, everyone would give the Lai family some face. Even the blazing flame merchants, knowing that the Lai family had gone overboard, would occasionally turn a blind eye to it, unless the Lai family made a big fuss. That was why Lai Yinchun dared to stop Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. Although his woman was hot and sexy, she didn't have a strong sense of discipline. As long as he had Shen crystals, he could easily find 100 of such coquettish women to serve him. On the other hand, Xiao Ling, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, was not only as beautiful as a flower, but also had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Indeed, she was the favorite flower in any man's eyes. Lai Yinchun was a good woman. A beauty like Xiao Ling was naturally more than he could ask for. Xiao Ling could sense that Lai Yinchun was up to no good. She leaned towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, he's not a good person. Let's go." Ling Xiao patted the back of Xiao Ling's hand and said, "Don't rush." Then he looked at Lai Yinchun and said, "So it's Brother Lustful Spring. I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to be able to make friends with a lustful talent like Brother Lustful Spring." "Ah, well said, well said. How should I address this fairy-like girl?" Seeing that Ling Xiao was tactful, Lai Yinchun laughed out loud. He looked lustfully at Xiao Ling, almost drooling. The woman next to him said angrily, "Young master, I want that butterfly ornament." "Get inside. You can choose whatever you want." Lai Yinchun shook off the woman and shouted. The woman didn't dare to retort. She glared at Xiao Ling and went back into the shop. "You and I hit it off at first sight today, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I've taken a liking to this girl. Brother, name a price and let me have her. No matter what elixirs or mysterious crystals you want, I'll try my best to satisfy you." Lai Yinchun didn't waste his breath with Ling Xiao and went straight to the point. "Brother Ling Xiao, this person is so annoying. Let's go." Xiao Ling was furious when he heard Lai Yinchun's words. Ling Xiao gave her a reassuring look before asking Lai Yinchun, "Brother Lustful Spring, are you serious?" "Really? Who doesn't know the name of I, 7th Young Master Lai in Raging Flame City? Would I lie to you?" Lai Yinchun patted his chest and said forthrightly when he saw that Ling Xiao was tempted. "Okay, then just give me 180 divine elixirs and 180 divine artifacts. Also, prepare 3 to 5 billion divine gems." "I'm not a greedy person," Ling Xiao said casually. When Lai Yinchun heard this, his entire face darkened. At this time, one of the 2 high-level holy emperors who were blocking in front of Ling Xiao and the others said, "Impudent! Don't you know that this is our Lai clan's 7th young master? How dare you speak so arrogantly here?" The other person said, "That's right, it's her fortune that our 7th young master has taken a fancy to her. I'll give you 10 million top-grade mysterious crystals and you'll leave immediately. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in Raging Flame City." "Ah, 10 million sounds like a lot." Ling Xiao laughed wildly, then he glared at the 2 of them and said, "You 2 dogs, scram immediately or don't blame me for being impolite." "Impudent?" The 2 of them shouted at the same time. They really wanted to make a move, but Lai Yinchun hadn't said anything yet, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Lai Yinchun finally said impatiently, "Take him to the wilderness and feed him to the wild wolves. We'll even save this 10 million. Lai Yinchun was used to being a tyrant in Raging Flame City. As long as he didn't cause too much of a commotion, the guards in the city wouldn't care. After all, he was a member of the Lai clan. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 high-level holy emperors revealed a sinister smile and grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Before their hands could land on Ling Xiao's arms, Ling Xiao had already grabbed their wrists. "Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way," Ling Xiao said lazily. He exerted force with both of his hands and directly broke their wrists. Kacha. A warrior of the Holy Emperor realm, whether it was in terms of skin, flesh, or bones, they were all quite tough. But just like that, they were broken by Ling Xiao. The 2 of them simultaneously let out miserable screams like pigs being slaughtered. Ling Xiao didn't hold back and kicked them twice, sending them flying far away. The two of them screamed again and spat out blood. They lay on the ground, unable to stand up again. Lai Yinchun didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually dare to make a move and be so merciless. "Brother Yinchun, these two dogs of yours are barking. Do you mind if I cripple them?" Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Lai Yinchun. Lai Yinchun's face twitched slightly. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "All right, don't you know that this is our Lai clan's territory? You dare to cause trouble here, you must be tired of living." "Is that so? I'm just tired of living." Ling Xiao sneered and took 2 steps towards Lai Yinchun. Lai Yinchun was so scared that he retreated. "What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you still dare to touch me? Don't you know?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao had already grabbed him by the collar, his palm mercilessly wrapping around Lai Yinchun's face. Slap. The resounding slap caused Lai Yinchun to let out a miserable scream. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and 5 bright red handprints appeared on his face. However, Ling Xiao didn't stop there. He continued to slap Lai Yinchun's face until it looked like a pig's head. A few of his front teeth even fell out, causing Lai Yinchun to scream in pain. At this time, the city guards finally arrived. There were a dozen of them, led by a peak holy emperor. When he saw Ling Xiao's attack, he immediately shouted, "Stop!" Ling Xiao stopped and let go of Lai Yinchun. As if he had found a life-saving herb, Lai Yinchun ran towards the leader of the guards and shouted, "Commander Tai, hurry, hurry and capture this bastard. He actually dared to hurt me." Tai glanced at Lai Yinchun with a look of disdain and disgust, but he still bowed slightly and said, "So it's the 7th young master. Don't worry, I will handle this matter impartially." Lai Yinchun angrily said, "This bastard is rebelling. He clearly knows that this is the Lai family's territory, but he still dared to hit me. I will definitely make him die a horrible death." Ling Xiao picked his ear and said, "I only know that this is the territory of the Blazing Flame Merchants. When did it become the Lai family's territory?" "The Blazing Flame Merchants also belong to the Lai family, so of course this place is also ours," Lai Yinchun said bluntly. "Hee, so the Blazing Flame Merchants belong to the Lai family. I wonder if this commander agrees with this?" Ling Xiao asked Tai. Tai frowned and said, "Now is not the time to discuss these matters. Private fights are strictly prohibited in the city. You attacked first, so you must accept our punishment." "I don't know who Tai Ren is to you?" Ling Xiao ignored him and asked a question that didn't match the horse's mouth. Tai was stunned for a moment and said, "He's my brother." Then he said, "Even if you know my brother, I won't cover for you." Lai Yinchun urged, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I want to break his arms and tear his mouth." "Since Tai Ren is your brother, then it's easy. I won't make things difficult for you. Take a look at this," Ling Xiao said as a token appeared in his hand. Tai saw the token in Ling Xiao's hand and his expression changed. He immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Elder Chang Ren." The other guards also knelt on one knee and saluted. Lai Yinchun was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how this kid could be an elder. He cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, how can he be an elder? How come I've never seen him before?" "Tai, don't mistake him for someone else, he must be an impostor." Whether it was an outer or inner sect elder, those who could be called an elder in the Blazing Flame Merchants had to at least reach the God King realm. Even a demigod king didn't have the qualifications. And Ling Xiao looked so young, how could he be an elder? So Lai Yinchun didn't believe it at all. If he really was an elder, then he would have suffered today for nothing. Tai, who was at the side, was unmoved. He had already guessed who this person was. A young elder who could recognize his brother must be the guest elder that his brother was currently protecting. It could be said that he had already been promoted to an elder a few days ago. Whether he's an impostor or not, I can testify for him. He is indeed a guest elder of our Blazing Flame Merchants, not a guest elder of your Lai family. A clear voice came from not far away. 2 beautiful women came together, and behind them were many guards. It was as if a princess was going on a trip, attracting people's attention. Weren't these 2 women Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing? And the one who spoke was Lai Ruyu. When Tai and the others saw who it was, they immediately greeted respectfully, "Greetings, miss." Lai Yinchun's lustful eyes started to shine again, but this time it wasn't a perverted expression, but a hint of fear. So it's little sister. Lai Yinchun greeted. "Tui, who's your little sister? If you dare to speak nonsense again, believe it or not, I will get someone to cut off your tongue." Lai Ruyu glared at Lai Yinchun. Lai Ruyu knew that although her ancestor was related to the Lai family by blood, her ancestor had been bullied by his own family. If it wasn't for her ancestor's nostalgia, the Lai family wouldn't have merged with the Blazing Flame merchants. Lai Yinchun was of the same generation as her. Logically speaking, they were cousins. However, the two families were separated by many generations. Moreover, the Lai family had always considered themselves to be the orthodox family and wanted to replace the dominant position of the Blazing Flame merchants. This made Lai Ryu even more disgusted with these so-called clansmen. Yes, Miss Ryu, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave now. Lai Yinchun knew that he wouldn't be able to get away with this, so he quickly responded and left as fast as he could. He knew that if he angered this young lady, even his clan leader wouldn't be able to protect him. It was obvious that Lai Ryu didn't want to lower herself to his level. She said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Always causing trouble in the city. When I get back, I will definitely teach those people a lesson for my sister." Tai Yi and the others knew that they had nothing to do, so they bowed to them and left. Zhou Zhijing looked at Ling Xiao, who was hiding behind Xiao Ling, and said with a smile, "This little sister is really beautiful. No wonder Elder Ling Xiao fell in love with you." Chapter 11:25. Lai Ryu had also seen Xiao Ling long ago. Although Xiao Ling's face was not as perfect as hers, it was not much inferior to hers. Most importantly, Xiao Ling's pure temperament gave people a good feeling that was easy to get close to. At first glance, it gave people an unforgettable feeling. This caused Lai Ryu to feel defeated for the first time in terms of appearance. The two sisters are beautiful. Xiao Ling glanced at Zhou Zhijing and Lai Ryu and praised in a low voice. When the two women heard Xiao Ling's direct praise, they felt very comfortable in their hearts. "Thank you for helping me out, Mississippi." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Lai Ryu, then pulled Xiao Ling and said, "Ling Air, let's go somewhere else." Ling Xiao really didn't want to be entangled with them too much in case something unpleasant happened. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you hate seeing me, us so much?" Lai Ryu said aggrievedly. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Why would I? I just want to take Ling Air around. I won't disturb you too." "That's good. Raging Flame City is my territory. I'll accompany you. That way those arrogant guys won't cause trouble for you," Lai Ryu suggested. Ling Xiao was about to refuse, but Xiao Ling said, "Brother Ling Xiao, then let's go with the two sisters. The more people, the livelier." Since Xiao Ling said so, what else could Ling Xiao do? If he said anything else, it would seem that he was too petty. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, it's up to you." Seeing that Ling Xiao was so obedient to Xiao Ling, Lai Ryu was somewhat jealous. Zhou Zhijing said to her, "Get familiar with him first. With your beauty, he will soon be fascinated by you." Lai Ryu listened to Zhou Zhijing's words and secretly encouraged her in her heart. "I don't believe that I can't take you down." Lai Ryu did not usually come into contact with many men, but it was not a small number either. However, most of them were people who were respectful or fawning over her, which made her feel that it was not fresh at all. Instead, she felt that they were annoying, but Ling Xiao was different. He dared to talk back to her, dared to hit her, and dared to disrespect her. It was as if he did not care about her identity at all. Moreover, he had saved her before, so she had an inexplicable feeling towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't know what Lai Ryu was thinking. He didn't want to think about these things for the time being. It was said that three women were like a play. When Ling Xiao was shopping with them, he deeply understood the meaning of these words. Xiao Ling was naive and likable. Although Lai Ryu was a little unruly, she was forthright and kind. Zhou Zhijing, on the other hand, was calm and good at socializing. The three women quickly became one and they chatted happily. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was left out by them. He just became a flower protector and accompanied them around. In the space base of the Blazing Flame merchants, Lai Rui had already returned. "Rui, you're back. Why didn't you bring Ryu back?" Lai Wudi said with a forced smile. Since returning from the chaotic ridge, Lai Wudi hadn't been happy for a single day. First, Kim people had left behind harsh words. The business of the Blazing Flame merchants in Dragon Gate would be greatly reduced. Second, his youngest daughter washed her face with tears every day, which made him feel distressed. Third, there were a few traitors in the Merchant Union. They had betrayed the Merchant Union's secrets, which allowed the bloodthirsty roving bandits to steal the goods. They had also lost a lot of experts. One thing after another didn't go his way, which made him depressed. Dad, Ling Xiao is back. Sister is in a good mood. We've also explained to Kim people. Lai Rui immediately told him the news of Ling Xiao's return. Lai Wudi was shocked. Really? That kid was hit by Bloodthirsty's attack. Even Ling Fei thought that he would die. We've been looking for him for days but we couldn't find him. Back then they and Kim people had searched the place for days. They had searched hundreds of thousands of miles, but they hadn't found Ling Xiao's body. Therefore they concluded that Ling Xiao had probably died. Now that he heard that Ling Xiao had returned, how could Lai Wudi not be surprised? As long as Ling Xiao was fine, it could solve a lot of trouble for him. It's true. I've promoted him to the Merchant Union's guest elder and rewarded him with many divine items. I believe it's enough to make up for our mistakes, Lai Rui said. Then she said, Dad, aren't you going to go to Dragon Gate? Now that Ling Xiao is back we can bring him there. This time we won't break our promise to Kim people. Then everything can be redeemed. Yes, I have the same idea. Kim people are very concerned about this kid. We have to do this as soon as possible. Tomorrow bring him to see me tomorrow. Then we can go to Dragon Gate directly. Lai Wudi said eagerly. Dad, there's no hurry. I've already made arrangements. Listen to me, Lai Rui said. Then she said, my sister is heartbroken because of Ling Xiao. You saw it. I'm afraid that she has fallen in love with Ling Xiao. So, I asked Ling Xiao to stay here for a few more days so that he can get to know her more. You mean that you want to marry my sister and Ling Xiao? Lai Wudi asked. Lai Rui nodded and said, if they choose a marriage, Kim people is undoubtedly the best choice. What do you think? But, your grandfather said that he has already arranged a marriage for her. If we make a change now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You know your grandfather's temperament. Lai Wudi said with concern. Where there's a will, there's a way. Grandpa loves my sister so much, he definitely won't force her. Besides, my sister is not stubborn. She likes Ling Xiao. If Grandpa forces her to marry someone else, I'm afraid she will fight with Grandpa, Lai Rui said with a smile. Lai Wudi replied, that's true, then let's do as you wish. However, we can't just let your sister go to waste. If he's valued by the Jin clan, then it's not impossible to arrange a marriage. If he's not valued, then we can't treat that brat well. My daughter can't be easily married off to anyone. Dad, don't worry. Ling Xiao has already formed a flesh and soul. Moreover, he survived a disaster this time, and his strength has gone up another level. This kind of advancement speed is not inferior to any divine body. His future achievements will only be high, Lai Rui said with certainty. Well, then arrange for him to come in as soon as possible. Every day we are late, our merchant union will lose one more day of business at Dragon Gate, Lai Wudi said. For the next few days, Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing dragged Xiao Ling around and told her all kinds of things they had seen. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. This would allow Xiao Ling to adapt to this world faster and adapt to life in the outside world. This way he wouldn't be deceived by others in the future. Lai Rui also took the opportunity to chat with Ling Xiao, intentionally or otherwise. Ling Xiao no longer had any prejudice against Lai Rui, so he didn't mind treating her as a friend. Because of this, the relationship between the four of them became closer. When Ling Xiao brought Xiao Ling back to the manor, Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing often came to visit. Feng Qingyuan was an experienced person. He knew that these two beautiful women were probably provoked by Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was outstanding, even a blind person could see it. As an elder, she welcomed them warmly. On the other hand, Euro Fei appeared a little colder. After all, no woman would like their man to be seduced by another woman. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with these women. He went to find Xin Yuyi, who was in seclusion. Ever since Xian Yuye obtained a large amount of soil of 10,000 earth from the earth-spiked dragon's nest, he had been constantly absorbing this energy, striving to reach the peak as soon as possible so that he could step into the God King realm. Xin Yuyi was already a late-stage holy emperor, and after a period of hard work, Xin Yuyi had finally reached the peak. It was only a matter of time before he became a God King. However, many people were ultimately stuck at this step. Whether or not they could reach the heavens in a single bound depended on their own perception and luck. Old Yi, your strength has improved greatly, congratulations. Ling Xiao smiled at Xin Yuyi. Xin Yuyi wanted to say something modest, but he immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at Ling Xiao. He exclaimed in surprise, "You reached high level?" Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. "Yeah, I was lucky enough to break through." Xin Yuyi walked in front of Ling Xiao and punched him. "Good fella, you're too abnormal. When I was in the clan's territory, people said that I was the most outstanding genius warrior, but compared to you, I'm really ashamed. Don't say that, you're only one step away. As long as you become a God King, the gap between you and me will be obvious." Ling Xiao said modestly, which was rare for him. Xin Yuyi shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to become a God King." God, to be called like this? it was already an existence that surpassed the scope of ordinary people's imagination. If a saint was a peerless expert and the Holy Emperor was a peerless expert, then a God King was a supreme existence, and an incipient God realm was a true supreme existence. To become a supreme expert, besides accumulating power, one also needed to have a thorough understanding of heaven and earth, and a more thorough understanding of one's own body. Their ability to use elemental power had to reach an unfathomable level, completely fusing with their own elemental power. When they could use elemental power, they could also create things with their own elemental power. Shen Yuye's cultivation of Tenbin wasn't weak, but he knew nothing about the God King realm. If he wanted to cultivate further, he didn't know where to start. That's why he sighed. Old Yi, don't worry, since you've chosen to follow me, I won't mistreat you. When the time is right, I'll ask the Merchant Union to send a God King mentor to guide you. I believe that you'll be able to reach the God King realm easily, Ling Xiao encouraged him. Then Ling Xiao took out the yellow evil bamboo from the black market and gave it to Shen Yuyi. This is good stuff. Shen Yuyi licked his lips in excitement. Shen Yuyi knew how valuable any kind of divine item was. Since Ling Xiao was willing to give him a divine grass, of course he was very grateful. Of course, if I have something good, of course I won't forget you, brother. Break through to the God King realm as soon as possible, I'll catch up. Ling Xiao said. Chapter 11:26. Half a month quickly passed, and Ling Xiao was summoned by Lai Rui to the Blazing Flame Merchant Space Base. To be able to enter the space base of the Blazing Flame Merchants was a great honor. After all, many people had joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, and it was also rare for them to enter this space base. It had to be known that only the disciples of the Blazing Flame Merchants and the status of an inner sect deacon or above had the qualifications to enter. Ordinary outer sect deacons or guards did not have the qualifications. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of mission Lai Rui had arranged for him to make it so grand. However, he had always had the mentality of taking things as they came, and did not have a headache over this matter, because he would soon know the answer. Ling Xiao entered the space base of the Blazing Flame Merchants and discovered that the environment here was completely different from the outside. All kinds of luxurious buildings were even more extravagant than the Blazing Flame City, and the spaciousness of this place was beyond his expectations. He felt that this was like an independent small world, and was definitely not something that the space base he had created in the central region could compare to. That was simply a comparison between heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. An elder brought Ling Xiao to the most majestic building in front of the main hall. 2 stage 9 holy beasts were standing at the entrance. It was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao entered the main hall and saw that Lai Wudi, Lai Rui and Lai Ruyu were all here. Ling Xiao stepped forward and greeted the few of them, then stood there with some restraint. Lai Wudi looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile. Basically, he was satisfied with this prospective son-in-law, but he thought that Ling Xiao was a little too handsome. This kind of man was very easy to seduce women. The reason I summoned you here today is actually to prepare for you to make a trip to the Dragon Gate with me. Lai Wudi went straight to the point. Ling Xiao will listen to Alliance leaders' instructions. Ling Xiao replied. Since he had become their elder, there were still some things he had to do for them. It was just that he didn't understand there were so many experts in the Merchant Union. Why was he chosen to go? Don't you want to know why you're going to the Dragon Gate with me this time? Lai Wudi asked. Ling Xiao replied, Ling Xiao receives the Merchant Union's salary, so naturally I have the obligation to share any tasks with the Merchant Union. Yes, that's a good idea, praised Lai Wudi. Actually, I wanted you to come with me to the Heavenly Dragon sect to send you back to the Jin clan. The Jin clan's people have already confirmed that you are their descendant. When you entered the chaotic mountain ridge, they sent people to bring you back. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened to you. If we don't send you back, I'm afraid our Merchant Union will cut off all relations with the Heavenly Dragon sect. That would be a great loss for our Merchant Union. Ling Xiao immediately understood. Back then, when he wanted to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Rui had already told him clearly that the ancient emperor's divine arts he cultivated was precisely the divine arts of the Kim people, and that he was a descendant of the Kim people, so he could not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Now was the time to send him back to the Kim people. Ling Xiao did not resist this matter. If he could join the Blazing Flame Merchants, he could naturally join the Kim people as well. The premise was that the Kim people valued him and provided him with all kinds of cultivation resources. Moreover, the Kim people were the strongest ancient race in the Sky Dragon region. If he successfully obtained the approval of the Kim people, then it would be much easier for him to do other things. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not have much emotion, Lai Wudi couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao even more highly. Anyone who could join the Dragon Gate or the Kim people would definitely be a very pleasant surprise and honor. Ling Xiao, regardless of whether you can join the Kim people or not, you are still a guest elder of our merchant union. This will not change, and the resources within the merchant union will also be open to you. I hope you can always remember this. Lai Wudi said sincerely. His intention was very obvious. He wanted Ling Xiao to remember this favor. Once Ling Xiao became a disciple that Kim people focused on nurturing, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. As long as Ling Xiao still remembered their favor, he would definitely have a great impact on their merchant union. Alliance leader, you can rest assured that Ling Xiao is not that kind of person who forgets kindness. Ling Xiao replied. That's good. Then let's set off for Heavenly Dragon City now, Lai Wudi said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, sure, but I'll have to trouble Vice Head to go back and inform my people so that they won't worry. Don't worry, I won't treat them unfairly. I'll get someone to arrange an identity for them later so that they can freely enter and exit the city. Lai Rui replied. Ling Xiao was relieved. He didn't know what would happen on this trip to Heavenly Dragon City, so it was not suitable for him to bring them along. It would be safest for them to temporarily stay in Raging Flame City to cultivate. Moreover, Xia Yin might come looking for him in the near future, and at that time he would be able to summon them. When he was in the Kim people, he would think of a way to bring them along. Afterwards, Lai Wudi brought Lai Ruyu, Ling Xiao, Raioi, and a few dozen god kings and hurriedly left the merchant union for Heavenly Dragon City. In order to save time, Lai Wudi displayed the general situation of the merchant union along the way, shuttling between the various spatial formations without stopping. It only took them a few short days to arrive at Heavenly Dragon City. Heavenly Dragon City was not as well managed as Raging Flame City, but it was still a bit larger than Raging Flame City. There were also many majestic buildings, and there were even more martial artists moving about. Inadvertently, one could always see god kings walking on the road. The guards of Heavenly Dragon City were even more strict, all of them wearing exquisite armor, causing people to be fearful. Outsiders only knew of the existence of Dragon Gate, but only those who were knowledgeable knew of the Kim people's prestige. If one wanted to enter the sphere of influence of the Kim people, they had to go through Dragon Gate. This was because Dragon Gate was equivalent to the superficial power of the Kim people, representing the face of the Kim people. Many things were also managed by Dragon Gate. The current leader of Dragon Gate was also one of the people of Kim people, and he was ranked 8th in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the top 7 who could suppress this leader, 4 of them were people of Kim people, and they rarely showed their faces. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the Kim people were in the Heavenly Dragon territory. Lai Wudi brought Lai Ryu, Ling Xiao, and the others to Heavenly Dragon City. They did not look for the people of Dragon Gate directly, but went to their stronghold first. The business of the Blazing Flame merchants could be found in all the major cities in the Heavenly Dragon territory, so they naturally had their own business in Heavenly Dragon City. However, when Lai Wudi and the others arrived at the shop, they found that the door was closed, and it was not open for business at all. Raioi went forward and knocked on the door, and soon someone opened it. Raioi showed the token and said coldly, "Hurry up and ask Manager Su to come out and greet the leader." The person shivered and quickly bowed to the group of people and went back to call Manager Su. Soon, an old man appeared at the door with many people and said respectfully to Lai Wudi, "Greetings, Alliance Leader." Lai Wudi waved his hand impatiently, "Let's go in first." When they arrived at the shop, Lai Wudi immediately asked with a cold face, "What's going on? Why are you closed in broad daylight and not doing business?" Manager Su said, "Alliance Leader, you may not know, but not long ago, Dragon Gate ordered that none of the businesses of the Merchant Alliance are allowed to open for business in their territory. If they are discovered, they will immediately destroy it, so I was just about to report this matter to the headquarters, but I didn't expect Alliance Leader to come in person." Lai Wudi already understood that the Kim people had already made their move. It turned out that Ling Fei had already made a threat. Ling Xiao had met with an accident because of the Merchant Alliance, so the Merchant Alliance had to pay the price. However, not allowing their businesses to open within the territory of Dragon Gate was not a small blow. "Alright, I understand. I'm sure we'll be able to resume business soon," replied Lai Wudi. Immediately afterward, he had Raioi go to Dragon Gate to send Ling Xiao over to Dragon Gate. "Ling Xiao, let's take a stroll around Heavenly Dragon City. This place is even bigger than Raging Flame City." Lai Ryu tugged at the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes and whispered. After a few days of getting along, Lai Ryu's mind had relaxed. She hoped that she and Ling Xiao would be able to work together and facilitate a good thing. She only knew that as long as she didn't throw a tantrum, Ling Xiao treated her quite well, which made her very happy. "You're not allowed to go anywhere right now. We have to wait for the people from Dragon Gate to come," Lai Wudi reprimanded. Although they had arrived at Heavenly Dragon City, Lai Wudi didn't want Ling Xiao to have any more accidents. Otherwise, the Blazing Flame Merchant's losses would be irreparable. Dragon Gate's base was built in the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range. It was said that the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range was the habitat of true dragons, and it was the true dragon vein of the Heavenly Dragon region. However, the large area that Dragon Gate had encircled was only a small part of the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range. Deep within the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range was the true habitat of the Kim people. They had lived with the Golden Dragon clan for generations and lived there. It was a forbidden area that ordinary people simply couldn't get close to. The Kim people had the smallest population among the many ancient clans. Only a few tens of thousands of them could activate the power of their bloodline and cultivate the ancient emperor's divine technique. As for the other Kim people who couldn't activate their bloodline, they would be arranged to cultivate in Dragon Gate. Activating the power of their bloodline was also divided into different levels. Those who could activate more than 70% of their bloodline were not just a mere 1,000 people. Such a ratio was already very rare in comparison. Ling Fei was the 5th commander of Dragon Gate's Dragon Team. At the same time, he was also an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Kim people. He was a member of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. After he received Ryuai's visiting card and his intentions from the Dragon Gate's outer sect elder, he hurriedly returned to the clan's land and informed the clan leader and the various elders of this matter. "What? That child didn't die, and now he's in Heavenly Dragon City?" A doddering old man shook the dragon-shaped walking stick in his hand and shouted. "Yes, clan leader. Lai Wudi of the Blazing Flame Merchants personally sent him here. He has already sent a visiting card to the outer sect," Ling Fei replied respectfully. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and welcome that child back." "Oh right, tell your brother not to scare that child," the old man replied excitedly. "Yes, clan leader." Ling Fei responded and quietly left. Chapter 1127. Ling Fei left the clan's land and entered the Dragon Gate through the short-distance space formation. The space base where the Dragon Gate was located was much more luxurious than the Kim people's. There were all kinds of large buildings as well as all kinds of closed-door cultivation rooms, as many as the hairs on an ox. Moreover, there were many disciples diligently cultivating on the various mountain peaks. The cultivation atmosphere was very strong, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. From time to time, flood dragons could be seen flying in the sky, making this space like a luxurious place where humans and dragons coexisted. Ling Fei rode on a level 10 flood dragon and headed directly for the Dragon Gate's main hall. Wherever he went, everyone had to retreat for a while. They all knew that Ling Fei's position in the sect was quite high, and the sect master was his biological big brother. Ling Fei landed in front of the main hall and patted the flood dragon's body, letting it move freely here, while he himself entered the main hall. After entering the main hall, there was no one at all. Ling Fei directly turned into the back door and headed towards the sect master's residence. At this time, a charming lady walked over, followed by 2 maids. When Ling Fei saw this lady, he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, sister-in-law. May I know if the sect master is here?" The lady smiled and said, "Fifth brother, you're here. Your big brother is in the room. If you come any later, I'm afraid he'll go into closed-door cultivation again. You should go find him first." "And sister-in-law, where are you going?" Ling Fei asked casually. "I'm just bored, so I'm going to take a walk in the city," the lady replied. Then she said, "Fifth brother, when are you going to bring a girl back for sister-in-law to see? You've been single for so many years. If you don't get married soon, the elders in the clan will have an opinion." Ling Fei said with some guilt, "This matter is not urgent. I'll go find big brother first." Watching Ling Fei hurriedly leave, the noblewoman revealed a look of worry and said, "The clan's ability to reproduce is poor. If fifth brother doesn't hurry up, who knows who will be the first to blossom and bear fruit in our line." Ling Fei arrived in front of a door which automatically opened. Ling Fei unceremoniously entered the private bedroom of the Sky Dragon sect master, which was hard for ordinary people to enter. A tall man stood in front of the bookshelf, holding a scroll in his hand and reading it carefully. He seemed to be unaware that Ling Fei had already entered the room. But in fact he already knew that Ling Fei had come here. He just couldn't control his reckless little brother. Big brother, I have something to tell you. Ling Fei sat down on a chair and poured himself a cup of spirit tea. He spoke as he sipped. Dragon Gate Sect Master Ling Chen slowly turned around, revealing his resolute middle-aged face. His eyes revealed a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Say it. Did something happen again? You can't solve it yourself, so you want to ask me for him? Ling Chen said solemnly. He was in a high position and every word he said gave people a great deal of pressure. But Ling Fei didn't feel anything. Big brother, you look down on me too much. With my ability, what can't I solve? Ling Fei said with some dissatisfaction. He then said, the kid that the Blazing Flame merchants found last time is still alive. Now Lai Wudi brought him to Celestial Dragon City. The old guys in the clan asked me to personally bring him back, so I came to tell you. A rare smile appeared on Ling Chen's face as he said, previously you said that he was only a mid-stage holy emperor. After eating the full blow of the roving bandits leader, he didn't even have a corpse left. Why did he appear again now? Ling Fei showed some embarrassment and said, I thought so. I've been looking for that kid for a few days, but I didn't find anything except a pool of golden blood. I didn't expect that kid to be able to be reborn. It must be because he formed a flesh body and soul. A mid-stage holy emperor formed a flesh body and soul. This Tenbin isn't any worse than the brats in the clan. No wonder those old guys are so anxious. Well, since Lai Wudi is here, I'll go with you. Ling Chen sighed. What big brother, you're also going to see that kid? Ling Fei was a little surprised. Ling Chen said, you came to tell me about this just to give the Blazing Flame merchants a way out of this embarrassing situation. Since they're willing to send him here, we can't be rude. Although our Dragon Gate is strong, we can't monopolize the Sky Dragon territory. We still need the support of other allies in many areas. As the master of a sect, Ling Chen naturally had extraordinary insights in all aspects. Dragon Gate was second to none in the Sky Dragon territory, but the Blazing Flame merchants weren't far behind. Ling Chen and Lai Wudi were both sect masters. Although Ling Chen going to see Lai Wudi was a little condescending, it also proved Ling Chen's hospitality. It also showed Dragon Gate's attitude towards the lifting of the ban on the Blazing Flame merchants' businesses. But in this way, wouldn't it cause too much of a commotion? Ling Fei asked weakly. When the sect master of Dragon Gate went out, the entire Dragon Gate would pay great attention to it. Cut the crap. We're just going to the city, not going anywhere. Let's go now. I'm a little interested in that kid. He's so young, but he's already activated the power of his bloodline to the peak. I don't know how he did it. Could it be that his bloodline has already recovered to its peak? Ling Chen said. Then the two of them teleported from Dragon Gate to the city. No one would dare to cause trouble in Sky Dragon City. Only a few people followed them out, including Ling Chen's wife, Xiao Zhentsai. Faced with Ling Chen's sudden visit, Lai Wudi was a little anxious and excited. On the surface, Lai Wudi and Ling Chen had the same status, but everyone knew who was the boss in reality. Sect Master Ling Chen has arrived. Wudi is sorry for not going out to meet you. Lai Wudi stepped forward and cupped his hands at Ling Chen. Haha, brother Wudi, you're too courteous. Since you've come to my territory, of course I'm here to welcome you. Otherwise it would be a mess. Ling Chen laughed heartily. He then said, I heard that brother Wudi helped us find a junior. I wonder if it's him? Ling Chen's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was behind Lai Wudi. His eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through everything about Ling Xiao. Lai Wudi hurriedly pulled Ling Xiao forward and said, Honored guest Ling Xiao, come and greet Dragon Gate Sect Master Ling, and this is Madam Ling and Commander Ling. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the Dragon Gate Sect Master would have the same surname as him, but he could definitely feel a sense of familiarity from Ling Chen and Ling Fei. It was as if he was born with them. Greetings, Sect Master Ling, Madam Ling, and Commander Ling. Ling Xiao bowed slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. These were the top experts of the Sinjin of Goguryeo in the Celestial Dragon territory, and they were also the big shots in charge of a superpower. It was indeed a blessing for Ling Xiao to be able to meet them. This was something that others could only be envious of. Good kid, you're not bad looking. You have my clan's outstanding bloodline. Let me see how much you've awakened. Ling Fei, who had been observing Ling Xiao all this time, suddenly spoke up and directly grabbed towards Ling Xiao. No one had expected that Ling Fei would make a move just like that. He was a peak divine king, and Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to react before his arm was grabbed by Ling Fei. Suddenly, a golden light filled the sky, and a flood dragon that had almost transformed into a peerless true dragon appeared behind Ling Fei. The mighty dragon roared continuously. The terrifying aura frightened the weak Lai Ryu so much that her face turned pale. If it wasn't for Lai Wuti grabbing her hand and helping her resist the aura, she would have fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao felt like he was being oppressed by a power that came from the same source as him, and his own power actually started to resist uncontrollably. His ancient emperor mystic art circulated to the extreme, and golden light burst forth as an even more mighty and extraordinary dragon shadow appeared. This dragon shadow was truly a peerless true dragon, and it was truly shocking. There were dragon horns and dragon whiskers on its head, and its body was covered in dragon scales. It had 9 claws and looked extremely ferocious. There was also a small claw that had already grown halfway out, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before it became a 10-clawed true dragon. The majestic draconic might it exuded was vast and mighty. Ling Xiao's body also underwent a sudden transformation. Scales began to appear all over his body, and 2 dragon horns grew out from his forehead. He had become a half-dragon, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Everyone's expression changed, and they all looked at this scene in astonishment. Originally, Ling Fei's flood dragon aura was quite terrifying, and it was no different from a 10th grade flood dragon. However, they felt that Ling Xiao's true dragon was even more mighty. Although it was weaker in terms of aura, the imperial might it emitted was even more powerful. They all had an illusion that the true dragon was the most powerful. At the same time, they were also surprised by Ling Xiao's transformation. He had actually become a dragon man, and this was too unbelievable. Even the Dragon Gate sect master Ling Qin had his mouth wide open as he stared at Ling Xiao. He said with an excited expression, almost turning into a dragon, this kid's bloodline power has been activated to the extreme. Ling Fei, who was originally pressing on Ling Xiao's shoulder, seemed to have been shaken off by a power of the same source. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Big brother, the old fellows in the clan are really happy this time. There's actually someone who can activate the bloodline power to such an extent. I'm afraid even the old ancestor is no better than this. Good, this kid is indeed a descendant of my clan. Brother Wuti, it's all thanks to you this time. From now on, your merchant alliance will be our Dragon Gate's best ally. You can open a shop anywhere in our Dragon Gate, and we'll even give you half the tax," Ling Qin said rather excitedly. Lai Wuti was overjoyed and immediately responded, "Then thank you, brother Ling Qin. I, as an ally, am also happy that guest elder Ling Xiao can return to his clan." After a pause he emphasized, "Ling Xiao is our merchant alliance's guest elder, and he's also good friends with my daughter Ruyu." Ling Qin and Ling Fei only felt that Lai Wuti's words were meant to rope Ling Xiao in, hoping that their Dragon Gate and the Blazing Flame merchants would always be on friendly terms. However, Xiao Jinsai did not think so. Her gaze had already landed on the somewhat bashful and delicate Lai Ruyu. This little girl is quite pretty, and she and Ling Xiao are both handsome and beautiful. Perhaps this is a happy occasion. Xiao Jinsai pursed her lips and thought. Chapter 11:28. Ling Xiao never thought that he was a descendant of the Kim people. He only felt that he had coincidentally obtained the secret cultivation technique of the ancient emperor's divine technique and was stimulated by the dragon's blood, which was why he was able to successfully cultivate it. He had always thought that if he wanted to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine technique, he would have to refine the dragon's blood. However, back then he had tried to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine technique with his woman Kai Shiyue and his brother Yi Yunfeng. He had also let them absorb some of the dragon girl's blood essence, but to no avail. Until now, when he suddenly faced the leader of the Dragon Gate, Ling Qin and Ling Fei, they actually had the same surname as him. He wondered if their Ling family really had some relationship with the Kim people? Ling Xiao was a little confused, but he did not continue to pursue the matter. Today, Ling Xiao, Lai Wuti, Lai Ruyu and the others were invited to the Dragon Gate space base. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Dragon Gate space base, he was shocked once again. He was not shocked by the vastness of this place, but by the many terrifying auras here, which made him unable to have the slightest impulse to think that he was in the right. Occasionally he would see flood dragons, lions, tigers, leopards, and other spirit beasts flying around here, which made people feel that this Dragon Gate was different from the others. This is a complete enclosure. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. When they arrived at the Dragon Gate's VIP reception area, Ling Qin had someone set up a banquet to entertain Lai Wuti and the others. Xiao Jinsai even took the opportunity to ask Lai Ruyu to stay in the Dragon Gate for a while. The two families could be considered to have reached an initial alliance agreement, and the Dragon Gate would not let Lai Ruyu suffer here. They would definitely treat her well. Lai Wudi had already planned to let Lai Ruyu and Ling Xiao make it happen. That way they would be inseparable from Dragon Gate, so he agreed without hesitation. After the banquet was over, Ling Fei impatiently pulled Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, follow me back to the clan." Clan grounds? Ling Xiao felt a little flustered. He didn't know if his identity would be confirmed by Kim people. Who cares? Since it's come to this, let's go and see the territory of the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region. Ling Xiao encouraged himself in his heart. Subsequently, Ling Fei and Ling Xiao moved from the Dragon Gate space array to another place. This was the hinterland of the Dragon Gazing Mountain Range, the place where Kim people lived. However, this place was not as luxurious as he had imagined. Instead, it was as if he had returned to those primitive villages. There were simple houses and occasionally 2 or 3 people would pass by. There were even children playing by the stream, while women were washing clothes and chatting. This scene caused Ling Xiao to be unable to wrap his head around it. This was too different from what he had imagined. Don't you think it's strange? Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "It's a little strange." Ling Fei explained, "Although our Jin clan is the number 1 ancient clan in the Heavenly Dragon domain, with the passage of time, our clansmen have become fewer and fewer. The reason why our ancestors established the Heavenly Dragon sect was to absorb more geniuses from outside the clan and train them to become our clan's helpers. At the same time, they would help us earn all sorts of cultivation resources. The reason why we maintain this primitive lifestyle is to train each generation of clansmen to work hard and cultivate, not to enjoy that kind of luxurious cultivation. Furthermore, we need to let our clansmen know the state of our clan, that we absolutely cannot lower our guard. After all, we also have powerful enemies that we need to deal with, otherwise our clan's destruction will be imminent." There are still powerful enemies? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. One had to know that the Kim people and the Dragon Gate were the strongest existences in the Sky Dragon region. At the very least, even a super faction like the Blazing Flame Merchants didn't dare to provoke them. What kind of opponent was worthy of being called an enemy? We'll talk about this later. Right now, I'll take you to see the chief. You'll understand everything in the future. Ling Fei patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. When Ling Fei and Ling Xiao arrived at the village, there were more and more people. When they saw Ling Fei, some people called him Fifth Uncle, while others called him Fifth Master. It could be seen that Ling Fei's status here wasn't low, and his relationship with people was quite good. Ling Fei brought Ling Xiao to one of the houses. There were 2 old men playing chess under the shade of a tree, looking quite relaxed. One of the old men was slightly skinny, and his skin and flesh seemed a little dry. However, he seemed very spirited, like a grandpa next door. His eyes were squinted, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. The other old man was slightly plump and a bit taller. He had a head full of golden hair and a long beard. His expression was anxious, as if he was about to lose the game. These 2 were the 2 big shots of the Kim people. The former was the chief, Ling Bo, and the latter was the grand elder, Ling Qiu. They were in charge of all matters within the clan, and the sect master of the Dragon Gate, Ling Qin, was also subject to their control and restrictions. "Chief, Grand Elder Ling Xiao has been brought back," Ling Fei said respectfully in front of the 2 old men. As his voice fell, the 2 old men's gazes fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his whole body and mind had been seen through, and it seemed that no thoughts could be hidden from the 2 old men. He felt that the feeling these 2 old men gave him was even more vast and unpredictable than that of Ling Chen and Ling Fei. The dragon chi contained in their eyes resonated with Ling Xiao. "Greetings, seniors." Ling Xiao bowed to the 2 old men. "This kid is not bad," Ling Bo praised. Ling Qiu then said, "He is indeed not bad." After a pause, he added, "He looks very similar to an ancestor." "You don't say he really looks the same as the ancestor when he was young?" Ling Bo said with a look of joy. Then he added, "But this identity still needs to be verified." Ling Fei and Ling Xiao were confused, but from their tone, they could tell that Ling Xiao should be a descendant of the Kim people. "Just in time, call the others over and verify his identity first," Ling Qiu stood up and said. Unexpectedly, Ling Bo said, "Don't worry, you lost this game." Ling Qiu stared at the chessboard and said, "You're shameless, aren't you? It was clearly a live chess piece just now. Did you secretly move it? This game doesn't count." "Good for you, old Qiu." Ling Bo smiled helplessly. Ling Fei laughed and said, "First Elder, I didn't see the chief change the chess piece just now. It's obvious that you lost, but you still won't admit it. Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and call the others over," Ling Qiu shouted at Ling Fei with a cold face. Ling Fei smiled and walked away as if he was not afraid. Ling Xiao felt that these two old men were quite nice. At least the way they interacted with each other made him feel comfortable and natural. It seemed that the Jin clan, the most powerful ancient clan, wasn't as scary as the outside world thought. "Little guy, are you from the Xianling continent?" Ling Bo looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, senior." "Then tell me about your family and the situation of your ancestors," Ling Bo asked casually. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and roughly told him about his family and some of the situation of his ancestors. He clearly remembered that the Ling family in Meteorite City had only developed for 1 or 2,000 years, so it should not have anything to do with the Kim people. However, Ling Xiao didn't know if there were any secrets that were unknown to others. After listening to Ling Xiao's words, the two old men also fell into deep thought. Obviously they also did not know what was going on. "Old Bo, what do you think?" Ling Qiu asked Ling Bo. Ling Bo said, "What can I think? Our Kim people originally came from the Xianling continent, and there were also some people there. He must be the descendant of the ancestor who refused to leave the clan's land. Otherwise, how could he cultivate the divine skill of our clan?" Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Haven't you heard about the other people before you came to the Xianling continent?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still told him all the information he knew, including the secrets of the dynasty ruled by the Kim people more than 100,000 years ago. After all, it was too easy for them to extract information about the Xianling continent from his memory. Ling Xiao did not dare to take the risk of hiding anything. As for whether they believed him or not, it was another matter. "Well, at least you are honest. I think this matter should be clear now." Ling Bo looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of meaning. This made Ling Xiao feel a little unnatural. He suspected that he had drunk the blood left behind by the Battle Lord in the Chaos Abyss secret realm, which was why he had the bloodline of the Kim people. If he was exposed, he would be dead. After a while, more than 10 people of the Kim people gathered here. Most of these people were old and there were a few middle-aged people. All of them stared at Ling Xiao with bright eyes. "Okay, everyone is here. Invite the clan altar here." Ling Bo glanced at everyone and said. Then 2 middle-aged people came forward, carrying a 2-meter-wide dragon-shaped altar. The jar was simple and extraordinary, with tiny shadows of golden dragons swimming around it. There were dense patterns on the surface of the jar, and there were nodes connecting them, making it look like a coiled dragon. There was a pure-colored bead at the head of the dragon in the middle of the jar. It looked like a golden dragon spitting out a bead, and it gave off a faint aura of Baian. This ancient altar did not look too eye-catching, but it was indeed an ancient divine artifact. It was the clan treasure of the Kim people. They would not use this ancient altar unless it was a matter of clan annihilation. Of course, this ancient altar also had another use, which was to test the identity of their descendants and the level of their bloodline. "Ling Xiao, this is my clan's altar. Drip your essence blood on the altar pearl, and we will be able to confirm your identity," Ling Bo said. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath and thought to himself, "The surname of the Kim people is Ling and so is mine. Besides, they all say that I look like a certain ancestor. Maybe I really am a member of the Kim people. I'll fight." A dagger appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and he slid it heavily on his arm. The rotten golden blood immediately flowed down from his arm towards the altar of pearls. When everyone saw Ling Xiao's golden blood, their faces lit up with joy. It was as if they could determine Ling Xiao's identity just by the color of the blood. Whoosh. Chapter 1129. The Kim people's clan altar was called the Golden Dragon Altar. It was an ancient artifact created by several ancestors of the Kim people. It also contained their blood essence. They were the true ancestors of the Kim people. All the descendants of the Kim people were their descendants. Their blood would resonate with the altar. As Ling Xiao's blood dripped onto the altar bead, a golden light suddenly appeared. A peerless dragon roared out from the altar bead. This dragon had 11 dragon claws and a body that was thousands of meters long. The dragon's entire body looked extraordinary. The dragon's roar echoed for thousands of miles, causing all the people of the Kim people to worship this divine dragon. In the depths of the Dragon's Gaze mountain range, there were even a few real dragon roars resonating with it. Then, after Ling Xiao's blood was filtered by the altar bead, it slowly flowed toward one of the densely packed formation patterns in the altar. Finally, it condensed in one of the nodes and flashed for a while. Then the blood disappeared as if it had been sucked. Everyone was watching this scene, even Ling Xiao. He did not understand what was going on at all. Ling Xiao did not know if this was the end. Just as he was about to retract his arm, the clan altar suddenly changed. A strong suction force suddenly strengthened, directly sucking a large amount of blood from Ling Xiao's arm. The blood on Ling Xiao's arm kept spurting out like a blood column. It was too late for Ling Xiao to stop it. In just a few blinks of an eye, he actually felt dizzy. 1/3 of his blood essence was sucked away. He wanted to struggle but found that he could not move at all. The people of the Kim people around were all shocked. Obviously they did not understand what was going on. Only a few old elders, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu, knew what was going on. How is this possible? Is the ancestor still alive? Ling Bo murmured with his mouth wide open. It should be right. After that battle, no one saw the body of the ancestor. He must have returned to the old land through the space boundary, Ling Qiu replied. Not good. Stop that kid first. Otherwise his blood essence will be sucked dry. An old man exclaimed and took the lead to attack Ling Xiao. He grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder and pulled him back. Ling Xiao's body and mind shook, and his whole body became dispirited. More than half of his rich blood essence had been sucked away. This time he was going to die. One had to know that the loss of blood essence was even more serious than physical injuries. Physical injuries could be repaired, but the loss of blood essence wasn't something that could be immediately replenished by consuming some blood-replenishing spirit pills. It would take a long time to accumulate and condense. Ling Xiao had lost more than half of his blood essence. This would have a huge impact on his future cultivation speed. Another old man complained, "Fourth brother, you shouldn't have stopped him. This brat's blood essence is surging. Since he can awaken the ancestor, then let the ancestor absorb his blood essence. Maybe he can return soon. At that time, our clan will no longer be afraid of the other clans." This person seemed to want to sacrifice Ling Xiao in exchange for the resurrection of another person. The old man who had just saved Ling Xiao glared at the other old man and said, "What do you know? Since this brat's blood essence has already awakened the ancestor, then it won't be difficult for the ancestor to recover. Why should we let this outstanding junior be ruined? Maybe in the future this brat will surpass us old fellows." The old man said softly, "That's right. With the ancestor's ability, if he can come back to life, then other things won't be a problem." I was a little anxious. Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on, so he activated his divine art to repair it. Unfortunately, the ancient emperor's god could repair his body, but he couldn't repair his blood essence. Just as he was about to take out the blood-replenishing spirit grass, Ling Bo took out a fresh blood divine grass and handed it over to Ling Xiao. "Little fellow, quickly eat it. Not only are you a member of our Kim people, you are also a descendant of that ancestor. Now that you have saved him, you should be remembered as the first merit." Ling Bo revealed a benevolent expression. Ling Xiao didn't even have the strength to speak. However, when he saw the stage 10 blood sunflower, his eyes flashed with greed. Without saying a word, he forcefully snatched it over and swallowed it. The blood sunflower was a true blood-replenishing divine medicine. This was a blood-replenishing divine medicine that was targeted at the God King level. Those below the God King level definitely couldn't use it easily, or else their bodies would explode and they would die. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had achieved divine soul, so he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the blood sunflower. He was still worried that the blood sunflower wouldn't be able to replenish his lost blood essence. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about the people present. He activated his divine art and immediately absorbed the blood sunflower's energy. Anything that could be called a divine grass was a top-notch existence. Ling Xiao's originally extremely weak body instantly felt comfortable and full of vitality. Waves of vigorous vitality constantly filled his body, and the blood essence he had lost was rapidly being replenished. However, his flesh and soul were actually fighting over this blood-replenishing energy. The two fought over food, and the enormous energy was quickly absorbed cleanly. His soul was becoming more and more refined, but Ling Xiao had only replenished half of the blood essence he had lost. There was still half that he couldn't replenish, but his situation was already much better. "Little fellow, are you all right?" The elder called fourth bro stepped forward and asked with a concerned expression. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "I'm much better." "All right, let's not stand here. Let's go to the conference hall and talk," Ling Bo said. He then turned to the elders and said, "Great uncles, please invite the clan altar back. At the same time, we can try and see if we can find the whereabouts of that ancestor. If we can find him, we must invite him back no matter the price." The few elders nodded and carried the clan altar back to where they came from. After that, the group of people arrived at a relatively clean and grand house. This was the Kim People's Conference Hall. Ling Bo had just sat down on the main seat when he said, "Let's invite the ancestors to take their seats." Just as he finished speaking, rays of golden light appeared in the middle of the conference hall, and a series of virtual tablets appeared above everyone's heads. Everyone bowed slightly, and their expressions became serious. Ling Xiao, a descendant of ancestor Ling Hongyu's bloodline, kneels and pays his respects to the ancestors. He is allowed to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. Ling Qiu announced from the side. Ling Xiao knelt down unknowingly as he felt an urge to worship the man in front of him. It was as if the blood connection between them resonated with him. It was as if he had seen his most important family member, and he naturally knelt down. After Ling Xiao kowtowed, he could be considered to have truly returned to the Kim people. The group of elders then held a simple ceremony and gathered the important clansmen to celebrate, so that everyone knew of Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao's seniority here was frighteningly high. He was actually only 1 or 2 generations younger than the clan leader and these elders, and he was ranked above Ling Fei. This was because the ancestor of Ling Xiao's bloodline was originally of high seniority, and Ling Xiao was his descendant in recent times, so his seniority naturally could not be low. Moreover, the power of Ling Xiao's bloodline had already been activated to the peak, and it had become the true dragon qi. This meant that Ling Xiao had already completed the perfect bloodline of the Kim people. This was not something that any current Kim people could achieve. Even an outstanding descendant like Ling Fei had only achieved the flood dragon qi, which could not be compared to Ling Xiao's true dragon qi. Ling Xiao had been in a daze for the past few days. He did not even know how he had managed to survive. Other than getting to know some elders who were at the level of his great-uncles, he was only considered a few brothers of the same generation. However, he was at a loss when facing those nephews who were much more powerful than him. He had always been wondering if he was really a descendant of the Kim people. On this day, his answer was finally revealed. Old Ling Wei, who was ranked 4th in the clan, summoned Ling Xiao. Ling Wei warmly invited Ling Xiao to sit down, and looked at Ling Xiao with a gratified expression. "Do you still not understand what is going on?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, although I cultivate the ancient emperor divine art and am also surnamed Ling, there does not seem to be much connection between the Xianling continent and the Heaven realm." "No, the connection is huge." Ling Wei denied flatly, and then he said, "The Xianling continent is an ancient continent. It has existed for millions of years, and there have been several ancient clans that have appeared there. Even now they are still famous in the Heaven realm." Ling Wei sighed and then explained to Ling Xiao, "The ancestral land of the Kim people is also in the Xianling continent. However, with the appearance of so many experts, they have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and the power of the world, which has led to the exhaustion of the Xianling continent's energy, and the land has shrunk greatly. Therefore we have to move to the Heaven realm to survive. However, there are still some people who are unwilling to leave the ancestral land, and still live on the Xianling continent. I think it is the dynasty of the Kim people that you mentioned. At first, we and the clan leader agreed that you might be a descendant of that bloodline, but according to the clan altar, you are not. You are the descendant of ancestor Ling Hongyu, which belongs to the same bloodline as me. According to seniority, you can call me great-grandfather, and ancestor Ling Hongyu is my great-great-grandfather." Ling Wei took a sip of spirit tea to moisten his throat, and then said, "As for why ancestor Ling Hongyu wanted to give birth to people of your bloodline, it might have something to do with the battle between him and the ancestor of the demonic tiger clan 2,000 years ago." Demonic tiger clan? This was the first time that Ling Xiao had heard of such a clan. Yes, the demonic tiger clan is an ancient clan in the Heaven Tiger domain, and their strength is not weaker than the Kim people. Ancestor Ling Hongyu and the ancestor of the demonic tiger clan fought over the divine obsidian cauldron that appeared, and in the end, the two of them directly broke through the barrier of the Heaven realm, and fought to the outer space. No one knows the result of that battle, and ancestor Ling Hongyu disappeared after that. According to your description, the Ling family that you belong to is a family that gradually developed about 2,000 years ago, which is very close to the time when ancestor Ling Hongyu disappeared, and according to your description, the Ling family that you belong to is a family that gradually developed about 2,000 years ago, which is very close to the time when ancestor Ling Hongyu disappeared. Chapter 1130. After listening to Ling Wei's explanation, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. According to what Ling Wei said, the old ancestor might have fallen and returned to the ancestral land of the Xianling continent after the battle with the ancestor of the devil tiger race, and thus left behind the inheritance of Ling Xiao's bloodline. The reason why Ling Xiao was so sure was because he had the obsidian cauldron in his hands. All of this made sense. No wonder I was able to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine arts back then, and the people of the Gu family only managed to cultivate it. It turns out that I really have the bloodline of the Kim people. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He really didn't expect that he was also from a wealthy family. Ling Xiao realized that Ling Wei was close to him and struck while the iron was hot. Great-grandfather, there are some things I don't understand. Is there any connection between the bloodline of our Kim people and the bloodline of the dragons? Back then, when I was cultivating the ancient emperor's divine arts, I accidentally refined the dragon's blood, and was able to gradually cultivate it. This question was targeted, because this was the key to the mystery of the Kim people's bloodline. Is the bloodline of the Kim people the dragon's blood? This question had been lingering in Ling Xiao's mind for a long time. Haha, this is a good question. Everyone wants to cultivate our ancient emperor's divine arts. They once thought that our bloodline is the same as the dragon's blood. As long as we refine the dragon's blood, we can cultivate it, but in fact our Kim people's bloodline is indeed related to the dragon's blood, but the dragon's blood is only the key to activating the power of our bloodline. If they are not from our Kim people, no matter how much dragon's blood they refine, they will not be able to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine arts. Ling Wei explained with a smile. So that's how it is. At first, I thought that refining the dragon's blood was the guarantee for me to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine arts. It turns out that it was just a primer to activate the power of my bloodline, which allowed me to cultivate the divine arts to great success. Ling Xiao came to a sudden realization. This time he finally understood the existence of the ancient emperor's divine technique. It still required the Kim people to cultivate it. Even if others obtained the chant, it would be useless. All the worries in his heart had been swept away. He had always wondered if he had consumed the essence blood left behind by Zhan Wangye, which made him a descendant of the Kim people. Now that he thought about it, all of this had nothing to do with each other. He had absorbed Zhan Wangye's remnant soul to obtain the secret of the ancient emperor mystic art, and the essence blood had only purified the power of his bloodline. It seemed that the Ling family was also a member of the Kim people's bloodline. It was just that the Ling family had many marriages with ordinary people, and they didn't have dragon blood to refine, so they didn't know how much bloodline power they could activate. Since you are from the Shenling continent, the old ancestor must have stayed there. I have to discuss it with the patriarch. Maybe the old ancestor is in the Shenling continent. Ling Wei seemed to think of something. After saying that, he hurried to find the patriarch Ling Bo. Just like that, Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in the territory of the Kim people. The house that the clan arranged for him was quite simple, but the patriarch sent people to give him a lot of good things. The divine gems that he was given had already reached 100 million, including the complete version of the ancient emperor's divine technique and some cultivation experiences. In addition, there were many historical facts and genealogies about the Kim people. Now that Ling Xiao had returned to the clan, his name was also listed in the genealogy. The loss of essence blood is a little worth it, Ling Xiao thought to himself. In the following days, Ling Xiao familiarized himself with the environment and the people here. Although the Kim people were known as the oldest and most powerful race in the Sky Dragon territory, they were not as scary as the outside world said. Instead, they were like ordinary villagers, living a peaceful life. They also got along very well with each other. However, these people seemed to have a competitive nature. Every day there would be people fighting in the open space of the martial arts arena. And Ling Xiao always watched them fight with interest, to see how the power of the ancient emperor's divine technique that they cultivated was different from his. After some observation, Ling Xiao found that very few people could form true dragon battle chi when they raised their battle strength with all their strength. At most, it was flood dragon battle chi. Moreover, their strength increased only between 10 to 20 times. This was a lot worse than his strength, which was dozens of times. Even so, if these people were placed outside, they would definitely be first-class experts who could fight against 3 people of the same level. At this time, Ling Fei appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, "Do you want to go up and practice? Let these rabid bastards know that there is always someone better out there." Ling Xiao had a good impression of Ling Fei, his brother Ping Yi. This reminded him of his third uncle Ling Tao, who was also forthright. "Forget it, with my strength I won't go up and embarrass myself," Ling Xiao said modestly. "What's wrong with that? Everyone will stop at the right time. Besides, with a divine technique to protect your body and heal your injuries, a little pain is nothing," Ling Fei said stubbornly. Then he shouted towards the direction of the martial arts arena. "Who wants to compete with Granduncle Ling Xiao? Whoever wins will receive a personal reward from me." The men and women at the side all cheered. They were all in their teens and hundreds of years old, but their seniority was not as high as Ling Xiao and Ling Fei. However, their overall strength was not weak. They were the future pillars of the Kim people. I am willing to fight with Granduncle Ling Xiao. A young man in his 40s stood up and cupped his hands. This young man was not weak. He had actually reached the strength of a mid-level saint. If he fought with all his strength, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a high-level saint. Ling Fei waved his hand and said, Ling Qinghua, you are not a match for Granduncle Ling Xiao. Only those who have reached the strength of the Holy Emperor can do so. Your granduncle has condensed true dragon battle chi. Not just anyone can challenge him. As soon as these words came out, these people looked at Ling Xiao with a scorching gaze filled with worship and admiration. Those who could condense true dragon battle chi were existences who had stimulated the power of their bloodline to the peak. They would also be very powerful when they grew up. Only 1/10 of the people in the clan could reach this level. These people were the true treasures of the clan. Normally, they were provided with the best resources so that they could grow and become stronger. I, Ling Qingxin, invite Granduncle to give me some pointers. A figure jumped onto the training ground and made a gesture of invitation. This person looked to be only 100 years old, but he had already reached the strength of a mid-level holy emperor. As expected of a descendant of a large clan. This Tenbin was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. However, Ling Qingxin was only at an average level among the many descendants of the Kim people. Ling Xiao, go ahead. You are one level higher than him. Don't lose face for our generation. Ling Fei joked. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. His body moved slightly and like a floating leaf, he landed elegantly in the middle of the training ground. Ling Xiao was handsome and elegant to begin with. When he revealed such a nimble movement technique, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. In particular, the young girls in the clan could not help but exclaim, Granduncle Ling Xiao is so handsome. I wonder how strong he is. Granduncle Ling Xiao is not as old as me, but he is already a holy emperor. Moreover, he has true dragon battle chi. There is no need to talk about his strength. Brother Qingxin's strength is not weak either. An ordinary high-level holy emperor would not be his opponent. If he can increase his strength by 15 times, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Let's wait and see. If Granduncle Ling Xiao has the ability, I will force myself to catch up to him. Granduncle Ling Xiao, please. Ling Qingxin gave the initiative to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled, I am an elder, so how can I make the first move? I will let you make 3 moves come. Ling Qingxin was somewhat hesitant, but Ling Fei shouted from below, Qingxin, just do as Granduncle Ling Xiao says. Ling Qingxin nodded and immediately became serious. Immediately after, his strength increased by quite a bit. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Qingxin did not use any weapons because his body was his most powerful weapon. His fist transformed into the shape of a flood dragon as he punched out with an earth-shattering punch. The flood dragon was ferocious and directly pounced towards Ling Xiao to bite him. Ling Xiao faced this powerful attack with his hands behind his back. His figure was like a floating leaf as he nimbly dodged Ling Qingxin's attack. Ling Qingxin did not expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly. It was as if Ling Xiao had completely ignored his attack. Ah! Ling Qingxin shouted as his aura reached its peak. He punched out with both fists, and the power of twin dragons emerged from the sea was more than twice as powerful as before. The surrounding space trembled from the impact. Interesting, but you're still too weak. Give me a bit more improvement. Ling Xiao said as his figure moved again, directly dodging Ling Qingxin's attack. At the same time, his figure appeared behind Ling Qingxin and lightly patted his shoulder. Ling Qingxin was quite depressed. He discovered that Ling Xiao's speed was truly astonishing. He could not catch him. Granduncle Ling Xiao, pay attention. I'm going to use my holy artifact. A high-grade holy spear appeared in Ling Qingxin's hand. He brandished it, creating bursts of spear wind as he locked onto Ling Xiao and thrusted it towards Ling Xiao. The numerous dense spear images were impossible to defend against. The power was even more unstoppable, enough to destroy mountains and split the earth. Ling Qingxin did not hold back in this attack. The power had already reached the level of a high-grade holy emperor, and its destructive power was extremely shocking. Moreover, Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade this time. He smiled faintly and raised one of his arms, casually blocking the spear attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The spear images were deflected by Ling Xiao's arm, unable to harm him at all. The surrounding spectators all cried out in surprise. Granduncle Ling Xiao is so powerful. His body has already been tempered to the point of being impervious to swords and spears. Is he already a god king? He can't be a god king. Otherwise, why would Granduncle Ling Fei let us challenge him? It should be because Granduncle Ling Zhao's defense is too powerful. He's already cultivated his divine art to the greater mastery realm. That's right. I heard that Granduncle Ling Xiao already has a half-dragon body. How can a mere holy artifact hurt him? At the very least, only a demigod artifact can harm him. No wonder Granduncle Ling Xiao dared to let Brother Qingxin have 3 moves. The two of them are not on the same level. It seems that our clan has gained another monstrous genius. Only those monstrous geniuses in the outer sect and those brothers and sisters that the elders have hidden away can compete with him. Chapter 1131. Ling Qingxin didn't expect Ling Zhao's physical body to be so monstrous. After he finished this wave of attacks, he put away his spear and didn't make any further attacks. Qingxin isn't a match for great uncle. Ling Qingxin was quite open-minded. He looked at Ling Xiao with respect and retreated. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao with admiration and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up and shouted, "I want to challenge Uncle Ling Xiao." Ling Ong was one of the more senior members of the younger generation. He was only 1 generation younger than Ling Xiao and had the strength of a peak holy emperor. He was the instructor of the younger generation here and was about 200 years old. He was the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Divine King realm. Ling Xiao had easily defeated Ling Qingxin, which had already proved his strength. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the strength of a high-stage holy emperor and the power of his bloodline had been activated to the peak. The increase in his combat strength was definitely not weak. Therefore, Ling Ong was itching to show off his skills and snatch the opportunity of others to fight. After all, there were still many high-stage and peak holy emperor here. However, among so many people, Ling Ong was the most powerful instructor. Only by doing so could he witness the true strength of Ling Zhao's great uncle. Alright Ling Ong, you go. Use your full strength to deal with Uncle Ling Xiao. If you can force him to use all his trump cards, I will reward you with a divine herb. Ling Fei encouraged him from the side. Ling Xiao was a little helpless. He felt that Ling Fei was just trying to watch the show. Uncle Ling Xiao, I am their instructor. Ling Ong, sorry for offending you. Ling Ong said politely. Then he actually took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. His aura was like a rainbow as he attacked with lightning speed. With the momentum of thunder, a flood dragon that was infinitely close to a real dragon pounced towards Ling Xiao. An instructor was indeed an instructor. Even in a duel, he did not give in at all. He directly attacked with lightning speed, and his strength exploded in an instant. He completely wanted to defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible, not giving his opponent any chance to catch his breath. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and his fighting spirit rose. He shouted in surprise, "Good move." Ling Xiao didn't avoid it. Instead, he met Ling Ang's fist energy head-on. Bang! The two of them directly punched each other. The speed of their exchange was so fast that it was dazzling. Moreover, every punch carried the force of a thunderbolt, causing the surrounding space to tremble and collapse. Ling Ang could already increase his combat power by 20 times. He was definitely not an ordinary pinnacle holy emperor. Moreover, he was using Kim People's golden dragon fist. The power was terrifying and it was comparable to a demigod king. If Ling Xiao had not reached the high-level holy emperor, it would not be easy for him to fight with him. However, his ability had greatly improved. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach the pinnacle holy emperor, his combat power had far surpassed a normal pinnacle holy emperor. It was a piece of cake for him to fight a real demigod king. Moreover, as his ability improved, the toughness of his body became even more insane. Ling Ang clashed with him head-on, which was exactly what he wanted. However, Ling Xiao controlled his strength well. He did not take Ling Ang down immediately. Instead, he controlled his strength to be on par with Ling Ang so they were evenly matched. However, Ling Xiao had the help of his movement technique. He poked at Ling Ang's weak points without hurting him. Ling Ang was getting more and more shocked as the fight went on. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao's ability. However, he still felt that he had underestimated Ling Xiao when they were fighting. His fists were numb from the impact. Every time the fight was intense, Ling Xiao would poke at his weak points. If Ling Xiao had used more strength, he would have been defeated. Ling Xiao was doing this for the sake of his instructor's face. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that as an uncle, how could he teach his nephew a lesson? So, he gracefully went easy on Ling Ong. Beams of golden light shot out, and the shadows of dragons roared. It was quite a spectacular scene. The spectators who were watching the fierce battle from the outside exclaimed one by one. The people of the Jin clan were belligerent by nature, so they naturally enjoyed watching such an intense battle. They did not know that their instructor, Ling Ong, would have been defeated if they were to fight. Only a few people could see the secret behind it. This kid knows his limits. Looks like Ling Ong can't force him to use his full strength, Ling Fei praised in his heart. Ling Ong was not satisfied. He was able to become an instructor because of his rich combat ability. Among the younger generation he was considered the best. Naturally he did not want to be defeated. He shouted at Ling Xiao, "Uncle, take my last move." Golden Dragon Fist, dragon soaring across the 4 seas. The golden fist transformed into the shape of a dragon. It was as if hundreds of dragons were overturning the sea in the sea. Its power was terrifying. These flood dragons surrounded Ling Xiao in layers, leaving him no place to escape. All of their power was concentrated and blasted towards him. This attack was infinitely close to the power of a demigod king. It forced the people around to retreat far away. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not dodge. His power rose again and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. A peerless dragon roared for thousands of miles. Just this aura alone was enough to weaken Ling Ang's strength by quite a bit. Boom boom boom. All the power landed on Ling Xiao's body, and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Everyone looked at this scene and felt that it was a little hard to wrap their heads around it. They all thought, why doesn't Granduncle Ling Xiao fight back? They all thought that Ling Xiao was done for. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. They all felt how terrifying the instructor's attack was. However, when everything disappeared, a figure stood there unscathed. He still had a faint smile on his face and he said, "Your power is not bad, but it's still not enough." Everyone was flabbergasted. Ling Xiao was completely fine, which meant that Ling Ang's full power attack could not hurt him at all. The reason why he did not fight back was to tell them that he had not used his true power. Ling Ang took a deep breath. He knew that this uncle in front of him was extremely abnormal, so he could only admit defeat. Everyone cheered, and they looked at Ling Xiao with even more respect and kindness. After these 2 battles, Ling Xiao had gained a certain amount of popularity among the younger generation like Kim people. "Haha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. These kids can't force you to use your full power," Ling Fei praised, then said to Ling Xiao, "Come with me, there's something I need to talk to you about." Ling Xiao followed Ling Fei to a quiet place and sat down. "You've cultivated the divine art to the 6th form, right?" Ling Fei asked. Ling Xiao said, "The 6th form has been perfected, and the 7th form has not been completed yet." Ling Fei sighed softly, "No wonder your body is so abnormal. So it has reached this stage. It seems like you must become a divine king." After pausing for a moment he continued, "I called you here mainly to tell you some of the key points of cultivating to the divine king realm, so that you can step into that step as soon as possible." Ling Xiao listened attentively. Although he had Xiao Feng's hand, it was still beneficial to listen to the experiences of other divine kings. After all, everyone's way of breaking through was different, and he and Ling Fei both had the same blood flowing in their veins, cultivating the same divine arts. He believed that Ling Fei's experience would be even more beneficial to him. In order to refine the spirit, one must first refine the spirit bridge, forming a bridge of energy between the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian, fusing the spiritual energy in the Sea of Consciousness and the spiritual energy in the Dantian together, forming a new kind of power. This kind of power was called God Power, or Origin Energy. The bridge between the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian was called the Divine Bridge. It was the combination of the 2 powers, and was the key to accumulating new power. Once anyone formed the Divine Bridge, they would have taken the first step to becoming a god, which was the demigod king realm, and would have a few strands of God power. Some people could form the Divine Bridge, but they were unable to fuse the power between the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian, so they would never be able to become a divine king. Once they formed the Divine Bridge, they would be able to form a new God power, and they would be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the Divine King. These were all common knowledge about reaching the Divine King realm, but if no one said it, Ling Xiao wouldn't even know. After listening to it, he felt enlightened. At the same time, Ling Fei talked about the key points of the last realm of the ancient Emperor Divine Technique, refine the spirit. This realm happened to be closely related to cultivating to become a divine king, and the Kim people often relied on stepping into this realm to become a divine king. In other words, if one cultivated to this realm, he could first form the divine soul, and as long as his divine soul was formed, he could form the divine bridge and finally reach the divine king realm. However, many people first became a divine king before forming their divine soul, and people like the Kim people who cultivated in the opposite direction were indeed different from others. Brother, you said that after forming the divine soul, it's easy to form the divine bridge? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He vaguely caught on to something, which was why he asked this question. That's right, that's the theory. Back then, I also refined my divine soul before I could sense the existence of the divine bridge. Ling Fei replied. Suddenly he thought of something and slapped his thigh. That's right, you've already formed your flesh and soul. You should be able to sense the existence of the divine bridge. Brother, even if you want to occupy Pingyi, you shouldn't be like this. You're slapping my thigh. Ling Xiao said gloomily. A divine king's palm strike was also very painful. Okay. Ling Fei laughed dryly. Hee, it's a mistake. Quickly sense it and see if you can capture the existence of the divine bridge. Ling Xiao nodded and began to circulate the ancient emperor's divine technique. At this time, the divine soul in his sea of consciousness and the Dantian had indeed formed a connection. It was as if a passageway had been opened between the two, and traces of power were being transmitted between them. In fact, this feeling had already been felt when Ling Xiao broke through to the high-level Holy Emperor. However, he didn't know that this was the existence of the divine bridge. The divine soul had long since been formed, and the divine bridge had also felt it. Was Ling Xiao still far from becoming a god? Chapter 1132. Ling Fei then told Ling Xiao about the conversion and fusion of the power between the divine soul and the Dantian, which allowed Ling Xiao to understand more about how to break through to the God King realm. Once all the power in his body transformed into divine power, whether it was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth or the power of space, he would be able to use and control them at will. He could even use the power of his own attribute to create things, and he could use all the attributes around him at any time. For example, the Metal God King could directly condense a real Metal God weapon, the Water God King could use all the surrounding water to attack, the Earth God King could directly escape. I've told you so much, do you understand now? Ling Fei asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, it's not difficult. As long as I reach the peak of the realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to become a God King. Thank you, brother. Ling Fei knew that Ling Zhao's Tenbin was outstanding, and he had already refined his flesh and divine soul, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to digest him. Ling Fei said again, well, that's good. Now come with me to the outer sect to see your female partner. Your sister-in-law likes her very much, but there are some things I still have to remind you. In the future you must not use the Dragon Ball to transform into a dragon, understand? Why is that? Do I have to look like a half-human half-dragon for the rest of my life? That's not very good. Ling Xiao asked in confusion. He had indeed thought that if he had a Dragon Ball one day he could directly transform into a real dragon. When he increased his strength, transforming into a real dragon would be better than the original Dragon Man mold. Unexpectedly, Ling Fei gave him a warning in advance. The reason why you became like this is because you received a large amount of dragon blood to cleanse your body, otherwise you wouldn't have shown signs of transforming into a dragon. The bloodline of our Kim people is indeed closely related to dragons. Every clansman needs dragon blood to activate their strength, but it is also because of this that our clansmen are much fewer than other clansmen, Ling Fei said. Ling Xiao was confused. What did the number of people have to do with the dragons? That's because the dragon clan is a race with the worst reproductive abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to step down from the stage of history by the other mythological beast clans. It's the same for our gold clan. Because we've been stained with dragon blood, our fertility is relatively poor. Once you transform into a dragon, it'll be even more difficult for you to reproduce with humans. Thus, for the sake of the future you must never transform into a dragon. This is the experience of our ancestors. Ling Fei solemnly reminded. After a pause he continued, you don't have to worry about that half-dragon body. Once you break through to the Divine King realm, this transformation will be assimilated by the divine power and will no longer exist. After hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly came to a realization. He immediately smiled and said, so that's how it is. I was worried that every time I fight with all my strength, it will be like that for the rest of my life. Alright, you go talk to your little girlfriend from the Blazing Flame Merchants first, lest she says that our Kim people are too inhumane. However, remember not to be sentimental for the time being. Your mission is to become a God King as soon as possible, the faster the better. Ling Fei said very seriously. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately followed Ling Fei to the Dragon Gate. On the way, Ling Fei said, "When we reach the outer sect, let Big Brother arrange an identity for you. In the future you will not only be a member of our Kim people, but also a member of the Dragon Gate. With an outer sect identity, it will be much more convenient for you to travel in the Sky Dragon region." "Thank you, brother," Ling Xiao said gratefully. The Jin clan's name was indeed astonishing. However, in the Heavenly Dragon domain, more people knew about the Heavenly Dragon sect. Having the identity of a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, Ling Xiao had indeed gained a lot of glory. It had to be known that this was a giant-level existence in the Sky Dragon region. He was even more useful than the Blazing Flame merchants. Whoever wanted to offend him would have to think carefully. Although the Dragon Gate is an outer sect, there are still many outstanding people there, and there are even a few divine bodies. They can compare to the most outstanding children of our clan, and some are even stronger. You have to be careful. In the future, if possible, reduce their prestige, lest they don't know the power of our clan and think that they can become the leader of the Dragon Gate. Ling Fei's eyes flashed with a complicated light as he said, "Looks like the internal structure of the Dragon Gate isn't that simple." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. However, he was also someone who had experienced many things. He knew that wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu and there would be all kinds of schemes. After arriving at the spatial formation, they were directly transported into the Dragon Gate. Ling Fei had special privileges within the Dragon Gate. He was in charge of the Dragon Team and was the commander of one of the teams. Furthermore, the sect master was Ling Fei's big brother Ling Qin. He didn't receive any restrictions here, and his actions were also quite ostentatious. Ling Xiao followed Ling Fei to meet the sect master Ling Qin. In terms of seniority within the clan, Ling Qin was Ling Zhao's second brother, and Ling Xiao was ranked 198. There were still many brothers between them. However, within the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao still had to obediently call Ling Qin the sect master. This kind of facade still needed to be done. Ling Qin smiled and exchanged a few words with Ling Xiao. He knew that Ling Xiao had already obtained the approval of the clan's elders, and he also knew that an ancestor might still be alive. Thus, he was quite respectful towards Ling Xiao and didn't put on the airs of a sect master. "Alright, little brother Xiao, go and see that girl. She's with your sister-in-law. If you don't come, I'm afraid she'll be abducted by those little guys." Ling Qin rarely let go of his status and joked. Ling Xiao smiled and explained, "There's nothing between me and her." Ling Xiao went to the Kim people to acknowledge his ancestors, but Lai Ruyu didn't leave. She still stayed within the Dragon Gate. Ling Chen's wife, Xiao Jinsai, had a good impression of Lai Ruyu. She also learned that Lai Wudi seemed to want his daughter to be together with Ling Xiao. At the same time, it also showed that the Blazing Flame merchants wanted to solidify their relationship with the Dragon Gate. Therefore, Xiao Jinsai was happy to facilitate this matter and got along well with Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu couldn't help but reveal the joy on her face when she saw Ling Xiao again. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's first sentence, her expression became gloomy. "Miss hasn't gone back yet?" Ling Xiao first greeted Xiao Jinsai, then heartlessly asked Lai Ruyu, "Do you want me to leave immediately?" Lai Ruyu said in a very displeased manner. "Of course not," Ling Xiao replied, then said, "I still haven't thanked you and the Alliance Master for your care. Otherwise I wouldn't have returned to the clan. If you need any help from Ling Xiao in the future, just send me a message. I, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who would be ungrateful." Ling Xiao's words were a solemn promise, and it was also a kind of explanation for him being a guest elder of the Merchant Union. Lai Ruyu was a little dissatisfied. She muttered, "Is this guy really a blockhead?" Xiao Jinsai saw that the two of them didn't seem to get along well, so she quickly said, "Little brother Xiao, Miss Ruyu has been waiting for you until now. Don't you know how to feel sorry for her? How about this? You two young people go to the city and see the scenery of Tianlong City." Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse Xiao Jinsai's request, so he immediately replied, "Yes, I haven't seen the city yet, why don't you come with us? I won't get involved. You guys go, I'll arrange a few guards for you to prevent a beauty like Lady Ruyu from stirring up any trouble. If that happens, it would be hard to explain to Union Master Lai," Xiao Jinsai said with a smile. Lai Ruyu showed a bit of shyness and said, "Madam, you also want to see me make a fool of myself?" Xiao Jinsai smiled and cast an encouraging look at Lai Ruyu. Only then did she gracefully walk away. Ling Xiao finally understood Lai Ruyu's thoughts. He could be considered a veteran in the field of love. If he couldn't even understand this, then he wouldn't be called Ling Xiao. Then let's get along. Ling Xiao thought indifferently in his heart. Lai Ruyu was indeed very beautiful, even more beautiful than the women he had met before. Only Yun Mingqi and Xiao Ling could be compared, but her personality was a bit unruly. If she couldn't change it, Ling Xiao wouldn't have a good impression of her. As for Ling Xiao's attitude, it was because he had his eyes on the Blazing Flame Merchants' big financial group. If he could take Lai Ruyu in, it would indeed be considered as getting both wealth and beauty. It was just that he hadn't truly made up his mind yet. The most important thing right now was to speed up his breakthrough and bring his people to the heaven realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's state of mind relaxed. He simply didn't care about Lai Ruyu's past and treated her as a good friend, chatting with her as they strolled around Heavenly Dragon City. Lai Ruyu could sense the change in Ling Xiao's attitude towards her, and was extremely happy in her heart. "Ruyu, can I trouble you with something?" Ling Xiao had already changed the way he addressed Lai Ruyu, and very naturally called her by her name. Lai Ruyu lightly pursed her red lips and said, "Tell me, as long as I can do it, I'll do anything. When we get back, tell my people to bring them to Dragon Gate. I plan to settle them here," Ling Xiao said with a pleading tone. Lai Ruyu readily agreed, "Don't worry, I'll arrange this for you, but what?" Ling Xiao asked. "If that's the case, do you plan to never return to Raging Flame City in the future?" Lai Ruyu said with a somewhat dejected expression. "What, are you afraid that I won't go to see you?" Ling Xiao said with a somewhat flirtatious expression. His words were originally a bit of a joke, but unexpectedly, Lai Ruyu nodded seriously. A drunken red color appeared on her delicate face, making her look extremely beautiful. "Ryu, actually, I should make some things clear to you." Ling Xiao took a light breath and said. After pausing for a moment, he said very seriously, "I am a very fickle person. I already have many wives in the Shenling continent, and one of them in Raging Flame City is also my wife. I love them very much and they also love me very much. One day I will return and bring them to live in the heaven realm. Do you understand what I mean?" Since Ling Xiao had made his decision, he had to be honest with her. He couldn't waste her youth. If she could still persist, then everything would be fine. If she was unwilling, then he didn't care. Lai Ruyu's expression was a bit stiff, and she fell into deep thought. Chapter 1133. If it was someone else, if they met a girl as beautiful as Lai Ruyu and had a high status, they would have long wanted to get their hands on her. It was really the best of both worlds, getting both the money and the woman. However, Ling Xiao's mind was already mature, and he had already passed the age where he would fall in love at the first sight of beauty. What he pursued more was the feeling of a river flowing into a river. He didn't really love Lai Ruyu, but as a person he wasn't good at breaking a girl's heart. So he confessed to her, hoping that she would back off and be friends. However, all men had their own selfish motives. If a beautiful girl like Lai Ruyu were to throw herself into the arms of another man, he would probably not feel very good about it. This was probably a common problem for men. They all wanted to have beautiful women for themselves. Lai Ruyu's heart was also in a dilemma. In this world, it wasn't a big deal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. However, with her status as the most favored princess of the Blazing Flame Merchants, becoming someone else's concubine would be too degrading. Don't be troubled, let nature take its course. Don't be troubled. Let nature take its course. Right now, I need to break through to God King as quickly as possible. You're also a Peak Saint King now, so I'm sure you'll break through soon as well. Once we're both God Kings and have an unlimited lifespan, we can slowly nurture these feelings. Plus, there are so many geniuses in the heaven region. There'll definitely be someone you like, comforted Ling Xiao as he patted Lai Ruyu's shoulders. Lai Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered a few times as she said, "You're right, let's break through to the Divine King realm first. However, I only like you, I won't like any other man." After Lai Ruyu finished speaking, her delicate face was flushed red. Her words were undoubtedly the most direct confession. "Hee, as long as you're no longer so unruly and willful, you're also a beautiful fairy in my eyes." Ling Xiao praised her in a good mood. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao's rare praise, a sweet feeling rose in her heart that she had never felt before. In the past, no matter how many times other men flattered her, they couldn't compare to this sentence. As the saying goes, women dress up for those who love them. Ling Xiao sent Lai Ruyu back to the Blazing Flame Merchant's shop. He had wanted to return to the Dragon Gate, but Lai Wudi had unexpectedly stayed behind and called him over to discuss something. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse, so he followed Lai Ruyu to see Lai Wudi. "Greetings, Alliance Master." Ling Xiao respectfully greeted Lai Wudi. He was one of the top figures in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo and was on the same level as Ling Qin. Ling Xiao could not be arrogant just because he had become one of the Kim people. Lai Wudi was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. He immediately waved his hand and asked Lai Ruyu to leave. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao reluctantly but still left. Elder Ling, congratulations on returning to the Kim people. Lai Wudi said to Ling Xiao with incomparable enthusiasm. Ling Xiao had become one of the Kim people, so his status was definitely not low. Otherwise, Ling Qin, the sect master of the Dragon Gate, would not have condescended to welcome him. Lai Wudi was the alliance master, but he still had to be more pleasant to Ling Xiao. This was related to the relationship between the Blazing Flame merchants and the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao replied politely, "This is all thanks to the alliance master's help." Ling Xiao still doesn't know how to repay the alliance master. "Ah, it's good that you have the heart. You've allowed our merchant union's businesses to reopen within the Heavenly Dragon Sect's jurisdiction. That's our reward," Lai Wudi said with a laugh. Then he asked, "Do you think Ryu Piao is pretty?" Ling Xiao did not expect Lai Wudi to change the topic so quickly, so he could not react for a moment. Lai Wudi smiled faintly, "To be honest, Ryu is the apple of my eye. I can see that she has quite a good impression of you." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "This is too direct." He could not directly reject Lai Wudi's kind intentions, so he immediately replied, "I have already talked to Ryu, and I believe that she will make her own decision. However, as long as the Alliance Master does not despise me as a guest elder, then I will always be a part of the Merchant Alliance." Ling Xiao's words were also a promise to Lai Wudi. Regardless of whether there was a result between him and Lai Ryu, he was willing to be the middleman between the Blazing Flame merchants and the Dragon Gate. Lai Wudi thought that Ling Xiao would immediately express his love for his daughter or something, but unexpectedly he said such words, which made him feel both surprised and comfortable. After all, this marriage was not something that could be casually decided, as it was related to the future of the Blazing Flame merchants. Moreover, he had to go through his father first. Lai Wudi looked at Ling Xiao with admiration and thought to himself, "It's so easy to talk to smart people. I'm relieved to hear that. If you need any help from the Merchant Alliance in the future, just say it. I will do my best to help you." Lai Wudi also said very generously. "And then I will thank the Alliance Master in advance." Ling Xiao replied. After the two chatted for a while, Ling Xiao said his goodbyes. Lai Wudi then asked Lai Ryu to send Ling Xiao off, but Lai Ryu had an extra Ryoi by her side. As they were about to part, Lai Ryu finally couldn't help but reach out and hug Ling Xiao from the side. She kissed Ling Xiao's face heavily, then turned around and ran as fast as she could. Ling Xiao touched his face and smiled bitterly. "Are women these days so open? You make me feel shy." When Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, Ling Chen had already given him a token. This token was not a normal token of Dragon Gate. It was a special token for high-level inner elders, and it could be used by Divine King-level elders. This was a token that only the outstanding disciples of Kim people could have. Ling Xiao was also given a place to stay so he could come to Dragon Gate to cultivate in the future if he wanted. The cultivation environment in Dragon Gate was not bad, but it was still inferior to the simple and crude clan land of Kim people. In comparison, Ling Xiao naturally chose to cultivate in the clan land. "Brother Xiao, you are one of the few geniuses in our clan who can activate true dragon battle chi. You can arrange for 2 divine kings to follow you as guardian elders," Ling Chen said. "Is there such a good thing?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. After coming to the Heaven region, he had always lacked a sense of security because he was too weak, and there were too many divine kings here. If he was not careful, he would bring a fatal disaster upon himself. Moreover, he had already experienced this feeling, so when he heard that he could choose 2 divine kings to be his guardian elders, he was naturally very happy. "Of course. Elders Kong, come in." Ling Chen clapped his hands and called out. Following that, 2 middle-aged men walked in at the same time. These 2 were twins and they looked almost the same. They were both mid-level peak divine kings. "Greetings, Sect Master." The 2 bowed at the same time. This is young Master Ling Xiao. In the future he will be the person you need to protect. As long as it doesn't harm the clan's interests, you can listen to his instructions." Ling Chen revealed a dignified expression. The 2 glanced at Ling Chen and Ling Xiao and responded, "Yes, Sect Master. We will do our best to protect young Master Ling Xiao." Ling Chen responded softly, then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "These 2 are elders Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Although they are mid-level divine kings, they know a set of joint attack secret techniques. When they join forces, they won't fear even high-level divine kings. You must treat them well. With your current conditions, it won't be a problem for you to become a divine king within 100 years. Only when you become a divine king will you receive more cultivation resources. If, one day you can no longer progress, then the clan will also reduce the cultivation resources provided to you. You must remember this. Furthermore, no matter what, you must not harm the clan and the clan's interests. Otherwise, you will be seen as a traitor, and if the punishment is light, your cultivation will be crippled, and if the punishment is heavy, you will be killed. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, sect master. Ling Xiao will bear this in mind." All right, let Kang Wen and Kang Wu tell you about the clan's resources and rules. Also, feel free to read the Classics Pavilion and the Martial Skill Pavilion. In addition, this is a gift for you. I hope you won't disappoint the clan's elders and me, and break through to the Divine King realm as soon as possible. Ling Qin said seriously. Ling Xiao received another handsome reward. He was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, sect master. Alright, you can go now. In the future, don't come looking for me unless there's something important. I will summon you if I need anything. Of course, you must let us know if you have something to do outside," Ling Qin reminded him. Ling Xiao responded and left the hall with Kang Wen and Kang Wu. Ling Xiao wanted to wait for Xian Yao and Euro Fei, so he didn't rush back to the clan. Instead, he stayed in the Dragon Gate's residence. His residence was similar to that of an inner disciple's direct disciple. He had his own courtyard as well as guards and attendants. Ling Xiao spent some time to understand the general situation and rules of the Dragon Gate from Kang Wen and Kang Wu, so that he wouldn't make any mistakes in the future. After understanding the general situation, Ling Xiao temporarily settled down and cultivated. Once he reached the Divine King realm, he would go to the chaotic burial space to find his master. Before that, Ling Xiao took out the divine scroll he had picked up. This divine scroll had a powerful restriction. Even a peaked divine king couldn't open it. This made Ling Xiao very curious. At the same time, he was looking forward to see if this was the thing he had been looking for. This divine scroll looked the same as the previous two scrolls of the soul-controlling art. They were all made of the same beast skin. However, he didn't dare to have too much hope. After all, many of the ancient scrolls were made of beast skin. It might just be a coincidence. When I first opened the soul-controlling art, I used my soul power to open it. I'll try to see if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I'll go back to the clan and ask the clan elders to help me. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He was prepared for the worst. After all, he wasn't even a divine king. Other than using this kind of lucky method, there was no other way. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and circulated his soul. Strands of soul power spread towards the divine scroll. However, as soon as his soul power came into contact with the divine scroll, it was isolated by layers of restriction power. Moreover, there was a tyrannical rebounding force which gave him a fright. Ling Xiao was a little unwilling. He immediately activated the spirit runes and attacked the divine scroll. Xiao. Chapter 1134. The reason why Ling Xiao had used high-grade runes on the divine scroll was because he wanted to make a final attempt. He wanted to see if he could resonate with the divine scroll and open it on its own. If it didn't work, then forget it. Who knew that this attempt of his would really cause a commotion? The high-grade runes actually directly entered the divine scroll, causing a flawless light to appear. Ling Xiao's eyes were so pierced that he couldn't open them. The soul power in his sea of consciousness was actually being sucked in by the divine scroll like a tide. Ling Xiao wanted to control himself, but it was already too late. Ling Xiao only felt his vision darken. His entire body became incomparably weak, and he fell limply to the ground. The moment Ling Xiao fell to the ground, the divine scroll finally unraveled. Rays of light burst forth from it. If not for the restrictions that Ling Xiao had already set up, these rays of light would have caused unnecessary trouble when they passed through the room. These rays of light eventually formed ancient characters, and they carried a strange power that charged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that he had had a very, very long dream. An indescribable memory actually appeared in his mind. This memory seemed to come from another person, but it also seemed like a scene from that dream. The memory fragments continuously flashed, and he saw a race being surrounded and killed by a large number of people. Finally, they were chased into a space and exiled. However, there was a person from that race who was fighting alone, resisting an army of millions. He was like a fiend god with boundless divine power. With a single thought, he could cause people to explode and die. His killing power was extremely terrifying, and it was extremely strange. It was impossible to guard against him. It was unknown how many people he had killed, but he only fell heavily into a pool of blood when the last drop of blood flowed out. What is this? Why do I feel sad? Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of empathy. He seemed to understand the persistence of that man who fought to the end, and the unwillingness to give up everything to protect his own people. This memory gave Ling Xiao an additional responsibility. It seemed like he had to rescue those people who had been exiled. Whether to rescue them or not was up to Ling Xiao. After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao sighed softly and muttered to himself, "If I know the space where they were exiled to, perhaps I can go and take a look." As his voice faded, a strange change occurred in his sea of knowledge once again. The memory fragments seemed to disintegrate at the same time, forming a ball of soul power that began to nourish Ling Xiao's divine soul. This power was very surging, and Ling Xiao's mind swelled uncomfortably. At the same time, his divine soul grew at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao knew that the mysterious power of the divine scroll was starting to take effect. Moreover, he felt a familiar feeling. Bearing the swelling pain, Ling Xiao began to circulate the soul-controlling art and began to absorb the soul power. This power was so powerful that Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. Moreover, this soul power seemed to be innately compatible with the power of his divine soul, gradually alleviating his pain and giving him a feeling of harmony. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like a day, but it also felt like a year. Ling Xiao couldn't describe the feeling. When he finished digesting the soul power, his divine soul had become so strong that it was hard to believe. At the same time, there was some kind of reaction between his divine soul and his dantian. A bridge-like channel extended from his back down to his dantian. Various kinds of power were transmitted from his divine soul and blended with the power in his dantian. Ling Xiao's aura actually grew stronger at this moment. He directly soared from the early stage of the High Holy Emperor to the middle stage of the High Holy Emperor before stopping. Don't underestimate such a small leap, but it saved the Holy Emperor many years of hard work. When Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that his spiritual will had expanded greatly. He really wanted to release it completely and see how far he could go. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse. After all, this was the cultivation place of the Dragon Gate's successor disciples. Doing so would disturb them. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to observe the level of his divine soul's power, a simple and unadorned text appeared in his mind, flashing non-stop in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao hurriedly seized this moment and engraved all those words in his mind, unable to be erased. It's the controlling spirit art. The third stage. Ling Xiao let out a joyful, trembling voice. He had never thought that this really was the controlling spirit art. It actually allowed him to complete the last stage. What a great opportunity this was. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this divine scroll that he had accidentally picked up, that even a peak divine king could not open, was actually the final stage of the divine art that he had always dreamed of. All along, he did not have much hope of obtaining the third volume of the mnemonic chant. After all, the world was so big. Wanting to find something like this was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now it seemed that this controlling spirit art and his luck were really not shallow. Controlling spirit art was divided into 3 stages: controlling skill, controlling soul, and controlling spirit. Ling Xiao couldn't be more familiar with the first 2 parts, and he had just obtained the mnemonic chant for the last part, mind controlling. Although the mnemonic chant was difficult to understand, Ling Xiao still managed to understand it with his extraordinary comprehension ability. Mastering the stage of controlling spirit would allow one to possess unparalleled divine might, which included all the effects of the first 2 parts. It could use soul power to hurt people, which was even scarier than soul power attacks. It could ignore the obstruction of space and could kill any saint with a single thought, not even the Holy Emperor. When it was strong enough, even a God King would find it hard to resist. It was like the upgraded version of controlling skill. Originally, controlling soul could only control people below the level of the Holy Emperor, but it was useless against people above the level of Demigod King because they already had divine power and could break all soul curses without being harmed by the mark. However, after mastering the last part, even those above the level of God King could be controlled. It was just that this control method was different. Originally, controlling soul was controlled by soul power, but now, it was directly bound by soul power, which was also known as soul lock. It could lock the God King's soul and control it so that it could not escape from his divine sense. Apart from these 2 things, it also had 2 other amazing powers. One was soul cultivation. Apart from being able to recover one's own soul power, it could also help any god king who had been injured in the past to heal their wounds. There was no need for any elixirs, only their own soul power was needed. The other was soul concealment, which was called soul concealment. It was called soul concealment, where one could use one's soul to travel around without being discovered by anyone. It was not as simple as having one's soul out of one's body. The most important thing was to achieve the power of invisibility. When one's soul power was completely concealed, even a god king would not be able to sense it. When the time comes, no one would be able to defend against it. However, he needed a lot of soul energy to cultivate this soul concealment technique. At least he had to reach the high-level king god realm. Of course, besides these, when he reached the incipient god realm, his power would be absolutely terrifying. Just like the man in the memory, he could kill anybody instantly. Even if he wanted to, he could kill millions of king god realm experts with just one thought. After understanding the power of the last scroll, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to enter his cultivating state. He wanted to comprehend this chant first. Half a month later, Ling Xiao was a little distressed. He found that this last scroll was strangely hard to cultivate. Although his god soul had been strengthened by the power of the divine scroll, reaching the peak of king god realm, this realm didn't have much to do with his cultivation. It would be great if Ling Er was here. Her ethereal body could help me enter the enlightenment state faster. It would increase my cultivating speed. Ling Xiao sighed. Half a month had passed. Lai Ryu must have arranged for Xian Yao and Euro Fei to come here. Ling Xiao went out of his room and called Kong Wen to ask if anyone had come to see him. Kong Wen said that no one had come yet. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. However, he still had something he had to do, which was to reforge the two weapons he had been using. He wanted them to reach the divine level. Elder Wen, I want to go to the forging pavilion to see. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked Kong Wen. Young master, do you want to forge weapons? Asked Kong Wen. I want to reforge my weapons. Their grades are a little low, replied Ling Xiao. Oh young master, you don't have to do this. You only need to tell the gate master what kind of divine weapon you want. You can choose one you like. Kong Wen suggested. Ling Xiao waved his hand. No, I've always been using these two weapons. I don't want to change them. Kong Wen didn't continue asking. He brought Ling Xiao to the forging pavilion. There were divine tool masters here. They were all respected existences in Dragon Gate. There were a total of 8 people and there were many divine tool masters below them. Ling Xiao's status was also respected. The fact that he had a divine king as his protector was enough to prove it. Zhang Meng was a high-grade divine tool master second only to the pavilion master. After learning of Ling Xiao's purpose in coming, he immediately came out to meet him. Those with the surname Ling in Dragon Gate all knew that Ling Xiao's status was not low. Ling Xiao placed the ice and fire sword and the golden dragon spear in front of Zhang Meng and said, Elder Zhang, do you have any way to reforge these two weapons? Zhang Meng picked up the two weapons in a professional manner and sized them up. He immediately revealed a surprised expression and said, although these two weapons are not of high grade, they have a kind of spiritual feeling. Could it be that they have already developed intelligence and are not far from the soul of the weapon? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Elder Zhang is indeed a professional. Not bad, they have a feeling of flesh and blood connection with me, so I don't want to give them up. Young Master Xiao, this is truly a cause for celebration. To be able to reach the realm of being one with the weapon requires a lot of perseverance. In the future they can advance to a higher grade. Zhang Meng said enviously. After a pause he said, please leave some of your blood essence, young Master Xiao. In half a month I will return you 2 perfect divine tools. Chapter 1135. Ling Xiao left the forging pavilion and walked around the Dragon Gate with Kong Wen and Kong Wu to familiarize themselves with the environment. A few days later, news from the Blazing Flame merchants finally came. Xian Yao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xin Yuyi, and Xiao Ling had been sent to Heavenly Dragon City. Ling Xiao immediately went out to meet them. The group of people were naturally very happy to see each other again. This was because Xiao Ling was the person she was most attached to other than her grandfather to Ling Xiao, and no one else could replace her. In the future you can all go to the Dragon Gate to cultivate. I'll get you a Dragon Gate identity, Ling Xiao told them his decision. No one had any objections. They were all led by Ling Xiao. Moreover, they had all learned that the Dragon Gate was a giant force in the Heavenly Dragon region. It was a good thing for them to be able to join this place. Xian Yao exclaimed in his heart, Palace Master already has the momentum of a dragon in the sky. It seems that he doesn't need my assistance anymore. It's time for me to leave and search for my own opportunities. Ling Xiao didn't expect Xian Yao to suggest leaving at this time. What's wrong with you, fraud? You have to leave at this time. You're still too weak. Ling Xiao said worriedly to Xian Yao. Even though Xian Yao didn't have anything to worry about these days, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached the cultivation of a high-level saint, this kind of strength was really nothing in the heaven region. Xian Yao was a little embarrassed. In the past, when he was in the central region, reaching the saint level was already the limit. Now that he was a high-level saint, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Holy Emperor level after a period of time. Now that Ling Xiao said that he was too weak, it was a big blow to him. I'm a little weak, but that's why I can travel alone and avoid trouble. Xian Yao laughed. No. Within the heaven domain, anyone who hasn't become a god can't even withstand a single blow. Even if you don't provoke them, they might still do something to you. It's best if you stay here and increase your strength. Ling Xiao firmly disagreed. The heaven realm was a dog-eat-dog place and robbers could appear at any time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry. Feng Qingyuan said from the side, Xiao Yao, you should listen to Xiao Er. It would be more convenient for you to raise your strength here. Yuro Fei and Xiao Ling also tried to persuade him to stay. However, Xian Yao had already made up his mind. Mistress, no, I should still call you boss. All these years, it's all thanks to your care that I'm here today. Now that we're in the heaven region, you still need to keep fighting to strengthen yourself, and it's not that easy to rebuild the Smiling Palace here, and I also need to find my own opportunities. I can't always grow up under your halo or else. I'm afraid I can only be your little follower for the rest of my life, but don't misunderstand, I don't mean to despise boss, but I also have my own goals and ideals. One day I will become the #1 fraud in the heaven region so that I can help boss rebuild the Smiling Palace. I believe that the next time we meet I will give boss a big surprise. But Ling Xiao still wanted to say something. Xian Yao interrupted him and said, no more buts, I don't want you to be the palace master now, I just want you to be my brother. You have to respect my brother's choice and you have to think for me. It's very stressful to be with you, all the beauties have been captured by you, and you don't even leave me any leftovers. Do you know how much of a blow this is to me? So, you have to think about it for me. Although I don't have your undying cockroach's fate, I'm not destined to die young either. Don't worry. What else could Ling Xiao say? Xian Yao had already steeled his heart to leave. Perhaps he had really obstructed his opportunity. Ling Xiao punched Xian Yao and gave him a bear hug. We're brothers in this world. Remember, don't push yourself too hard. If you can't find a wife, I'll introduce a few to you later. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. All these years, Xian Yao had already helped him a lot, so he couldn't hinder him anymore. Xian Yao left. He had only come to Dragon Gate to bid farewell to Ling Xiao, otherwise he would have left when he was in Raging Flame City. When he left, Ling Xiao gave him many good things including light attribute holy grass, holy elixir, many top-grade mysterious crystals, and 100 million divine crystals. In addition, he also gave the damaged heaven-suppressing drum to Xian Yao, which could save his life at a critical moment. In addition, Ling Xiao also gave him an identity in Dragon Gate. It was only an outer sect deacon, but this identity could protect him from many unnecessary dangers in the Sky Dragon region. Ling Xiao's eyes were a little hazy. Although it wasn't a life-and-death separation, he knew that he didn't know when they would meet again. He understood Xian Yao's arrogance and knew that he wasn't someone who was willing to submit to others. One day his name would shake the heaven region. Ling Xiao brought the others back to Dragon Gate. Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xiao Ling and Xin Yuyi temporarily became his followers. These were people that the elders of Dragon Gate were allowed to recruit. However, they wouldn't have any power in Dragon Gate, but to be able to hang on to the identity of Dragon Gate was already very good. Has foster father Ro Fei's matter been arranged? Ling Xiao took advantage of the time when he was alone with Yuro Fei and pulled her into his embrace, gently caressing her hair as he asked. Yuro Fei was the kind of woman that made people want to subdue her. That bewitching beauty of hers always made him feel that he could never get tired of looking at her. Yes, the manor in Blazing Flame City hasn't been taken back by the Blazing Flame merchants. Miss Ryu said that we can stay there when we come back. I had Chai Guan guard it, and when foster father comes, he'll tell him that we're here, Yuro Fei said. However, when she said Miss Ryu, her beautiful eyes rippled with a different expression. How could Ling Xiao not know that she was jealous? He immediately explained, I saved Miss Ryu's life, so you don't need to explain to me. I'm your woman and I won't blame you. Outstanding men will always attract many women. It's fine as long as you have a small place for me in your heart, Euro Fei said softly as she leaned against Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao tightly hugged the woman in his embrace. Her magnanimity was the same as Yunner's, making him feel guilty. In the following days, Ling Xiao had Xiao Ling cultivate in the same room as him. Ling Xiao did this in order to comprehend the third stage of the soul-controlling art as quickly as possible. Although Xiao Ling was willing to listen to him, Ling Xiao always felt that he was very despicable. He actually used such a pure girl and he felt very apologetic in his heart. After comprehending all of the mnemonic chants, Ling Xiao couldn't help but confess to Xiao Ling, "Little sister Ling Er, don't you feel that brother Ling Xiao is very annoying? He only cares about pulling you to cultivate with me, and doesn't give you the freedom to play." Xiao Ling blinked her big watery eyes and said, "I'm very happy to be able to help brother Ling Xiao. How could I feel that you're annoying? Moreover, brother Ling Xiao is also doing this for my own good. Grandpa always said that only by becoming strong can I protect myself and the people around me. In the future I will protect brother Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao was very moved and he inwardly praised, "This girl's ambition is very great. And then Ling Er must work hard. With Ling Er's 10 bin, it's only a matter of time before you surpass brother Ling." Ling Xiao lightly scratched Xiao Ling's nose and affectionately said. Xiao Ling revealed a somewhat shy smile, and her heart felt very sweet. She thought to herself, "It's really good to be with brother Ling Xiao." More than half a month passed, and Ling Xiao once again came to the forging pavilion. His weapon had already been forged. "Young Master Xiao, your ice and fire sword has already been recast. I added all kinds of divine materials and preserved its original appearance. It can actually fuse with other materials quite perfectly, and has already reached the realm of a mid-grade divine tool. If it wants to advance further, it will have to rely on young Master Zhao's ability. If you can become one with its soul, your strength will increase and it will also increase." Zhang Meng took out the new ice and fire sword and set in front of Ling Xiao, his face overflowing with joy. This dual attribute divine tool was not easy to forge. If it wasn't for the fact that the ice and fire sword had already developed intelligence and could automatically assimilate divine materials, he was afraid that he would not have been able to recast it. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand, feeling the waves of joy coming from it. Ling Xiao's power gently circulated, and the power of ice and fire burst out. One blue and one red power continuously swirled around, appearing very dazzling. "Good, good. Thank you very much, Elder Zhang," Ling Xiao said gratefully. This is what I should do." Zhang Ming laughed and then said with an awkward expression, "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid that your golden dragon spear will not be able to be recast in a short period of time." "Why is that?" Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. The golden dragon spear was the weapon he had always relied on the most. If he lost it, he would more or less not be able to adapt to it. After all, the power of the tyrant dragon spear art was extraordinary. Zhang Ming said solemnly, "Has your golden dragon spear been baptized in dragon blood?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes. If it hadn't been for the baptism in dragon blood, the golden dragon spear would not have reached the demigod level, and it would not have reached the realm of being one with the weapon. That's where the problem lies. The golden dragon spear has already produced a dragon soul. Although it's not a very powerful dragon soul, it contains limitless potential. Ordinary divine materials are unable to fuse with it," said Zhang Meng with a troubled expression. "So that's how it is. Then is there no other way?" Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. "There is a way, but..." Zhang Meng revealed a hesitant expression. "But what? If you have something to say, just say it. If I can do it, I'll do my best," Ling Xiao said. "If you want to recast it, you need a dragon bone and a dragon tendon. I'm talking about a true dragon, not a flood dragon," Zhang Meng said very solemnly. As members of the Dragon Gate, they naturally had a sense of worship for dragons. Moreover, the Kim people behind them had a great relationship with the dragons. What they needed now were dragon bones and dragon tendons, which was a great taboo. "Is that so? Then I'll think of a way. If I really can't get it, then forget it," Ling Xiao said. He also knew that dragon bones and dragon tendons were not easy to get. He couldn't really slay a dragon. Otherwise, he would be going against the teachings of the Kim people. This was because the dragons were friends of the Kim people. Chapter 1136. Dragon bones and dragon tendons were not easy to find, but it did not mean that they could not be found. After all, Other than slaying the dragon, the only other way was to kill the dragon that had already died. He did not believe that there were no dead dragons among the Kim people. Ling Xiao found Ling Fei and told him about this matter. "Brat, don't you know that we have a friendship with the golden dragon? You actually want to find dragon bones and dragon tendons?" Ling Fei said with a hint of reproach. Ling Xiao replied, "Brother, I didn't say that I was going to get a dragon to kill. I just want to know if there are any dead dragons. Their dragon bones and dragon tendons are just sitting there. Let me use them so that I can add a killing weapon." He felt that Ling Fei was not really angry, which proved that there was room for negotiation. "You really know how to think," Ling Fei said snappily, then said to Ling Xiao, "If you want to use dragon bones and dragon tendons, it is not a problem. After all, these are all rare divine materials. Although we Kim people have a friendship with the Golden Dragon clan, using the bodies of their dead companions to make divine tools is also another way to resurrect them, but I can't make the decision on this matter. You have to go back and ask the Patriarch, maybe he can reward you. It's not good to trouble the Patriarch for such a small matter, right?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei with a burning gaze. "Yeah, I can't do such a small thing." Ling Fei ignored Ling Xiao and refused, then he said, "But if you can break through to the Divine King realm as soon as possible, maybe the Patriarch will reward you with a golden dragon as a protective spirit beast." "Tisich, I don't need the Patriarch's reward. I already have a dragon divine beast and a Qilin divine beast brother," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ling Fei did not argue with Ling Xiao, he only gave Ling Xiao a middle finger. Obviously he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. He could only put the matter of the golden dragon spear aside for now. Only when he suddenly became a divine king would he have the confidence to ask the Patriarch for it. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao had the women stay in his courtyard to cultivate while he returned to the Kim people. He planned to go into seclusion and break through to the God King realm as quickly as possible. At the same time, he would cultivate the third stage of the soul-controlling art. The land of the Kim people was full of majestic mountains and lofty ridges, so they would never have to worry about any invincible spirit beasts or humans. Ling Xiao opened a cave in a mountain ridge and set up a large number of restrictions before beginning his secluded cultivation. He had already comprehended the third stage of the soul-controlling art, and the only thing he had to do was familiarize himself with the control of his soul power. He planned to divide the work day and night. During the day he would cultivate the dragon-subduing palm, the extreme ice blade technique, and the sky-scorching sword technique. At night, he would cultivate the soul-controlling art and absorb the accumulated power. The dragon-subduing palm was a secret technique left to him by the pinnacle divine king, God Xiao. Its power was rather terrifying. Before this, he had only cultivated the first 9 forms. He still had the last 9 forms to comprehend. The extreme ice blade technique and the sky-scorching sword technique were 2 divine skills that Ling Xiao had read from the Dragon Gate. They were used to replace the unyielding Snow 6 secrets. He didn't have a fire attribute sword skill before, so the sky-scorching sword technique could make up for it. These 2 divine skills were quite powerful. They could solve the urgent problem of not being able to use the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique. It only took Ling Xiao half a year to master these 3 divine skills. He had finally grasped the basics of the soul-controlling art. He could use his soul power to attack a divine king without being detected. Even a divine king wouldn't be able to withstand an injury to his soul. After mastering all this, Ling Xiao abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to improve his strength. He took out the twin stars of water and fire grass that he had traded from the black market and consumed it. Low-tier divine herbs were definitely a superb tonic for a high-tier holy emperor like him. If it were any other holy emperor, he might not have dared to consume it directly. Otherwise, the surging power would cause him to explode or shake his foundation. Ling Xiao was different from ordinary people. He had a soul and had already formed a divine bridge that wasn't very obvious. He could absorb the energy of this divine herb, and this energy wouldn't even be able to satisfy his needs. Ling Xiao used the twin stars of water and fire grass to reach the pinnacle of the high-tier holy emperor in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also began to feel the feeling of his soul power and the spiritual power in his dantian fusing. Although there was no way for these 2 types of powers to become divine power immediately, Ling Xiao already realized that this day wouldn't be too far away. As long as he continued to accumulate power, he might be able to do it in the next moment. Or perhaps it would still take some time. In short, there wouldn't be any obstacles to all of this. This was because he already had all the conditions to become a god. If he still couldn't reach that point, he could only smash himself to death with a piece of tofu. This time, Ling Xiao spent a full 2 years in closed-door cultivation. This was something that happened in the blink of an eye for other warriors, but to Ling Xiao, it was a rare long closed-door cultivation. He had gained a lot in these 2 years, but his power was only at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor. He was still one step away from becoming a God King. The more it was at this time, the more he couldn't blindly force it. He needed to strike a balance between work and rest. Ling Xiao decided to come out of closed-door cultivation. With his current strength, even a demigod king might not be a match for him. Even if it was a low-tier god king with the power of his soul, it was enough to challenge them. When Ling Xiao returned to the village, Kim people's people all knew who this little granduncle was. They all smiled and greeted him. Ling Xiao also returned the greeting. He liked the peaceful nature of his clansmen. They didn't have too many schemes and only had the ambition to develop their clan. Unknowingly, he had already integrated into this big family. He felt that it was no different from his home. The first thing Ling Xiao did was to greet the patriarch and the elders. When these old fellows saw that Ling Xiao was already infinitely close to the God King realm, they all revealed satisfied smiles. As long as Ling Xiao stepped into the God King realm, their Kim people would have another strong support. Not bad, not bad. You're already half a step into the demigod king realm, not far from the God King realm. Great Elder Ling Qiu said as he looked at Ling Xiao with praise. Patriarch Ling Bo also said happily, it's best if you can break through to the God King realm within 10 years. At that time, you might be able to help us old fellows gain some face. Ling Xiao didn't know what Ling Bo meant by that, but he could feel his anticipation. Patriarch, Great Elder, don't worry. Ling Xiao will break through as soon as possible. Ling Xiao replied. If there's anything you need, just say it. I don't have anything else, but I'll definitely give you enough cultivation resources. Ling Bo said with great pride. After pausing for a moment, he continued, of course, the clan also needs a lot of resources for the younger generation. After you break through to the God King realm, you still have to do some missions to repay the clan. Yes, Ling Xiao will remember. Ling Xiao replied and returned to his residence. Just as he returned to his residence, his great-grandfather Ling Wei came over. Great-grandfather, you're looking for me? Although Ling Xiao and Ling Wei's bloodline was a little far apart, he still had to recognize this great-grandfather. Ling Wei looked at Ling Xiao and laughed heartily. Very good. Our bloodline has prepared another God King like you. However, you must not be arrogant. After reaching the God King realm, there are still higher realms. Only when you reach the incipient God realm can you rule over a region. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to show that he understood. There was no limit to the martial path. There was no realm that was the peak. It all depended on how high one could reach. There were many God Kings in the heaven region, and Ling Xiao's goal was not just this. However, his short-term goal was to reach the God King realm as soon as possible. After that, he had to reach the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryu's ranking. There must be a place for him there. Only then could he enjoy the good treatment in the heaven region. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was filled with fighting spirit. Ling Wei and Ling Xiao chatted for a while before leaving. He came to see Ling Xiao mainly because he hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't be arrogant and rash. He shouldn't be complacent. Ling Xiao adjusted his mind and hurried to the Dragon Gate. The Kim people called the Dragon Gate the Outer Circle. Most of the resources they collected would go to the Kim people. The Kim people were the leaders behind the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao returned to his residence, he found that there were many auras here. Kang Wen and Kang Wu appeared in front of Ling Xiao immediately. Greetings, young master. They knew that Ling Xiao had returned to the Kim people. Although they were Ling Xiao's protectors, they couldn't enter the Kim people's territory. Is there a guest inside? Ling Xiao asked. He had already scanned the place with his spiritual force and sensed that the aura inside wasn't familiar, so he asked this question. Kang Wen hesitated before saying, it's Elder He Gong's inner disciple, Wen Tai Lu. He's a guest inside. Ling Xiao didn't recognize Wen Tai Lu, but Elder He Gong had to recognize him. He was a genuine Sinjin of Goguryeo. The Sinjin of Goguryeo accounted for 1/3 of the Dragon Gate's population, which meant that there were more than 300 people. Although He Gong was only ranked in the top 800 of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, it was enough to prove his strength. Ryoai's figure flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He knew that He Gong and Ryoai should be on the same level. The inner disciple of the Sinjin of Goguryeo must be one of the true disciples of the Dragon Gate. He just didn't know why they came to his courtyard. Just as Ling Xiao walked to the door, he heard Feng Qingyuan's voice, "You're not welcome here. Get out." Immediately after, a calm voice said, Sister Feng, don't be angry. It's easy for a woman to age when she's angry. After pausing for a moment, the person continued, you guys don't have many cultivation resources here. Your current strength is only at the Holy Emperor realm, so it's not enough. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you guys will be able to advance to the God King realm in the future. Stop talking or I'll get someone to chase you away. This voice came from Euro Fei, and her tone was filled with coldness. That person didn't seem to mind. Fei, don't be so hurtful. Oh right, little sister Ling, why don't you come with me to my place to play? When Ling Xiao heard these words he was enraged. Someone actually dared to tease his woman. They must be tired of living. Chapter 1137. Poaching people from the wall was a very technical job. Ling Xiao asked himself if he had ever poached anyone, and he disdained to do so, because there were so many women who liked him. However, he did not expect that one day someone would actually come to his territory and poach his people. Moreover, it was not just one person but all the women in his house. This guy's mouth was really big. Ling Xiao stepped into the house. Other than his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan, his women Euro Fei and Xiao Ling, there was also a little man with a peach blossom face and some of his attendants. This little man was not really young, but his face looked like a baby's. He looked like a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His skin was also very white and he looked very feminine. This little man was actually more than 170 years old. He was actually a demigod king and the guards behind him were not weak. There were 3 peak holy emperor, 2 demigod kings and 1 low-level divine king. That little man was Wen Tail, whom Kong Wen had mentioned. He was one of the disciples of divine King He Gong. One look at his greedy and obscene expression, and it was obvious that his desire for the 3 women had reached the point where he would not stop until he got them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the house, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The 3 women finally smiled knowingly. Xiao Ling even directly pounced on Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling Xiao, this person is so annoying. His thoughts are not pure. Although Xiao Ling learned a lot about how to conduct oneself from Feng Qingyuan's teachings, she was still so naive. Feeling Xiao Ling's warm and fragrant body, Ling Xiao's anger grew even more. Xiao Ling was a very likable woman. She was amiable and approachable to everyone. She would not simply dislike someone. However, from Xiao Ling's evaluation of Wen Tail, one could tell how outrageous this person was. Get out of here before I'm in a bad mood. Ling Xiao frowned and said faintly. He really wanted to kick these people out immediately, but this was Dragon Gate, and infighting was not allowed, so Ling Xiao had to restrain his emotions. Wen Tail's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. When he saw Xiao Ling snuggling up to Ling Xiao, a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. What high-sounding sentiments. You are merely a newly advanced heir disciple. Could it be that you do not place me, your senior brother, in your eyes? Wen Tail spoke with extreme disdain. He could tell that Ling Xiao was only at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor's strength and was nothing to be afraid of. I will count to 3. If you don't get out of here in 3 breaths, bear the consequences. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Wen Tail. Before Wen Tail could speak, Protector Elder Qiu Jixiong, who was behind him, stood up and coldly snorted, You really don't know who you are. Don't you know that my young master is Elder He Gong's disciple? Qiu Jixiong was a pinnacle low-level god king, and he was Wen Tail's guardian elder. Relying on his status as a subordinate of He Gong, he always spoke with confidence. Even Kong Wen and Kong Wu did not dare to do anything to him. Although Kong Wen and Kong Wu were stronger than him, the disciple that Kong Wen and Kong Wu were originally protecting had died in an accident. They had been charged with the crime of failing to protect the disciple and had been sent out to handle matters. If not for Ling Chen taking a fancy to their strength and wanting to give them another chance, they would not have had the chance to return to the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao ignored Qiu Jixiong and counted to 3, then immediately called Kong Wen and Kong Wu back. 1, 2, 3 Where are Elder Wen and Elder Wu? Kong Wen and Kong Wu came in at the same time and said to Ling Xiao, Young master, what are your orders? Throw them out, I don't want to see them. Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Kong Wen and Kong Wu were momentarily stunned. Wen Tai Lu, on the other hand, had a tyrannical look on his face as he said, Hee, let's see who dares to be so bold. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Kong Wen and Kong Wu saying, What? You don't even listen to me, do you want me to do it myself? If Kong Wen and Kong Wu did not dare to make a move, then they would lose face for Ling Xiao, and this was something that Ling Xiao could not bear. Kong Wen and Kong Wu looked at each other and knew that there was no way out. If they did not help Ling Xiao now, they would definitely not be able to stay here. Kang Wen took a step forward and said to Wen Tai Lu, "Young master, please leave. Don't make things difficult for us." Wen Tai Lu did not speak, but Qiu Jixiong said coldly, "Do you really think that you can ignore us after entering the sect? Could it be that you really want Elder He Gong to send you away?" Kang Wu could not bear to see Qiu Jixiong's expression and immediately shouted, "Get out! Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." After saying that, his vigorous power wrapped around Qiu Jixiong, forcing him to take 2 steps back. The expressions of Wen Tai Lu and the others changed. It was obvious that they were going all out. If they were to really make a move, they would not be able to gain anything. "Tell them to scram." Ling Xiao shouted impatiently when he saw that those people did not move. Kang Wen and Kang Wu had no choice but to take action at the same time. Their combined strength was comparable to that of a high-level god king. At the same time, they used their claws to forcefully pull Wen Tai Lu and the others up from their seats and threw them out of the door. Bang bang. Wen Tai Lu and the others did not even have the strength to resist as they were all thrown out of the room. Scram. You really have the guts to eat a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. I will make you regret offending me, Wen Tai Lu. Wen Tai Li's unwilling roar came from outside the room. He was the disciple of Elder Sinjin of Goguryeo, yet he had been humiliated like this. He believed that in less than half a day, everyone in the vicinity would know about this matter. He had lost all his face. It was impossible for him not to get back at them. This was because this also concerned the face of his master He Gong. Ling Xiao ignored Wen Tai Li's words. If he had the guts to come again, he would definitely not be as merciful as he was now. With a cold expression, he said to Kang Wen and Kang Wu, "If you let such irrelevant people in again, you will not be my Ling Xiao's people." Kang Wen and Kang Wu's expressions were somewhat unsightly as they said, "Yes, young master." When the 2 of them walked to the door, Ling Xiao said again, "Follow this young master well, this young master will not treat you unfairly." Following that, he looked at Feng Qingyuan and asked, "How did Mistress get involved in this matter?" Before Feng Qingyuan could say anything, Xiao Ling revealed a bashful expression and said, "This has nothing to do with Mistress, it's Ling Er's fault." Ling Xiao caressed Xiao Ling's head and said, "I believe that Ling Er will not cause trouble for me. They must have provoked Ling Er first, right?" How could Ling Xiao not know what kind of personality Xiao Ling had? How could she cause trouble? Even if she wanted to cause trouble, she could only say that she was a femme fatale. The fact that a woman is born beautiful is a criminal act. After listening to Xiao Ling's explanation, with Feng Qingyuan and Yuro Fei's help, Ling Xiao finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Xiao Ling couldn't stand the loneliness and wanted to go out for a walk. The Dragon Gate's hierarchy was very strict, and no one could casually walk around, except for those disciples, deacons, and elders with status. For example, those attendants and followers could only stay in the territory near their followers. Without their orders, they could not roam around. Otherwise, if they disturbed the people who were in closed-door cultivation, it would be useless even if they were killed. However, Xiao Ling didn't break any rules. She merely begged Feng Qingyuan and Yu Rofei to accompany her for a stroll around the vicinity. It was also because of this that the 3 of them met Wen Tai Lu. Wen Tai Lu was a man who liked beautiful women. When he saw 3 of them at the same time, he couldn't take his eyes off them. He immediately got people to investigate their identities and even tried to strike up a conversation with them. At first, the 3 women thought that Wen Tai Lu was a disciple of the Dragon Gate and didn't want to offend him, so they just dealt with him. Who knew that Wen Tai Lu would be like sticky candy and stick to the 3 women? Moreover, he often came to the manor to look for people. Kang Wen and Kang Wu knew his identity, so it was not good for them to stop him. At first, the 3 women had always used closed-door cultivation as an excuse to not see him, but today he directly barged in and said a lot of excessive words. It was nothing more than to make the 3 women choose to follow him. That guy was very gentlemanly at first, but when he saw that we didn't like him, he revealed a disgusting face. How disgusting! Yuro Fei said indignantly. Feng Qingyuan looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and said, "I don't think that person will let this matter rest. Furthermore, from his tone, he seems to have a strong backer. Will Xiao Er cause you some trouble?" Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao with her big watery eyes, which were also filled with worry and guilt. "Don't worry, I don't care about this kind of tramp," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. At this time, Ling Xiao carefully looked at the 3 women's realms and found that they had all made quite a bit of progress. With the many resources that Ling Xiao had given him, Feng Qingyuan had finally reached the Holy Emperor realm. Fei was at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and Xiaoling was already at the low level of the Holy Emperor realm. She was the one with the fastest cultivation speed. As for Xin Yi and Sha Tian, they were both in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't disturb them for the time being. But from the tone of the three women, Xin Yi was planning to break through to the Divine King realm, while Sha Tian was just accumulating strength, and was still far from the Divine King realm. After understanding everyone's situation, Ling Xiao felt a lot more at ease. However, Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but ask, Xiao, when are you going to find your master? Ling Xiao knew that he would have to face this question sooner or later. Now that he was asked again, he could only brace himself and say, only Ro Fei's foster father knows where he is. If he doesn't come, it's not easy for me to find him. Ling Xiao didn't mean what he said, mainly because he didn't want Feng Qingyuan to know that the evil emperor might be in the forbidden chaotic burial space, so that she wouldn't be afraid. Feng Qingyuan revealed a desolate expression. It had already been several years since she rushed over from the central region, but she didn't know about the evil emperor's situation. She was anxious. Ling Xiao looked sad and said, how about this, if Ro Fei's master still hasn't come in a year, I'll go look for him with you. Feng Qingyuan said with gratitude, I also know about our situation. It's good that you have this kind of heart. Ling Xiao planned to see if he had the chance to reach the Divine King realm within this year. Only by reaching the Divine King realm would he be able to go anywhere in the Heaven realm. Chapter 1138. Ling Xiao knew that they were bored out of their wits here, and it wasn't good for them to cultivate all the time. Hence, he planned to bring them around Dragon Gate and take a stroll outside Celestial Dragon City to relax. There were many forbidden areas in Dragon Gate, and as long as they avoided those forbidden areas, Ling Xiao could walk around freely. After all, he was a true disciple in name, and he had the Honorable Elder's token in his hand, so no one in Dragon Gate dared to stop him. After circling around, the three women finally witnessed the strength of this kind of giant-level sect. They exclaimed from time to time, realizing that it was already a great blessing for them to be able to cultivate in such a superior environment. Ling Xiao brought the ladies back to the courtyard again. He planned to rest for a day before going to Dragon Gate for a few days. Unexpectedly, he was held back by an irritating matter. It turned out that Wen Tail had issued a challenge to Ling Xiao, asking him to spar in Dragon Gate's arena tomorrow. This so-called private challenge was just a way to get back at him. However, Ling Xiao didn't have any reason to reject it. This was because Dragon Gate allowed disciples to challenge each other. If the one being challenged didn't dare to accept the challenge, it would only be considered as the one being challenged losing. His reputation would definitely be tarnished, and at the same time, those who liked him would also lose face. Of course, Ling Xiao was a true disciple in name, and he didn't have a master who represented him. Even if he lost, it would only be his personal matter, and it wouldn't affect anyone else. However, since Wen Tail didn't know what was good for him, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let him have it easy. If he wanted to challenge, he would fight to his heart's content. He would tell this so-called true disciple that a demigod king was nothing in his eyes. Tell him that I'll accept the challenge. Ling Xiao shouted as he crushed the challenge invitation in his hand into powder. Kang Wen reminded him, young master, Wen Tail is a demigod king. With his current strength, I'm afraid, there's nothing to be afraid of. So what if he's a demigod king? Even if he's a low-level god king, I won't let him off either. It's just nice to use him to flaunt my might in Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Kang Wen knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he could only leave. At the same time, he asked Kang Wu to report this matter to the sect leader to see if he could stop this fight. After all, there was a difference between Ling Xiao and Wen Tailo. Even if he refused to fight, his expression wouldn't be too ugly. Brother Ling Xiao, that person is so bad. You must teach him a lesson. Of course, Xiao Ling supported Ling Xiao unconditionally. Feng Qingyuan and Ro Fei both knew that Ling Xiao had many trump cards up his sleeves. Since he dared to accept the challenge, it meant that he definitely had full confidence. Wen Tail's challenge to Ling Xiao had been widely publicized. Many disciples had also received the news and planned to go watch the battle tomorrow. Moreover, Wen Tailu was the disciple of the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo Higong. It was said that he had become a demigod king not long ago and had hopes of becoming a god in the future. In addition, who was this Ling Xiao? Could it be that this person with the surname Ling was one of Kim people's men? After all, within the Dragon Gate, only those with the surname Ling belonged to that clan. With a top-notch divine art that could increase one's combat strength, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. When Tai Lu had already arrived at an independent pavilion with dozens of floors, his master He Gong had gone into closed-door cultivation here. Elder Chun, is my master here? When Tai Lu no longer had his arrogant personality from before. Instead he asked cautiously. The God King standing at the door looked at him indifferently and said, "Go in, your master is waiting for you." When Tail walked in with some apprehension. He knew that his master had already found out about his challenge. If he didn't say anything he wouldn't be able to live a good life. He Gong looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He didn't look too old but he wasn't too young either. He had the strength of a true peak God King. A few years ago he was able to kill a Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo who was ranked in the 800s, thus becoming the new Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He had quite a bit of fame in the sect. That was why he was given this independent pavilion to show that his status in the sect was extraordinary. As soon as when Tai Lu entered, he immediately knelt down towards He Gong and said, "Disciple greets master." He Gong still had his eyes closed and didn't pay any attention to Wen Tai Lu, as if he didn't exist. Wen Tai Lu knew his master's personality and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and didn't dare to get up. About an hour later, He Gong slowly opened his eyes and said faintly, "Your head has been clamped." He Gong was very angry. This disciple of his had 10 been, so why was he always stirring up trouble instead of spending more time on cultivation? Otherwise, with the resources that he had provided him, he would already be a god king and not just a demigod king. When Tai Lu knew that nothing he did could escape his master's eyes, so he could only lower his head and not say anything. "Are you mute? You can't even handle a few women and you were even thrown out by them. You've lost all of your master's face." He Gong roared. When Tai Lu said, "Master, we can't beat Kong Wen and Elder Kong Wu. They clearly know that I'm your disciple, but they still dared to make a move. In order to regain face for master, disciple has already challenged that brat. Tomorrow I will definitely trample on him and let him know that we are not that easy to bully." "Then do you know where that brat came from? Do you know how strong he is?" He Gong asked in a deep voice. When Tai Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, "He seems to be called Ling Xiao, a new true disciple." He paused for a moment before saying, "Master, are you worried that he is from that clan and that disciple is not his match? You can rest assured that he is only at the peak of the holy god realm. Even if he can increase his battle strength he will not be my match." "Only at the peak of the holy emperor's strength? No wonder you dared to challenge him. Alright, I'll give you a mission. You can only win tomorrow's battle and not lose. If you lose then you will no longer be my disciple. I can't afford to lose this face." He Gong said to Wen Tai Lu. A demigod king against a peak of the holy emperor was a sure win situation. However, Ling Zhao's surname was Ling, which seemed to be a different story. Everyone knew that the Kim people had the abnormal power to increase their battle strength, and even the peak of the holy emperor had the strength to challenge a demigod king. In Dragon Gate, many of the higher-ups were completely suppressed by the Kim people, but there were also some people who were unconvinced. These people were not weak and they were unwilling to be suppressed by the Kim people all the time. They always felt that they were lower than the Kim people's people, especially those who had divine bodies. They were even more unconvinced. As for He Gong's people, they were more disgusted with the Kim people's people. They always wanted to suppress the Kim people and obtain the true control of Dragon Gate. Therefore, now that his disciple was challenging Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to give his disciple a military order. He had to win this challenge no matter what. Of course, he also felt that this disciple's personality was a bit shameful. He actually fought with someone else for a woman in the sect and he was even thrown out. It was truly a loss of face. Disciple will definitely not let master down. Wen Tai Lu replied with great joy. He was afraid of being punished by his master, but now he didn't have to worry about that anymore. As long as he could win, not only would he be able to obtain a beauty, he would also be able to obtain his master's appreciation. Inside the sect master's main hall, Ling Chen and Xiao Jinsai also received the news. In the Dragon Gate, nothing could be hidden from their eyes and ears. Ling Fei was also with them and he complained, "Looks like some people don't even care about their face. They actually let a demigod king challenge a high-level holy emperor. Maybe I should challenge them as well." Ling Fei didn't know that Ling Xiao was already a peak holy emperor, otherwise he wouldn't be so worried. This is too much. All these years the Kim people have been good to them but they're actually provoking them. "Husband, why don't you step in and stop this battle?" Xiao Zhensai had a good impression of Ling Xiao, so she immediately tried to persuade him. Ling Chen's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said indifferently, "It's just a battle between the younger generation. If Ling Xiao loses, just treat it as the price for his growth. When the time comes, arrange for another opponent of the same level to challenge them." As the leader of a sect, the pressure on him was not something that ordinary people could imagine. In other people's eyes, the Dragon Gate was a big force, but it also had internal problems that others couldn't imagine. "Big brother, you are still able to keep your composure at this time. In my opinion, we should directly drag that Gong out and beat him up. Also, call a few of our clan's elders to intimidate those arrogant guys. Otherwise, if they keep stirring up trouble, sooner or later, they will collude with outsiders to seize our Heavenly Dragon Sect's foundation." Ling Fei said in a very bad mood. "Fifth brother, don't mess around. Although they want to take our foundation, they will never collude with outsiders." Ling Qin lowered his voice and then sighed, "The main reason is that we haven't broken through yet. If we can have another incipient God Realm expert in this generation, those people will have to be afraid. Moreover, besides Ling Ba, the others in the younger generation can't handle the situation. They don't have a high level of comprehension." Speaking up to this point, Ling Fei's expression became a little gloomy. The Kim people were an ancient clan with advantages that others couldn't compare to. With the support of the ancient emperor's divine technique, it was enough for them to be the overlords of an area. However, as more and more god bodies were born, the power of the Kim people's bloodline became thinner and thinner, which affected the position of the Kim people's new generation in the Dragon Gate. "No, I have to find Ling Xiao. I hope it's not too late. As long as his competence increases a little bit, this kid will have the power to fight. Even if he loses, he won't lose too badly." Ling Fei said. "Don't mess things up. It's just a competition between the juniors. We can afford to lose." Ling Qin stopped him. Xiao Zhensai also said, "Didn't Ling Xiao take a blow from a high-level god king and survive? Perhaps he has some trump cards that others don't know. Perhaps things aren't that bad." Ling Fei heaved a heavy sigh and said, "Tomorrow I will go and supervise the battle for him. If he wins, I'll give him the golden dragon fruit that I've kept for a long time." Chapter 1139. The blue sky was clear and blue, and the spiritual energy was faintly discernible. Heavenly Dragon Sect has several special martial arts arenas, which are used to spar with the disciples and deacons of the sect. In one of the arenas for the true disciples, it was already a boiling cauldron of voices. Many disciples and attendants had already surrounded the arena, waiting for the battle to begin. "Did you hear? Elder Gong's disciple Wentail is challenging the new true disciple Ling Xiao. The battle is about to begin. Aren't you spouting nonsense? If you didn't hear what we're doing here, is there something wrong with your head? I also know that Wentail is challenging for the 3 women in Ling Xiao's family. But I heard that Ling Xiao only has the strength of a high-stage holy emperor, while Wentail is a demigod king. Isn't this pure bullying? He really has the nerve to issue this challenge. Ling Xiao is surnamed Ling. Can't you guess who he is? Since he dares to accept the challenge, he must have enough trump cards. I believe that this battle will be very interesting." The battle had not even begun, but everyone was already looking forward to it. Many God King elders had personally come to watch the battle, and it was obvious that they were very interested in this battle. Wentail was the first to arrive at the arena. He was dressed in martial attire, which undoubtedly displayed his fit and beautiful figure. However, his feminine face gave off a gloomy feeling. "I hope you won't disappoint me. Although this battle is a little unfair, it's nothing to do a little shameless for a few beauties," Wentail thought to himself. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already ready to go in his courtyard. It was just that the women around him were more or less worried. Ling Xiao was dressed in white today, and he looked like a dashing, elegant, and handsome man. He held a beauty paper in his hand, giving off the feeling of a handsome young master. It was impossible to tell that he was preparing to go to the battlefield, but rather that he was going on an outing with beauties. Ling Xiao was very calm and not worried at all. A charming smile hung on his face as he prepared to welcome the battle within the Dragon Gate. He wanted to win this battle fair and square. He wanted to win with dignity and decisiveness. He wanted to let the so-called geniuses here know of his existence. "Let's go, let me see how powerful the geniuses of Dragon Gate are," Ling Xiao said as he flicked his flowing hair. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, Feng Qingyuan felt that he was like a competitive young master. He felt that it was a little funny, and at the same time he seemed to have seen her big brother Evil Emperor when he was young, and his thoughts started to drift. Euro Fei very naturally held Ling Xiao's hand and walked with him to the arena. Xiao Ling also stuck close to Ling Xiao's body, a look of encouragement on her face. She hoped that Ling Xiao could beat that annoying person into a pig's head. Ling Xiao appeared in a very flashy manner. In the Dragon Gate, there weren't many disciples who could enjoy the blessings of having multiple partners like him. He actually brought 3 top-grade beauties to the side of the arena at the same time. One was mature and charming, filled with boundless amorous feelings. That ripe smell made any man want to take a bite. The other was so seductive that it made people suffocate. Every part of her skin seemed to be filled with the temptation of elegance. The last one was a pure and invincible beauty. Her eyes were pure and without any impurities. It was impossible for people not to fall in love with her. If a man could have these 3 women by his side, anyone would feel very satisfied. The men who looked at Ling Xiao were all filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially when Tai Lu, who was on the arena, he wished that he could replace Ling Xiao's position. When Tai Lu raised his middle finger at Ling Xiao, then beckoned Ling Xiao to come up. His appearance was filled with arrogance and disdain. Ling Xiao sneered. With a light kick, his entire body bounced onto the arena. So he's Ling Xiao. He doesn't seem to have much of an imposing manner. He's only at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. It seems like he's more likely to lose than win. I think he's really handsome and manly. No wonder these 3 beauties fell for him. These 3 women's strength is average, but they all have their own tastes. This Ling Xiao sure knows how to find women. Let's talk less. Let's see if this clash is worth watching. I didn't expect you to really dare to accept the challenge. However, you'll soon know the consequences of offending me. When Tai Lu looked at the smiling Ling Xiao and said unhappily. He paused for a moment before saying, if you're willing to give those 3 beauties to me, I'll allow you to surrender now. Otherwise, you'll have a different taste. I don't know if you look shameless or if you're shameless. You're not as handsome as me, so you can't snatch my women away. Yet, you're using this kind of method to suppress others to show your existence. Don't you think you're like a clown? That's right, you're a little stronger than me, but you seem to be over 100 years older than me. An old man like you has the nerve to challenge a young and promising handsome man like me. Even I feel ashamed for you. However, I still uphold the traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young, so I accept your shameless challenge. I hope you don't hurt your waist and accidentally lose to me. Ling Xiao looked at Wen Tai Li calmly and said. As soon as Ling Xiao said that, Wen Tai Li's face turned green. Not only him but even the surrounding spectators felt ashamed and had the urge to vomit blood. That's right, Ling Xiao was only in his early 60s and was considered relatively young and promising among the powerful warriors. When Tai Lu was over 100 years old, close to 200 years old. He looked like a young man, but his age was enough to be a grandfather to Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, it was already very impressive for him to reach the demigod king realm at such a young age. He was considered a young and promising existence. However, when Ling Xiao said that in front of everyone, he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. The others suddenly felt that when Tai Lu was really shameless. He failed to snatch someone else's women and even bullied the young. It really made people feel that he was narrow-minded and had no tolerance at all. After all, everyone in Dragon Gate was his senior and junior brother. All of a sudden, everyone felt ashamed to stand on Wen Tai Li's side. Most of them sided with Ling Xiao and felt that he was the one who had been wronged. Cut the crap. You and I are just learning from each other. Age doesn't matter. Elder, please start. Wen Tai Li clenched his fists and glared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with anger, and he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his eyes 100 times over. Ling Xiao did not wait for the elder who was the referee to speak and said, I know you feel inferior, but I won't blame you. It's not your fault that you're ugly or that you want to pick up women. What's wrong is that you use despicable methods. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're Elder He Gong's in-house disciple? Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a true disciple of Dragon Gate? Do you think that you can take any beautiful woman you see as your own? You pitiful and self-abased fellow, you've ruined Elder He Gong and Dragon Gate's reputation. Even if I lose this match, I won't let you have it easy. The more Ling Xiao spoke, the more indignant he became. He criticized Wen Tai Lu to the point that he was worthless and even escalated the matter to the height of glory for Elder He Gong and Dragon Gate. Wen Tai Lu was so angry that he took 2 steps back. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao's words to be so incisive and actually disparaged him to the point that he was worthless. Before the battle had even begun, his character was destined to become the laughingstock of Dragon Gate. It was not only because he had challenged Ling Xiao, who was weaker than him, but also because in order to snatch a woman, he had spared no expense to humiliate Ling Xiao. This style of using one's power to oppress others was quite shameful. Everyone in the surroundings roughly understood the situation, and many righteous people began to crusade against Wen Tai Lu. I didn't expect Wen Tai Lu to be this kind of person. I've only heard that he's a bit lecherous, but I didn't expect him to snatch even his own fellow disciple's woman. In the future, will he even set his sights on the women around us? This fellow is truly shameless. Perhaps it's just as Ling Xiao said. He has an inferiority complex and no woman likes him, so he can only rely on this kind of despicable method to snatch women. I feel ashamed to be a fellow disciple like him, and I've lost face. Isn't that so? The sect and Elder He Gong spent so much effort to nurture him, but I never expected his character to be so unbearable. What a waste of resources. Even if Ling Xiao loses, I'll still challenge this shameless person and defeat him. He's really throwing away Elder He Gong's face. I think we should just surrender and get out of Dragon Gate. Right, surrender and get out of Dragon Gate. One by one, the disciples and deacons became impassioned, denouncing Wen Tai Li's shamelessness and despicableness. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became incomparably heated. Wen Tai Lu was so angry that his breathing quickened, and his entire face turned red from the pain. Ling Xiao secretly laughed. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you still want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself. Everyone, please be quiet. We'll talk about everything after this match is over. A voice came from an unknown corner, suppressing everyone in the surroundings and causing them to quiet down. Everyone came back to their senses and remembered that they were only here to watch the battle. Did you hear that? Just now they all told you to surrender. Perhaps I, a great person, will not remember your wrongdoings and won't bother with you. Ling Xiao looked at Wen Tai Lu and sneered. Wen Tai Lu was furious. This was the first time someone had spoken to him in such an unbearable manner. It was as if he had been beaten black and blue. I'm going to kill you. Wen Tai Lu roared with red eyes and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Wen Tai Li's fist arrived in front of Ling Xiao's face in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao immediately shouted, Wait, are you trying to launch a sneak attack? The elder hasn't said to start yet. Just as Ling Xiao shouted, Wen Tai Li's fist abruptly stopped, but his aura still caused Ling Xiao's face to hurt. Ling Xiao looked at the elder and asked, Elder, can we start the competition? The elder came back to his senses and said, Yes, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao moved. Bang. Chapter 1140. At first, everyone thought that Wen Tai was shameless. Not only did he want his fellow disciple's woman, but he also wanted to bully the weak. What was even more shameless was that he wanted to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao even before the referee called for the match to begin. However, in the blink of an eye, they realized who the most shameless person was. Wen Tai stopped his punch and did not hit Ling Xiao before the referee called for the match to begin. Ling Xiao also asked the referee if the match could begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Ling Xiao immediately made his move. Wen Tai was very close to him and Ling Xiao's punch was very fast. It was so fast that Wen Tai, a demigod monarch, did not even have a chance to react before his nose was punched. Kacha. Even though Wen Tai's body was infinitely close to a divine body, and it was difficult for ordinary sage weapons to injure him, his nose was still broken by Ling Xiao's punch. Blood gushed out of his nose and he was in so much pain that he choked on his tears. At that moment, everyone felt that the referee's voice was almost at the same time as Ling Xiao's attack. They all felt that this guy was extremely shameless. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would definitely cry out in grievance. I only punched when I heard the referee call for the match to begin. How is this shameless? This is called being open and above board, okay? Ling Xiao would definitely refute in such an aggrieved manner. Wen Tai covered his nose as tears kept flowing. He said angrily, You're despicable and shameless. You actually launched a sneak attack. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, Are you retarded or is there something wrong with you? Didn't the referee call for the match to begin just now? Then let's reason with the referee elder. Is this considered despicable and shameless? The referee elder's face darkened. It has already begun. Fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Everything should be done in moderation and should not harm each other's lives. Look, did you hear that? The referee elder said that it was only right for me to hit you. Ling Xiao said righteously. The surrounding people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, the match had already begun. It was reasonable for him to attack. Do I have to wait until you're ready to make your move? This when Tai Lu was a little silly and unreasonable. You've got guts. I'll show you the difference in strength. When Tail let out a furious roar and his aura soared. His demigod monarch strength caused the surrounding spatial energy to flutter. At the same time he also began to move. When Tail was using a strange palm technique called soft bone palm. Just like its name suggested, when it hit the opponent's body, it would shake and injure the opponent's bones. If it was light, the opponent would feel numb, and if it was heavy, the broken bones would be hard to heal. His palm technique seemed to be very slow, but it brought with it a sky full of palm shadows, like an endless tide bombarding wave after wave. Wait! Ling Xiao shouted as he retreated. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? When Tail revealed a sinister expression. A sky full of palm imprints swept towards Ling Xiao. Every palm seemed very gentle and soft, without any powerful killing power. However, once they touched him, one would know how powerful they were. Bang! Many palm shadows had already come into contact with Ling Xiao's body. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape, so he did not make any move to resist. However, at the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded once again. A scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered resounded through the sky, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Someone was injured, but it wasn't Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Wen Tail who was on the offensive. No one had expected this change in an instant. Ling Xiao had actually used a divine weapon in an instant instead of using his fists and feet to fight with Wen Tail before competing with weapons. Wen Tail's hands were dripping with blood. If he had not retreated quickly, his hands would have been chopped off. The bright red and eye-catching blood shocked everyone who saw it. They knew that not only was Ling Xiao shameless, but he was also very ruthless when his hands were chopped off. He had injured Wen Tail in just one move. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and sneered, I told you to slow down, why didn't you listen? Sai, an honest and kind person like me really can't bear to see fellow disciples kill each other. Why don't you admit defeat? I won't argue with an old fellow like you. Wen Tail wanted to vomit blood and so did everyone else. Ling Xiao was simply pretending to be obedient after obtaining Ping Yi. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Hurry up and strike this bastard to death with a few bolts of lightning. Wen Tail hurriedly healed his injuries. The expression on his face became incomparably distorted. He had gone crazy to the extreme. He had actually been injured by the pinnacle Holy Emperor in an instant. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face in front of everyone. He remembered his master's words. If he lost this battle, his future would be ruined. He took a deep breath and restrained all his emotions. His expression also became indifferent, and the wounds on his hands were gradually recovering. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Very well, you actually want to anger me and defeat me while I'm distracted. I have to say that your plan is very good, but the difference in strength is still the key to victory. In this battle, I will do my best to defeat you. Wen Tail was able to become a true disciple of Dragon Gate. Although he was only at the end, his faith and mind were not easily shaken. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Ling Xiao sneered. His figure flashed and the saber shadows were boundless. The cold intent instantly exploded the entire arena. The other party was serious and he was also serious. Furthermore, he was going to take the initiative. After all, his opponent was a demigod king. Although he was confident that he could defeat him, he would definitely not be arrogant. This was the extreme ice saber technique that Ling Xiao had cultivated in seclusion for 2 years. The power that was absolutely cold to the extreme was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Moreover, the attack, which was like a collapsing iceberg, was like a heavenly might as it headed straight for Wen Tail. A blue divine sword had already appeared in Wen Tail's hand. He stomped his body lightly, and the sword shadows surged like a tsunami. Traces of demigod power were mixed in it, and the power was earth-shattering. The arena was surrounded by the defense set up by a peak-stage divine king, so there was no need to worry that the two of them would destroy the arena. Rumble rumble. The saber radiance and the sword shadows intertwined, and there was an intense sound of collision. The ripples caused the spiritual energy in the arena to fly out. The ice saber shattered, and the tide surged and splashed. The two of them actually used all their strength in the first exchange without holding back. Moreover, the two of them did not seem to have the upper hand, and they were locked in a fierce and intense battle. Some of the weaker inner sect disciples could not help but exclaim softly. This. Is this Ling Xiao really not a member of the clan? He's using the ice attribute, not the metal attribute. Could it be that his surname is just Ling? That's probably the case. However, although this Ling Xiao is a little shameless, his strength is actually not inferior to Wentail's. It's no wonder that he can become a true disciple. I just don't know which elder he's under. That's more like it. It's a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Let's see who can last until the end and have the strongest trump card. Whoever wins will win. I like Ling Xiao to win. He has too much character and he's my type. Senior sister, how can you fight with me? I took a fancy to Ling Xiao first, and I'm willing to be his cultivation partner. Wentail was now a little shocked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao did not seem to be one of the Kim people's people, but he had such powerful strength that he could fight on par with him. It had to be known that Ling Xiao was only at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength. No matter what, he must lose to me. Wentail shouted in his heart, and his strength increased by another level. Water flooding the divine mountain. Wentail roared in shock and blasted out with a divine technique. Waves of water containing divine power rushed towards Ling Xiao from all directions. These waves contained countless killing intent, and sword shadows rushed towards him from within. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Wentail was serious now, and the true power of a demigod king was being displayed. Ling Xiao could only secretly increase his battle prowess by several times. The ice and fire swords in his hands danced even faster, scattering the water swords one by one. His perlicue felt a little numb, but everything was under control. Even if the sword shadows that he could not block landed on his body, they would not be able to harm him in the slightest. His body was already comparable to a demigod weapon, and it was infinitely close to a divine body. Ice eruption in all directions. Ling Xiao counterattacked. His body swayed as he attacked in all directions. The icicle blade rays broke through the waves and rushed out in all directions, and many of them even attacked Wentail. Wentail already knew that Ling Xiao already had a battle prowess that was not inferior to his. He clenched his teeth and used many powerful moves. The entire arena was filled with blue water, making it difficult for people to see the two figures. Just when everyone thought that Wentail had gained the upper hand, the situation suddenly changed. A red light actually appeared in the water waves. This light was not blood, but flames, a type of extreme flame that could burn and evaporate water. What's going on? Why is there another elemental power? Could Wentail be a demigod king who cultivates both fire and water? No, that's Ling Xiao using it. He's actually the Holy Emperor who cultivates both ice and fire. No wonder he has the power to challenge a demigod king. Moreover, this fire isn't an ordinary fire, it's the heavenly origin fire. This is going to be fun. Ice and fire are incompatible. It's really unbelievable that such a physique can appear in the same person. It seems like Wentail's battle prowess isn't optimistic. No, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. Wentail will definitely win. Even though Ling Xiao has the battle prowess of a demigod king, he doesn't have divine power. Once Wentail uses all the divine power that he has comprehended, Ling Xiao won't be able to withstand it. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They were shocked by Ling Xiao's change. The fire was swift and fierce like a prairie fire, completely burning and evaporating the waves. Many sword shadows fell from the sky, and the raging fire illuminated the sky like a gorgeous beauty that was on fire. However, it also contained infinite killing intent. Another series of blood-curdling screams rang out, and a figure retreated to the edge of the arena in a sorry state. His whole body was burnt black and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a refugee and didn't have the demeanor of an expert. Chapter 1141. The person who escaped the attack range was not the weak Ling Xiao, but the demigod king Wentail. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand in the short confrontation. Ling Xiao did not take advantage of the situation to attack again. Instead, he held the ice and fire sword and said coldly, "A demigod king is just so arrogant. Boundlessly arrogant. If an ordinary peak holy emperor dared to say something like that to a demigod king, it would simply be courting death. People would even think that his head must have been clamped." However, now that it was Ling Xiao who said it, the surrounding people did not think that Ling Xiao's words were inappropriate. They only thought that Ling Xiao was really arrogant and had the real ability to defeat a demigod king. Wentail was already in a sorry state from Ling Xiao's sudden counterattack of fire elemental power. Now that he heard what Ling Xiao said, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao revealed a pitiful look and said, "Admit defeat. I've always respected the old and cherished the young. If you continue to fight, you'll only lose even more miserably." "Ah, you want me to admit defeat? I'll die." Wen Tail laughed ferociously. His entire body bounced high up into the sky. Balls of powerful power kept circling around him, and a lot of origin energy kept sweeping over from all directions. These powers were quite different from ordinary warriors. These powers were more condensed and vast, so much so that people did not dare to look directly at them. At this moment, Wen Tail completely unleashed all the divine power that he had comprehended. The divine power was vast and unpredictable. Was it reasonable to say that someone who was close to God did not have some skills? Ling Xiao felt Wen Tail's power. There seemed to be some kind of feeling between his god soul and Dantian. The spirit bridge in his body was faintly discernible, and traces of power intersected, flowed, and merged between his god soul and Dantian. Although this power was very little, Ling Xiao could feel that this power was indeed very strong and very pure. Could this be divine power? Ling Xiao's eyes shone as he murmured. Ling Xiao really did not expect that he would actually sense the power fusion between his divine soul and Dantian at this moment. While he was in a daze, Wen Tail, who was high up in the sky, had already finished accumulating. He raised his sword with both hands and gathered a large amount of power, forming many water curtains with him at the center. The water curtains formed a massive waterfall, looking extremely majestic. Inverted silver waterfall. When Tai Lu made his move, this huge waterfall formed by divine power crashed down from the 9 heavens. The power was like 10,000 galloping horses, and the momentum was enough to make anyone look at it. It was believed that any holy emperor would be smashed into pieces by this attack. Even an ordinary demigod king would have a hard time withstanding such a powerful attack. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao did not even have the strength to react before he was completely drowned by this terrifying power. When Xiaoling saw this scene, he cried out involuntarily, "Brother Ling Xiao!" Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei, who were at the side, revealed incomparably worried expressions. Euro Fei clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth as she thought to herself, "If anything happens to my husband, I will definitely not let you off in the future." The surrounding people also became nervous. They already had an answer in their hearts, and they felt that this martial arts competition might be over. The martial arts arena shook for a long time before it gradually calmed down. When Tai Lu panted lightly and laughed maniacally, "Damn brat, you've lost ha!" When Tai Lu looked up to the sky and laughed loudly as if he had won an incomparably glorious battle. His voice was so ear-piercing to the ears of the people around him. "He's really arrogant. It's just that he won against a peak holy emperor and he's already so happy. If he won against a demigod king, wouldn't he be so happy? You don't understand. He just likes to bully the young. Otherwise, if he met someone of the same level, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. It's a pity for Ling Xiao. I really don't know how Elder He Gong accepted such a top-notch disciple. His character is really terrible. Stop talking that. That Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be dead yet." Ling Xiao was naturally alive. He had once taken a blow from a high-level god king and did not die, but this demigod king's full power attack. However, he looked a little disheveled. His white clothes were more or less damaged and his hair was a little messy. This was all because the divine artifact in Wen Tai Li's hand had the effect of increasing his attack. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Laugh, laugh louder. Do you know that this set of clothes of mine is very expensive?" After shouting, his entire body suddenly rose from the ground, and his aura instantly soared. He was ready to end this battle because there was a change in his body. His power was constantly changing and he had to grasp this opportunity. The shadow cloud movement technique, coupled with his wind attribute and concept, made his movements as smooth as flowing water, looking very elegant and at ease. Limitless doppelganger. Ling Xiao split into 108 clones, and the power of each clone blasted out different kinds of power. An ice-cold blade radiance that carried the coldness of absolute zero and a fiery power that incessantly burned in all directions. The two powers continuously intertwined and attacked, causing the destructive power to multiply, making people unable to endure the feeling of alternating hot and cold. All of these changes happened too quickly. Ling Xiao's movement technique was even faster, and his attacks were as ferocious as a violent storm. When Tai Li's laughter stopped abruptly. Just as he was about to fight, he was already in the middle of a violent storm. He was like a small boat that was being persecuted by the heavenly might, and he did not have much room to resist. He could not understand why Ling Xiao was so powerful. This power was already comparable to those demigod kings who had been famous for a long time. Ling Xiao was clearly only a peak holy emperor. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Ah! Cries of alarm rang out incessantly in the sky. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene, their faces filled with astonishment. A piece of trash like you dares to snatch a woman from me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I can crush you to death with one hand. Ling Xiao shouted angrily as he attacked. He did not dare to kill Wen Tai Lu. Otherwise, with his speed and his divine artifact, he would have directly chopped off Wen Tai Li's head. He only wanted to injure him all over so that he would have a taste of the consequences of provoking him. In the end, Ling Xiao flicked the long sword in Wen Tai Li's hand away and grabbed Wen Tai Li's neck with his other hand. His entire body swooped down from the sky and he made a shocking move. He was actually going to smash Wen Tai Li's head into the arena. Based on the speed and strength of his charge, Wen Tail's head would probably split open and he would die from this smash. Wen Tai Lu felt a strong threat of death and he was afraid. He did not expect to provoke such a malefic star, and he was already regretting it to death. No. I don't want to die. I admit defeat. Wen Tai Lu was so scared that he wet his pants. Seeing that his face was about to hit the stone floor, he kept struggling and crying. However, his cries for mercy did not receive Ling Xiao's approval, and he continued to fall. Wen Tai Li's body and mind turned cold, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death. However, at the critical moment, Ling Xiao stabilized his body and half-squatted. Wen Tai Li's face was just a hair's breadth away from touching the stone floor. Disgusting. You're already so old, yet you still dare to defecate and pee. You stink to death. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Ling Xiao threw Wen Tai Lu away and pinched his nose with one hand, looking disgusted and uncomfortable. Everything had happened too quickly. Before anyone could react, the battle had ended just like that. Everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. At the same time, they were also scared off by the stench coming from Wen Tai Lu. Elder referee, can you announce the result? Ling Xiao asked the referee. The referee looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression before looking in Wen Tai Li's direction. He immediately announced, Ling Xiao is the winner of this spar. When the referee's voice fell, a burst of cheers rang out from all directions. They had witnessed a breathtaking battle and witnessed Ling Xiao's extraordinary battle prowess. Only now did they know that there was such an expert hidden in the sect. Ling Xiao was like a shining star as he waved to the people below and said, Thank you everyone. This younger brother Ling Xiao has only joined the sect for 2 years. I hope that all of you will take care of me. This younger brother has always adhered to the traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. I hope that everyone will love each other. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, they felt like vomiting. This guy was simply outrageous. He could even say such disgusting words. However, the female disciples were extremely excited. Not only was Ling Xiao handsome and confident, but he was also powerful and humorous. He was their ideal Prince Charming. Ling Xiao glanced disdainfully at Wen Tai Lu, who was crying incessantly, and planned to leave the martial arts arena. However, at this moment, a terrifying force surged over from a direction. Do you want to leave just like that? A cold voice suddenly rang out and a powerful aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt his body being pressed to a stop, and the aura was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. He cried out in his heart, Divine King. Ling Xiao looked at the young man who had suddenly intervened. He didn't know who this person was, but he had already secretly used the power of his divine soul to disintegrate the aura. Could it be that you want to stand up for him? Or are you planning to bully the young just like him? Do you think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a divine king? Ling Xiao's aura continued to circulate, and his entire body emitted an awe-inspiring imperial might. He stared at the man with his bright eyes and shouted. The man frowned slightly and shouted, You humiliated my junior brother like this. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Immediately after, he actually attacked Ling Xiao. However, just as he was about to make his move, another silhouette appeared and dispersed his power. A lazy voice rang out, Some people are really shameless. They can't even afford to lose. It's a shame that our Dragon Gate has people like you. Chapter 1142. The first man to appear on the stage was dressed in blue. He had a dignified figure, a powerful aura, and a rather handsome appearance. However, like Wentail, he had a pair of feminine eyes that made others loathe him. This man was Wentail's senior brother, He Gong's chief disciple. His name was He Jiang, an orphan disciple that He Gong had picked up. He was given the surname He and could be considered He Gong's adopted son. He possessed the strength of a low-level god king. As for the man that appeared behind him, he wasn't handsome, but he had an insolent expression on his face. He was the kind of person that could be seen as very flamboyant at a glance. His untidy appearance added a bit of an overbearing aura to him. His body was full of explosive muscles as if it was filled with infinite power. He also had a name that was similar to his appearance, Ling Ba. He was a monster of the Dragon Gate and also the strongest existence of the new generation of Kim people. He had the strength of a mid-level god king. He Jiang knew how powerful Ling Ba was, but he didn't expect that he would appear for Ling Xiao. He cursed inwardly, didn't this guy go out to train? When did he come back? Although he couldn't beat Ling Ba, he wasn't afraid of him. He immediately responded, Ling Ba, don't go too far. Didn't you see that this brat scared my junior brother so much? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. You're really an idiot. Ling Ba held his belly and laughed. Ling Xiao laughed along with him and the people around him were also sniggering. This person was really shameless. His junior brother had challenged him first and now that he had lost he actually said such words. He was indeed worthy of the word idiot. He Jiang's expression alternated between green and red. He also realized that his words were inappropriate, but he had already said them, so how could he take them back? He Jiang frowned and said, in a spar between fellow disciples, we must not overdo it. We can't kill each other, but this brat clearly wanted to kill. If we don't teach him a lesson today, I'm afraid he won't put us senior brothers in his eyes in the future. Ling Ba, get out of the way. Although his surname is Ling, he shouldn't be related to you. He Jiang didn't dare to make a move in front of Ling Ba. First of all, he didn't have a chance. Moreover, if he provoked Ling Ba, he wouldn't be able to get off scot-free. That fellow was famous for being overbearing and ignoring all rules. Those with the surname Ling are family. Whoever dares bully him is bullying me. You guys can't even afford to lose. The Dragon Gate has lost all its face because of you guys. I have to go find Elder He Gong and ask him how he teaches his disciples. Moreover, that this competition was started by you guys, Ling Ba shouted at He Gong. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? If you want to fight, then fight. I, Ling Xiao, won't be afraid of a divine king like him. Ling Xiao revealed a fearless expression from the side. Based on the power of his divine soul, he sensed that He Jiang had just entered the divine king realm not long ago. With his divine soul at the peak of a low-level divine king, if he fought with He Jiang he would win more than he would lose. Ling Ba didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so heroic, so he gave him a look of admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Sure enough, you're all from the same family. You've got guts. He Jiang's face was ashen as he said, good guts. I won't kill you, but I will let you know the consequences of insulting my junior brother. You must pay a heavy price. He Jiang prepared to make a move again, but he was stopped once again. The referee elder said in a low voice, He Jiang, could it be that you want to openly challenge the sect's rules? This referee elder was also a low-level divine king. Although he didn't have any status, he knew that there were some rules that couldn't be broken, so he spoke out to stop him. He Jiang revealed an indignant expression and said, Brat, if you have the guts, then fight me. He actually challenged Ling Xiao with the strength of a divine king. This guy was even more shameless than when Tai Lo. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. If you want to fight, then fight. Ling Xiao replied coldly. Alright, I'll show you what a true god is. A small fry like you can't even withstand a single blow from me. He Jiang said fiercely. Ling Xiao was already on guard. His power surged non-stop, and the energy conversion and fusion between his divine soul and Dantian actually became much faster. His aura became unstable. Oh no, could it be that I'm going to break through now? Ling Xiao cried out anxiously in his heart. He Jiang was really prepared to attack, but he was once again depressed, because he was stopped by someone again. A faintly discernible voice sounded out. He Jiang, why aren't you taking your junior brother away? Don't you think that you haven't lost enough face? If it was someone else's order, He Jiang could ignore it. However, this voice belonged to his master. How could he openly disobey it? He could only stop and stare at Ling Xiao unwillingly. I hope you can live longer and give me a chance to trample on you. You can rest assured about that. This youth is still young. An old fellow like you will probably die faster than me. Ling Xiao retorted. He Jiang coldly snorted and no longer argued with Ling Xiao. He brought Wen Tai Lu, who had already lost his fighting spirit, and left the competition grounds. At this time, Feng Qingyuan, Yu Rou and Xiao Ling jumped up and arrived beside Ling Xiao to check if he was injured. Ling Xiao was naturally fine. He looked at Ling Ba and said, "Ling Ba, this name is not very suitable for you. If it were me, I would have beaten that bastard into a pig's head long ago. There's no need to talk so much nonsense." Ling Ba was stunned. He did not expect Ling Xiao to evaluate him like this. He did not dare to refute. Instead, he revealed a silly smile and said, "Granduncle is right to lecture me. If anyone dares to cause trouble for Granduncle in the future, I will immediately beat them into a pig's head." Ling Ba was much older than Ling Xiao, and his strength was also much stronger than Ling Xiao. However, in terms of seniority in the clan, he was several generations lower than Ling Xiao, so he still had to obediently call him Granduncle. "Alright, stop trying to get close to me. Are you afraid that others don't know about our relationship? I'm going back to close it. It seems like I have gained something from this battle," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Immediately after, he hurried back to his residence with the three women. Ling Ba sensed Ling Zhao's unstable aura, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. "This little granduncle looks very good. I think he won't be too lonely in the sect in the future." He Jiang had already brought Wen Tail back to his master, He Gong's residence. Master. Wen Tail looked at his master with a dispirited expression. He knew his master's character. After losing this battle so shamefully, his fate could be imagined. He Gong frowned and anger flashed across his old face. He pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. Then he waved his hand and signaled for someone to take him away. "Master, please give me another chance. I don't want to leave the sect." Wen Tail pleaded loudly. Unfortunately, his pleading made He Gong even more annoyed. He could not even be bothered to say another word. He just closed his eyes and let the others take him away. After Wen Tail was dragged away, He Gong shouted heavily, "Useless trash." He had nurtured Wen Tail for so many years, but unexpectedly, he could not even defeat a peak holy emperor. He had probably lost all his face, and he would become a laughing stock in front of his fellow disciples in the future. He Jiang, who was at the side, said, "Master, which elder's disciple is that little bastard? His surname is Ling. Is he really not a member of that clan?" He Gong's old eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he said, "Those with the surname Ling are all from the same clan. It doesn't matter whether he is or not. In any case, I already treat him as one. I actually don't know who took in such an outstanding disciple. It seems like there are some things that we are still unaware of." "So what? Are we just going to let him continue? He cultivates both ice and fire. Once he becomes a divine king, his battle prowess will not be weak." He Jiang said with some worry. "What are you trying to say? Could it be that you think that Master would do such a thing to harm one's own brother?" He Gong said in a deep voice. He Jiang hurriedly said, No, I'm saying that if he joins that faction, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us." Outsiders did not know that Dragon Gate had already been divided into 3 factions. One faction was led by the Kim people. They were the strongest and were also the orthodox faction that had been passed down from the founder of Dragon Gate. The other faction was the new Godly Body faction. They joined Dragon Gate and received great support from Dragon Gate, allowing them to become the new generation's leader. However, as their strength grew, their ambition also surged. They actually wanted to replace the orthodox faction and take charge of Dragon Gate. The other faction did not help either side. They only wanted to stay in Dragon Gate and develop peacefully. As long as there was no conflict of interest, they would not interfere. The orthodox faction of Dragon Gate was naturally the Kim people's people. However, this only referred to a small portion of the Kim people who managed Dragon Gate. Most of the Kim people's experts stayed in the clan and rarely came out to interfere. The Godly Body faction had a few supremes in the sect. As for He Gong, this Sinjin of Goguryeo, he was only one of their representatives. Sai, what a good seedling. If they could give their position to us to manage, there would be no need for us to fight among ourselves. He Gong sighed softly. He then said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. When the time comes, someone will help us get back at them." He Jiang tactfully replied, "Yes, master." The news of Ling Xiao defeating Wen Tail spread very quickly. Almost everyone in Dragon Gate knew about it. Of course, this included Ling Chen and his wife as well as Ling Fei who had been paying attention to it. They were holding a recording crystal bead and watching the battle. Xiao Jinsai was puzzled. Why does Ling Xiao cultivate both ice and fire? Isn't his attribute metal? Ling Fei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you might not know this, but not only does this kid cultivate both ice and fire, he also cultivates wood, wind and metal attributes. Moreover, he has cultivated each attribute to the extreme." Ling Fei had already seen the records of Ling Xiao's battle in Stone Sky City. He already knew that Ling Xiao didn't only cultivate one attribute. There's actually such a thing? But, how can he activate his bloodline to such an extent? Xiao Jinsai asked again. There were some people in the clan who intermarried with other clans such as her and Ling Chen. She knew that because of this, the children born from the union of two clansmen with different attributes would definitely have different attributes. Even if the child was of the metal attribute, it would be difficult to activate the power of his bloodline to the peak. However, Ling Xiao's bloodline had long been proven to be pure and rich. This was what Xiao Jinsai was puzzled about. Chapter 1143. Only the heavens know what's going on. Perhaps this brat was born to be a divine being. 5 different elements are supposed to be very difficult to cultivate, unless his chaotic body is different. However, he lacks earth and wind. It's fortunate that he can cultivate all 5 elements to a balanced state, and he can advance so quickly. After not seeing him for 2 years, he's already at the peak of Saint King. Looks like he has a chance to become a god in the near future. Ling Fei said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. He was glad that he had gone to the Blazing Flame merchants to welcome him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid attention to such an outstanding genius. Ling Chen smiled and said, "I can see that he hasn't used his full strength yet. He actually dared to challenge He Gong's chief disciple. Although that kid is just an ordinary god king, he's not someone that the Holy Emperor can easily deal with. He's really crazy." After a pause, he looked at Ling Fei and said, "Did you ask Ling Ba to go there?" Ling Fei showed an embarrassed expression and said, "I knew that those people were shameless and ungrateful. If I didn't ask Ling Ba to go and have a look, and if something happened to this kid, those old guys in the clan would go crazy. I'm afraid the sect wouldn't have peace." Ling Qin sighed with his hands behind his back and said, "You did the right thing this time. They've gone too far. Looks like we need to call a meeting to suppress their arrogance." Ling Fei knew that this time his elder brother was really angry. This was also a side that he was happy to see. These past few years, those people have been getting more and more restless. Clearly they don't put their Jin clan in their eyes. And his big brother normally handles things with too much compassion. He has always tolerated those people, but those people always want a yard after taking an inch. They will only be happy when Heavenly Dragon sect is torn apart. You 2 brothers can talk. I'll go and see Ling Xiao. Xiao Jinsai knew that the 2 brothers had something important to talk about. As a woman, she rarely interfered with internal affairs, so she took the opportunity to leave. Xiao Jinsai only brought 2 or 3 people to Ling Xiao's courtyard. Kang Wen and Kang Wu greeted him at the same time. The 2 of them were now determined to follow Ling Xiao, because they had just discovered how terrifying Ling Xiao's potential was. It was no wonder that the sect master had personally assigned them to protect Ling Xiao. When they thought about how they had allowed Wen Tail to come and go frequently, they felt that they had failed to protect their master. They hoped that they could repair Ling Xiao's impression of them as soon as possible. When Xiao Zhen entered the house, Feng Qingyuan, Euro Fei, and Xiao Ling had to go up and greet her, sect mistress. Xiao Jinsai looked at the 3 outstanding women and sighed inwardly. Ling Xiao's luck with women was not shallow. He actually had a mistress in his house. However, when her gaze landed on Xiao Ling, her beautiful eyes flashed with some emotion. Suwei. The 3 women were confused, and Xiao Ling blinked her big eyes in confusion. However, when she looked at Xiao Jinsai, she felt that she was a family member, as if they were connected by flesh and blood. "Madam, my name is not Su Wei, it's Xiao Ling." Xiao Ling introduced himself. "Your surname is Xiao Ling? Xiao Ling, you are the daughter of my younger brother Xiao Wei." Xiao Jinsai instantly pulled Xiao Ling's hand and said excitedly. Xiao Ling was confused. She said in confusion, "Madam, I don't understand what you are talking about." Xiao Jinsai asked anxiously, "Aren't you from the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region?" "I am your aunt. You look like your mother, and your name was given to you by Aunt. I didn't expect that you would have been found. Poor child, if Aunt hadn't asked you to come to the Sky Dragon region as guests, you wouldn't have suffered so much. As she spoke, tears flowed down Xiao Jinsai's face. Xiao Ling felt her heart ache as if the person in front of her was her family. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, but she still maintained her rationality and said, "Madam, I don't know what you are talking about. Did you recognize the wrong person? I grew up with my grandfather." "How could you be mistaken? Is there a little red mole on your left shoulder?" Xiao Jinsai asked. Xiao Ling's face turned red. This was her secret place and no one else knew about it. At this time, Feng Qingyuan said from the side, "Madam, is there a mistake?" Ling Er was entrusted by a senior to take care of her. As far as I know, Ling Er lived with that senior since she was young, and only came here with us in the past 2 years. Xiao Jinsai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Ling and said, "Is that really the case?" Xiao Ling replied, "Of course, I have always lived in the village with my grandfather. Later on, when my brother Ling Xiao was seriously injured, my grandfather and I brought him back to take care of him for a few days. However, my grandfather left without saying goodbye and told me to follow my brother Ling Xiao." As she spoke, she thought of her grandfather and tears flowed down her cheeks. Xiao Jinsai understood everything. It turned out that this child had not returned to his family. Instead, he had been saved by someone and had been living with that person. If it wasn't for this opportunity, she wouldn't have been able to meet this child. Xiao Jinsai pulled Xiao Ling and said, "It's really been hard on you, child. I'm not bitter, I'm very happy with my grandfather, and the neighbor's uncle is also very good to me. Now that I'm with brother Ling Xiao, big sister Ro Fei and Aunt Qingyuan, I'm also very happy," Xiao Ling explained. Xiao Jinsai nodded and said happily, "It's good that you're not bitter, it's good that you're not bitter, it's all Aunt's fault. Come, tell Aunt how you've been doing all these years." Xiao Jinsai also didn't remember to ask about Ling Xiao, so she pulled Xiao Ling to sit down, wanting to hear about her experiences over the years. Feng Qingyuan and Yuro Fei both knew that Xiao Jinsai might really have some sort of relationship with Xiao Ling, so they tactfully retreated, allowing them to speak freely here. When Ling Xiao returned from the competition grounds, he immediately entered the closed-door cultivation room. In every courtyard here, there would be a closed room to facilitate cultivation. When Ling Xiao was fighting, he felt Wentail's divine power. Traces of changes seemed to have occurred between his soul and Dantian, causing his aura to become extremely unstable. This feeling might be a sign that he was preparing to produce divine power. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to circulate the two completely different powers of his Dantian and soul. At the same time, he recalled the experience recorded by Qiao Feng, as well as some of the situations that Ling Fei had once told him. He wanted to connect these two powers through the divine bridge, fuse them together, and produce another new type of power. The power of the 5 colors Dantian went up, while the power of his soul spread down. The two of them intertwined with each other. In the beginning, the two types of energy repelled each other and found it hard to fuse. However, the divine bridge acted as a bridge between the two types of energy, gradually twisting the energy together. In the end, it formed an incomparably pure power that condensed on the divine bridge. Outside the closed-door cultivation room, there were countless powers surging in continuously. These powers entered Ling Xiao's body, and fused together from his Dantian towards the divine bridge. In the end, they condensed into a bit of divine power, which carried a vast divine might, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to become incomparably radiant. Ling Xiao wanted to condense even more divine power in one go, but he realized that the power in his Dantian seemed to have dried up. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. He could not remember how long it had been since this happened. With his abilities, his Dantian's power had always been endless. However, he had only condensed over 100 drops of divine power, and it had been used up. However, even though his Dantian's power was gone, his aura had become several times more tyrannical than before. He had actually reached the demigod king realm, and was no longer the peak holy emperor. It hasn't been long since I reached the peak holy emperor realm, so the power in my Dantian isn't enough. I actually didn't manage to reach the divine king realm in one go. I'm only a demigod king. However, this feels pretty good. I can already feel the various origin powers. As long as I accumulate more power, the divine king realm is just around the corner. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said happily. He did not expect that the battle with Wentail would actually make him salivate with divine power. This battle was really quite rewarding. Of course, this was closely related to the fact that he already possessed a divine soul and a divine bridge. If he did not possess these two conditions, Ling Xiao might not have been able to take this step so quickly. If Wentail knew that he had allowed Ling Xiao to take another step after his crushing defeat, who knew if he would vomit blood again? Ling Xiao did not force himself to continue his closed-door cultivation. He calmly walked out of the closed-door cultivation room. However, at this moment, there was a strong energy fluctuation coming from another closed-door cultivation room not far from him. It seemed like someone was also breaking through. After a while, the aura also stopped. Then a person walked out of the closed-door cultivation room. It was Xin Yi who had been in closed-door cultivation. Xin Yu's condition was also very good. He actually reached the Demigod King realm on the same day as Ling Xiao. Congratulations, old Yi. Ling Xiao smiled at Xin Yi. Xin Yi thought that Ling Xiao was here to welcome him, so he immediately smiled and said, "Hee hee, it's only a half-step breakthrough. I don't know when I can break through the other half." It was all thanks to Ling Xiao's help that Xin Yi could reach the Demigod King realm so quickly. He admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. It's not easy to take half a step. I believe that with your 10 bin, you can become a real Demigod King very soon. Ling Xiao encouraged him. Xin Yi nodded happily. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk and his gaze towards Ling Xiao changed. He said softly, "Boss, you're a Demigod King too?" Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Everyone has to improve. While you're getting stronger, I have to work hard too. Don't you think so?" Xin Yu's expression became a little dejected. He thought he was proud that he spent 2 years to reach the Demigod King from the peak Holy Emperor. However, in just 2 years, Ling Xiao actually reached the same height as him from the high stage Holy Emperor. In comparison, it was clear who advanced faster. Xin Yi was shocked. "Boss, did you take some divine pill? How did you reach the Demigod King realm so quickly?" I know alchemy, but I rarely take divine power-enhancing pills. But, if you want, it's not impossible," Ling Xiao smiled and said. Chapter 1144. To be honest, ever since he left Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao rarely practiced alchemy. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have the ability to. What he wanted to do was concoct divine pills, not just a simple divine pill. However, Ling Xiao knew that concocting a divine pellet was not as easy as it was before. He needed to have the support of a great amount of energy in order to successfully concoct a divine pellet. Furthermore, every divine herb was extremely precious. He did not dare to attempt to concoct a divine pellet because he could not afford the loss. However, things were different now. He had reached the Demigod King realm and his divine soul had reached the peak of low-level God King realm. There were signs that he was going to improve further. With such strength, he was confident enough to concoct divine pills. Of course, he didn't have full confidence. He just wanted to regain his alchemy skills and become a divine alchemist. That way he would have more confidence in the Dragon Gate. With this plan in mind, Ling Xiao told Xin Yi that, but he still had to prepare a lot of materials. Is that true? Could it be that boss can concoct divine pills? Xin Yi asked with anticipation. The more he understood Ling Xiao, the more he felt that Ling Xiao was a monster. So now he believed that Ling Xiao might really be able to concoct divine pills. If that was the case, there was hope for him to break through to the Divine King realm. I can try, but don't get your hopes up too high. I still have to prepare the materials. Ling Xiao didn't give a definite answer. Okay, I believe boss can do it, Xin Yi replied excitedly. Then the two returned to the hall inside the house. Only Feng Qingyuan and Yuro Fei were in the house. Xiaoling wasn't there. Ling Xiao scanned with his divine sense. There was no trace of Xiaoling's aura in his courtyard. He immediately asked the two girls nervously, "Where's Ling Er? Where did she go?" He was worried that the people behind Wentail had come and taken her away. Don't worry. Ling Er was just taken away by the sect master's wife. Feng Qingyuan said. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What's going on? Therefore, Feng Qingyuan told him about Xiao Jinsai's visit when Ling Xiao went into closed-door cultivation a month ago. It turned out that Xiaoling might be Xiao Jinsai's niece. According to the conversation between Xiao Jinsai and Xiaoling had completely believed that what Xiao Jinsai said was the truth. Now Xiaoling had been invited to the main peak where the sect master was. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was happy. That's great. Her grandfather asked me to help her find her family. I didn't expect them to be from the same family. After a pause, he looked at Yuro Fei and said, "Has there been any news from Yuro Fei's adoptive father?" Yuro Fei shook her head. Not yet. Back then, Sha Yin had said that he would come to find Yuro Fei. At that time he would bring Ling Xiao to the chaotic burial space to check on the news of the evil emperor. But after such a long time he still hadn't come. He must have been delayed by something. Feng Qingyuan, who was at the side, knew that this matter was related to finding the whereabouts of the evil emperor. Mistress, don't worry, I'll go and inform the sect master. Let's prepare to go find master, Ling Xiao said to Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan revealed an incomparably happy expression and said, Really? Ling Xiao nodded his head heavily and said, It's true. In the past I was worried that I was too weak and liked to cause trouble. I was afraid that I would implicate you guys, but now that I have my identity in Kong Wan and Kong Wu's protection, we can do whatever we want in the Sky Dragon region. I believe that it will be much easier to find master. Feng Qingyuan nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, we can go find your master now. Feng Qingyuan was very excited and happy. Her love for the evil emperor was something that others could not imagine. It had already been a few years since she came here from the central region, and if she continued to worry about it, she would really not be able to hold herself back from searching for the whereabouts of the evil emperor. Ling Xiao revealed a look of guilt and rushed to the main peak. When he arrived at the sect master's residence, he saw Xiao Zhincai and Xiao Ling chatting outside the elegant courtyard. The two of them seemed to be extremely intimate and happy. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao felt very gratified. Now that Xiao Ling had someone to take care of, he could rest assured and do what he wanted to do. Greetings, Madam Sovereign. Ling Xiao bowed and said to Xiao Zhincai. Xiao Zhincai waved his hand and said, There are no outsiders here, just call me sister-in-law. Ling Xiao nodded, and his gaze landed on Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling intimately went to Ling Xiao's side and said, Brother Ling Xiao, you've come out of seclusion? It seems like you've become stronger. Ling Xiao lightly scratched Xiao Ling's nose and said, Of course, if I can't become stronger, why would I go into seclusion? After pausing for a moment, he continued, Did Ling heir and sister-in-law have a good chat? An eldest aunt treats me very well. Brother Ling Xiao, do you know? So Madam is Ling heir's relative. Other than grandfather and brother Ling Xiao, Ling heir has another relative. Ling heir is very happy. Xiao Ling nodded happily. Ling Xiao rubbed her head and said, That's good. Then he said to Xiao Zhincai, Sister-in-law, are you from the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region? You know about it? Xiao Zhincai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. This matter was only known to the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate, outsiders did not know about it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I heard Ling heir's grandfather say that she might be related to the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region. He told me to go take a look when I have the chance in the future to see if I can confirm it. Now that sister-in-law has recognized Ling heir, I can only guess. Xiao Zhincai revealed a look of understanding and said, So that's how it is. You're right, I am from the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region, and Ling heir is the daughter of my brother Xiao Wei. Then Xiao Zhincai told Ling Xiao the whole story. It turned out that 20 years ago, Xiao Zhincai invited her brother Xiao Wei and Su Wei to visit the Dragon Gate. At that time Xiao Ling was still very young, not even 1 year old. After staying at the Dragon Gate for a few days, Xiao Wei and Su Wei were about to return to the Profound Sky region, but along the way, they were attacked by an unknown enemy. At that time, although Xiao Wei and Su Wei brought many experts with them, they still suffered heavy losses. Xiao Ling was also lost after that battle. When Xiao Wei and Su Wei returned to the Dragon Gate to ask for help, Xiao Zhincai was furious and had Ling Qin send many experts to help and search for Xiao Ling's whereabouts. However, no matter how they searched, Xiao Ling was already missing and could not be found. Because of this, Xiao Wei and Su Wei were heartbroken, while Xiao Zhincai lived in guilt. She felt that the disappearance of Xiao Ling was caused by her. If she had not invited her brother and sister-in-law over to play, such a tragedy would not have occurred. Now that she was able to meet Xiao Ling again, she was extremely happy. She wished that she could immediately bring Xiao Ling back to the Profound Sky region and send this daughter back to the hands of her brother and sister-in-law. However, this time she had already sent people to deliver the news. She believed that before long, someone would come to bring Xiao Ling back. After hearing this, Ling Xiao came to a sudden realization. He now completely believed the relationship between Xiao Ling and Xiao Zhincai. Ling heir, in the future with your aunt taking care of you, no one will dare to bully you. Ling Xiao smiled at Xiao Ling of course, and said the same thing. Xiao Ling replied proudly. Ling Xiao smiled and said to Xiao Zhincai, Sister-in-law, I will leave Ling heir in your hands. Recently, I want to go on a long trip, so I came to inform the sect master. Before Xiao Zhincai could reply, Xiao Ling anxiously said, Brother Ling Xiao, where are you going? Don't you want Ling Air anymore? Ling Xiao said, how could that be? Ling Air is about to reunite with her family. Don't you like it? When your family reunites, your father and mother will take care of you. Big brother has something to do, so I won't be by your side in the future. You have to learn to take care of yourself, understand? To be honest, he really didn't want to leave Xiao Ling's naive sister. Her simplicity, innocence, cleverness, intelligence and cuteness all cleansed Ling Xiao's heart. When he was with her, Ling Xiao couldn't have any distracting thoughts. However, he still had to face reality. Only by returning this girl to the arms of her parents could she grow up better. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ling immediately hugged Ling Xiao's arm and cried, Brother Ling Xiao, you don't want Ling Air anymore? I don't want to leave Brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and comforted her. Silly girl, Brother Ling Xiao will always be your big brother. I will visit you in the future. Don't be sad, okay? Xiao Ling shook her head and said sadly, No, I don't want to. Grandpa has left me and I don't want big brother Ling Xiao to leave me too. Isn't it good for big brother Ling Xiao to be with me? Ling Xiao had no choice but to look at Xiao Jinsai and ask for help. Xiao Jinsai pulled Xiao Ling's arm and said, Ling Er, don't be sad. It's not that your big brother Ling Xiao doesn't want you anymore. He just has to go and do something. You know, a man's ambition is to travel far and wide. How can he stay by your side all the time? When your big brother Ling Xiao is done with his business, Auntie will let him accompany you, okay? Xiao Ling wrinkled his nose and said, Is that true? Xiao Jinsai nodded and said, Of course it's true. If he doesn't go to see you, I will skin him alive. Ling Xiao also nodded and said, Ling Air, don't worry. Don't you worry about your brother's character? If he says he will go see you, he will go see you. Don't worry. Alright, brother Ling Xiao, you have to come back quickly to see Ling Air. Xiao Ling said reluctantly. Ling Xiao chatted with the two women for a while. Just when he was about to leave, Ling Fei appeared at this time. Brother. Ling Xiao saw Ling Fei and called out. Ling Fei nodded. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, You broke through? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, How could it be so easy? I just took half a step. Ling Fei went forward and gave Ling Xiao a light punch and said, Good boy, this speed is not worse than any divine body. Good, now no one will object to you joining the team to go to the divine pond. Join the team to go to the divine pond? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei with a puzzled expression. He was preparing to go out and didn't want to be delayed by other things. Let's talk outside, don't disturb sister-in-law and the others. Ling Fei said and pulled Ling Xiao outside. Chapter 1145. Ling Fei brought Ling Xiao to a side hall. After asking the waiter to serve some good wine, they began to talk about business. Brother, what's with this divine pond? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. This divine pond has great benefits for you. Any peak holy emperor or demigod king that enters will have a chance to form a godly soul and increase their chances of becoming a divine king. Ling Fei drank a mouthful of wine. Forming a godly soul? That doesn't seem to be of any use to me, right? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had formed a godly soul long ago. If this divine pond was as simple as forming a godly soul, it would be of no use to him. Ling Fei waved his hand and said, No, this divine pond has more benefits. Other than helping people form a godly soul, it also contains the purest non-elemental source energy. As long as you can absorb that energy, you won't have to worry about becoming a divine king. Ling Xiao was tempted. If it could help him reach the divine king realm faster, perhaps this divine pond would be of some use. After Ling Fei's explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood what this godly soul was about. The divine pond of souls was one of the 3 special places in the Sky Dragon domain. It existed in a crack in the void and would only open once every 100 years. There were many holy items, divine materials, beasts, and even a wonderful place like the divine pond of souls. The divine pond of souls could cleanse one's sea of consciousness. It could allow peak holy emperor and demigod king to form a godly soul and sense the existence of divine power. In the depths of the divine pond, there was also a non-elemental godly spring that could help people break through from demigod king to divine king. However, the divine pond of souls was not a place that anyone could enter. This was because the divine pond of souls was forcefully occupied by several super forces in the Sky Dragon domain. Other forces and rogue cultivators could not enter at all. It would only open once every 100 years, and after opening, it would only last for a month at most. If one could not come out within this month, he might be trapped there for 100 years. There were many beasts inside. One could imagine the situation after being trapped for 100 years. How about it? Are you interested? In about half a year, the Ghost Divine Pond will open. Every year, our Dragon Gate will take the majority of the quota. We can send 50 people there, and these 50 people will be the most outstanding disciples in our sect. I had recommended you, but some old men said that you were not strong enough. Now you have the strength of a demigod king. Let's see who is not convinced. Ling Fei said angrily. Ling Xiao fell silent. A month's time wasn't very long, but there was still half a year before the opening. He didn't know if his master's wife was willing to wait a little longer. Otherwise, he was afraid that she would blame him for delaying the time. Where is the exact location of the Ghost Divine Pond? Asked Ling Xiao. Ling Fei replied, it's at the edge of the Sky Dragon region. He paused for a moment before adding, speaking of which, that place is very close to the chaotic burial space of the 8 great forbidden areas. Many people wonder if the Ghost Divine Pond is a part of the chaotic burial space. What a coincidence. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. What's so coincidental? Ling Fei asked in confusion. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, it's nothing, I'll go to the Ghost Divine Pond. He wanted to go to the chaotic burial space and the Ghost Divine Pond was nearby. He didn't have to worry about these two things anymore, it could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Xiao had a reason not to agree. Alright, I'll go find Big Brother now. No matter what, I'll arrange for you to go up there. Otherwise Laozi will be angry with them. Ling Fei said and hurriedly left. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei and felt that this Big Brother was really good to him. Now that he had the strength of a demigod king, he had the strength to even challenge a low-level god king. He could finally truly walk around the heaven domain. If he could find the evil emperor this time, then his next stop would be to find Yun Mingqi. He had been looking forward to that day for a long time. He could only hope that Yun Mingqi was really above the heaven domain. Otherwise he really wouldn't know where to look for traces of her. Ling Xiao shook off the melancholy of leaving with Xiao Ling and rushed back to the manor to tell Feng Qingyuan the news. As expected, when Feng Qingyuan heard that there was such a good thing, she became even more happy. She firmly believed that she would definitely be able to find her big brother evil emperor this time. However, Euro Fei was a little depressed. She had been waiting for news of her foster father for a long time, so she was a little worried. Ro Fei, you have to come with me this time. Ling Xiao emphasized. That was where one could become a god king. It was a rare opportunity for you Ro Fei, Sha Tian and Xin Yu Yi. Ling Xiao planned to bring them along so that they could enjoy the benefits of the Ghost Divine Pond and speed up their advancement to the Divine King stage. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't ask for a spot from Dragon Gate for them. He didn't need this at all. He only needed to put them in the cauldron and everything would be fine. Euro Fei hesitated. Then what if foster father comes looking for us? If he comes, then get someone to tell him to stay. We'll come back after we're done with our business. This Ghost Divine Pond only opens once every 100 years after all, and it has great benefits for us. We definitely can't miss this opportunity, Ling Xiao said solemnly. Euro Fei knew that Ling Xiao was right, so she immediately nodded in agreement. And then it's decided. Ling Xiao replied and then told the 2 girls about Xiao Ling's matter, making them feel at ease. Heading to the high slope at the border of the Sky Dragon region wasn't something that could be decided in an instant. The sect still needed to arrange the final candidates and the escorts for this trip. All of these needed to be discussed by the higher-ups of the sect before the itinerary could be arranged. Ling Xiao also used this time to rush back to Kim people. He wanted to tell the clan leader about his trip and ask for the dragon bones and dragon tendons. Ling Bo didn't expect Ling Xiao to reach the Demigod King stage from the Peak Holy Emperor stage in less than a month after leaving the clan. This surprised him, but at the same time he was overjoyed. Good lad, this speed puts us old fellows to shame, Ling Bo said happily. Ling Qiu was more satisfied with Ling Xiao the more he looked at him. Looks like you're getting closer to the Divine King stage. Very good. I heard that you suppressed the Demigod King's direct disciple as a Peak Holy Emperor stage. You've made our clan leader proud. Very few things that happened in the Heavenly Dragon sect could satisfy the 2 old men. It was just that they would not come forward to interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. Ha, clan leader, great elder, since I've made our clan proud, shouldn't you give me a reward or something? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and smiled. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu looked at each other and smiled. Ling Bo said, Good lad, I thought you came to see us old fellows. So you want something. Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as it's not too much, we'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao said seriously, I want to ask the clan leader if the clan has any dragon bones and dragon tendons. I need them urgently. Ling Bo and Ling Xiao's expressions changed when they heard Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice, Xiao, do you know what you're talking about? Ling Xiao knew that Kim people had a great relationship with the Golden Dragon, so he immediately explained, please don't be angry, elders. I have a weapon that needs these two things to be smelted again. If you have any in stock, please give it to Ling Xiao. If not, then forget it. I've never thought of disrespecting the dragons. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Ling Xiao was going to slay a dragon, peel off its bones and extract its tendons. Well, it's good that you can think that way. Our Kim people and the Golden Dragon clan have been related to them since the time of our ancestors, and the ancient emperor's divine skill created by our ancestors is also related to them. We can't be disrespectful to them. Ling Bo taught Ling Xiao meaningfully. Then he said, however, I'll find a way to get the dragon bones and dragon tendons you need for you, but I can't guarantee it. Ling Xiao thanked him again and again. Thank you, Patriarch. If you can get it, please send someone to send these things to the outer sects Zhang Meng. He will help me reforge my divine weapon. So you've assigned this task to us. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao with interest. This was the first time they had met a junior who dared to ask them to do something like this. Ling Xiao scratched his head, knowing that he was being a bit rash. He laughed dryly and said, Brother has assigned me a task. I have to go back and wait for the task to be assigned. If it's not convenient for the two elders, I'll arrange for someone else to help me. Ling Bo waved his hand and said, forget it. Since you've asked, consider it your reward. I'll have someone send it to you. After pausing for a moment, he asked Ling Xiao, what task did Ling Fei give you? Could it be about going to the Ghost Divine Pond? Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, Patriarch. Not bad. With your current conditions you can join the list, Ling Bo replied. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, said, this time, there are also a dozen kids from the clan who want to go with you. How about this, you have the highest seniority among them, so you'll take care of them. Don't let others bully them. Will this affect them? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Although the Kim people were quite particular about seniority, some of his nephews were several hundred years older than him. He was afraid that some of them wouldn't listen to his orders. You can rest assured. I'll have someone warn those kids, Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and agreed. After leaving the Kim people and returning to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao received news from Ling Fei. In another half a month, he would be able to set off for the high slope with the other 49 disciples. At the same time, Ling Fei also told Ling Xiao that this trip wouldn't be smooth sailing, and that he had to be prepared to fight and protect his life at any time. This was because inside the Ghost Divine Pond, not only would there be people from the Sky Dragon region, but there would also be people from the Sky Tiger region. The Ghost Divine Pond wouldn't just open at the border of the Sky Dragon region, it would also open at the same time in the Sky Tiger region. This group of people would definitely clash with each other, which was unavoidable in the past. Chapter 1146. 50 outstanding true inheritors were gathered in the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Great Hall. Most of the direct disciples were at the Demigod King realm. A few of them were at the peak of the Saint King realm. They could enter the Ghost Divine Pond on the high slope because of their own advantages. Although the Demigod King realm was a Demigod King realm expert, the Demigod King realm expert was a Demigod King realm expert. The peak Holy Emperor's advantage was their outstanding physique, or they were the direct descendants of some big shots, which was why they were selected. Otherwise, they would not have been able to occupy the quota in such a situation. After all, there were many people in the Dragon Gate who were stuck at the Demigod King realm. Sect Master Ling Chen gave these 50 disciples a speech of encouragement. He hoped that they would be able to gain something from this trip and quickly become godly kings to serve the sect. At the same time, he warned them to stick together and not let their emotions affect their decisions. Finally, he announced that Elder He Gong would be leading the team to the high slope area, and that everyone had to listen to Elder He Gong's arrangements. Ling Zhao's heart sank when he heard that this person would be leading the team. After all, Wen Tai Lu was He Gong's disciple, and Ling Xiaoxiu had insulted Wen Tai Lu. He Gong might not be able to take this lying down. Would He Gong take advantage of this trip to deal with Ling Xiaoxiu? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. He thought to himself, What's wrong with the headmaster? He knew this old man would target me and yet he still let him lead the team. Isn't he just looking for trouble? However, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Chen announce another person to lead the team. This was because that person was Ling Ba, the strongest person in his nephew's generation. With him restraining He Gong, he believed that He Gong would not dare to deal with him openly. After making the announcement, He Gong waved his hand and led the group of people to the space array, heading towards the high slope. The high slope area was at the edge of the Sky Dragon domain, and it was very far away from the Dragon Gate. Fortunately, there were spatial arrays between the major cities, so the distance of teleportation was relatively far, greatly reducing the time needed to travel. Even so, it took them 3 months to reach the high slope. The high slopes were more desolate. Apart from a few tall mountains, most of the land was plains. It was a vast expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. The blue sky was clear, the wild grass was thick, and cattle and sheep could be seen occasionally. It looked abnormally peaceful. But from time to time, poisonous insects and ferocious beasts would appear and prey on these cows and sheep. The high slope area was sparsely populated. Only some weak warriors lived there. To the north of this area was the chaotic burial space. Layers of clouds and mist flashed strangely in the sky, as if they were trying to devour the sky, making people feel surprised and frightened. In fact, the chaotic burial space was still very far from where they were, but they could still see the scene there. Any warrior that came close would be sucked into the chaotic burial space, and it would be hard for them to come out again. The Ghost Divine Pond's void crack was quite far away from the chaotic burial space. It would open once every 100 years and it would last for a month. When they reached the high slope area, there was no more spatial array to teleport them, because the spatial energy here would be affected by the chaotic burial space. They could only choose to fly at a low altitude to the destination of the void crack that would open every 100 years. The high slope area was very vast, and it took them close to a month to fly to the border. This was the speed of a demigod king. If a real god king were to fly at full speed, they would probably reach their destination in about 10 days. Along the way, He Gong did not cause any trouble for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also very tactful and kept a low profile, so he did not do anything out of line. On the other hand, Ling Ba introduced the new generation of Kim people to Ling Xiao. All of them had to call Ling Xiao granduncle. There were a total of 16 of them, which was quite a large proportion. Among them, Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, and Ling Yuelu had the highest prestige, and they were all demigod kings. The 3 of them had also activated the rich power of their bloodline, and they had condensed the shadow of a real dragon. They were the focus of the clan. Among the others, Ling Xiao found out from Ling Yuelu that Chang Haoyou, Lei Xingyang, Yao Meihong, and a few others had the highest expectations. Their combat power was quite impressive, and they could already fight low-level god kings. Moreover, the 3 of them had extraordinary physiques. Chang Haoyou was only around 220 years old, and he had a dual physique of earth and wood. Both attributes were in an extremely balanced state. Although he was not considered a god physique, his combat power was not any weaker than a normal god physique. Lei Xingyang, on the other hand, had the real thunder god physique. He had just reached 130 years old, and he was the youngest among the 50 people besides Ling Xiao. Although he had just become a demigod king not long ago, no one dared to doubt the terrifying power of his strongest attack attribute. Yao Meihong, on the other hand, had the wind god physique. Her ancestor was one of the big shots of the Dragon Gate, and she had received a lot of resources from a young age. She was around 150 years old, and her speed was unparalleled among the people here. Apart from the 3 of them, the others could not be underestimated. To be able to become a true disciple of the Dragon Gate, they must be extraordinary, and ordinary demigod kings could not be compared to them. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to know about the situation was not only because he wanted to get to know these outstanding talents, but also because he wanted to know who could threaten him during this trip. When the group arrived near the opening of the spectral divine pond, there were already quite a number of people stationed there. Ling Xiao only had a limited impression of these forces from the records, and he did not know much about them. Ling Ba, on the other hand, told him through telepathy that those who carried ancient swords were from the sword cleansing manor, those who held axes were from the godly axe gang, those who wore sun and moon prints were from the sun moon sect, and those who wore blazing fire prints were from the blazing flame merchants. These super forces were the overlords of the Sky Dragon domain, and they all had 30 slots to enter the Ghost Divine Pond. Some of the weaker forces only had 20 or 10 slots. When the people from the Dragon Gate arrived, The leaders of the various forces all came over to greet them warmly, showing their respect for the Dragon Gate. He Gong took the responsibility and started to chat with them, but he had an extremely arrogant look on his face. The other 20 God Kings guarded the disciples in case anything happened. Ling Ba took the opportunity to tell Ling Xiao some things to take note of when entering the Ghost Divine Pond. Ling Xiao gained a deeper understanding of the Ghost Divine Pond, and at the same time he knew what he had to take note of. At this moment a surprised voice rang out from nearby. "Oh, Ling Xiao, you've come as well?" 2 beautiful women and 2 God Kings walked over from a direction, and the voice came from one of the women. Of these 2 women, one was dressed in gorgeous satin. The gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wing revealed the fiery red divine armor underneath, wrapping around her graceful and seductive figure. Her perfectly sculpted face was overflowing with a happy expression, and her beautiful hair lightly fluttered with waves of enchanting fragrance. The other woman was graceful and charming, flashing with a mature and enchanting intoxicating fragrance. She was dressed in a light-colored satin, making her look like a blooming lily in the midst of a forest. These 2 women were Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing from the Blazing Flame Merchants, and behind them were Guardian Elder Raioi and Lai Shi. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Lai Ruyu looked even more beautiful and mature, while Zhou Zhijing's temperament had improved, and she looked even more like a lady from a wealthy family. They were now at the Demigod King realm. Ling Xiao walked towards them and smiled. "You're here too." Lai Ruyu had not seen Ling Xiao for 2 years, and her heart was beating fast. When she saw Ling Xiao smiling at her, she could not help but blush slightly. Zhou Zhijing also sensed that Ling Xiao was different from before, and he looked even more handsome. Although his overbearing aura was restrained, it still gave people a feeling of being as steady as a mountain. The current Ling Xiao was even more handsome and charming, and he was definitely a poison to any woman. "You're advancing so fast you've actually caught up to me," Lai Ruyu said, her beautiful eyes staring at Ling Xiao without blinking, as if she did not want to look away. Ling Xiao was very happy to meet his old friends and he said, "Ha, of course, who am I, Ling Xiao, advancing is a matter of course." Lai Ruyu agreed with his words and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I believe you, you're the best." Ling Xiao listened to Lai Ruyu's direct praise and his old face still could not take it. "It's just SOSO, I'm only 3rd in the world." He paused for a moment and then said, "Ryu, Miss Zhou, you've become even more beautiful." The 2 women did not expect Ling Xiao to say such direct words, and their hearts were filled with endless joy, and their faces were flushed red. "Elder Yong, Elder Shi, how have the 2 of you been?" Ling Xiao greeted Raioi and Lai Shi. Raioi and Lai Shi nodded in response to Ling Xiao's words, and their eyes revealed a look of admiration for Ling Xiao. Back then Ling Xiao was only an intermediate holy emperor, and in just a short 2 to 3 years, he had reached the Demigod King realm, which was even more abnormal than the cultivation speed of those divine physiques, and could be described as unreasonable to describe his monstrous speed. Ling Xiao and the 2 women were chatting happily, and from time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard. This attracted the attention of many people, and some even looked at Ling Xiao with envy and jealousy and thought to themselves, "This guy is really lucky with women." "Junior Ling, these 2 are? Why don't you introduce them to me?" A man with a dragon-like gait brought the 3 people in front of Ling Xiao and asked. This man's aura was unusually domineering, and his purple eyes were shining brightly. His entire person looked mighty and dignified. This man was the Thunder God's body, Lei Xingyang, and behind him were the other 3 direct disciples. Ling Xiao was not familiar with Lei Xingyang, and he also hated his condescending attitude, but he still smiled and introduced Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing to him. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also knew that this man in front of them probably had an extraordinary position in the Dragon Gate, and they also showed the quality of a wealthy family, so they greeted him back. "So it's the 2 senior and junior sisters of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Very good, when we reach the Soul Divine Pond let me, Lei Xingyang, protect you," Lei Xingyang said with a smile. Chapter 1147. Lei Xingyang was a representative of the Godly Body faction. He had an inexplicable hostility towards the people of Kim people. He had the urge to step on the people of Kim people. Lei Xingyang was a genius. He had the Thunder God's body and had the strongest attack power. He had reached the Demigod King realm at such a young age. He was truly a monster. After entering the Ghost Divine Pond, he was confident that he could reach the Divine King realm in one go. He would become a 100-year-old divine king and stand shoulder to shoulder with those amazing geniuses in history. He had a halo above his head. He was appreciated by many big shots in the sect, so he always had an arrogant expression. Now that he saw Ling Xiao surrounded by two beautiful women, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Moreover, he didn't like people with the surname Ling, so he came forward to provoke him. His words seemed to have planned for Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing to be by his side. Lai Ruyu stared at Lei Xingyang with dissatisfaction and said, "Who do you think you are? We don't need your protection. If we wanted to protect someone, it would be Ling Xiao." She wanted to say, "You don't deserve it," but she swallowed her words. He was from Dragon Gate after all, so she didn't want to hurt the interests of the Blazing Flame merchants. Lei Xingyang didn't expect this girl to refute him like that, but he wasn't angry. He still had a smile on his face and said, "Your surname is Lai, right? I believe you are related to Union Leader Lai. Don't you know that many of the businesses of the Blazing Flame merchants are taken care of by Dragon Gate?" Lai Ruyu didn't expect Lei Xingyang to get to the point so quickly. Her expression turned ugly. The more Lei Xingyang looked at Lai Ruyu, the more tempted he was. He said, "Don't worry. As long as we have a good relationship, your merchant union will develop well in Dragon Gate. You should know this, right?" Lei Xingyang's threatening tone made Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing angry, but they couldn't say anything else. They just hoped that a disciple like him couldn't interfere with the relationship between the two forces. At this time Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Lei Xingyang. What a righteous name, but his character is not so good. Let's just call him Lei Xingyin. It sounds nicer. What do you think, senior brother Lei?" Ling Xiao dragged out the senior brother Lei behind him, his face full of mockery. In the Jin clan, Ling Zhao's status was equal to Ling Chen and Ling Fei. However, in the Heavenly Dragon sect, Ling Zhao's status was temporarily the same as Lei Xingyang and the others. However, hypocrites like Lei Xingyang made Ling Xiao feel disgusted. He really did not expect the Heavenly Dragon sect to have so many traitors. It seemed that if the Heavenly Dragon sect was not rectified, it would soon split. Lei Xingyang's smiling face instantly turned the color of an eggplant, and he said angrily, "What did you say? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said?" Ling Xiao met his eyes with a faint smile. The sarcasm in his eyes was unmistakable. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing were very happy to see Ling Xiao stand up for them. "Impudent! How can you speak to junior brother Lei like that? Could it be that you're tired of living? That's right. This kind of person has no manners. How dare he talk to junior brother Lei like that? He's really going against the heavens. We must report to Elder He Gong and deprive him of the right to enter the Soul Divine Pond. He's not worthy of being a disciple of our Dragon Gate." The three followers behind Lei Xingyang immediately jumped out and shouted at Ling Xiao. Their faces were full of anger, as if their women had been raped. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them and said to the two girls, "I'll accompany you over there to talk in case some clowns affect your mood." With that, Ling Xiao was about to leave with the two girls. Lei Xingyang was finally angry. "Ling Xiao, stop right there." Lei Xingyang shouted, and a purple aura circled around him. Ling Muxin, Ling Murin, Ling Yuele, and the other 16 people instantly surrounded them. "Lei Xingyang, what do you want? Do you want to spar with us before entering the Soul Pond?" Ling Muxin looked at Lei Xingyang arrogantly and said disdainfully, "In terms of combat power, the people of Kim people were not afraid of anyone. They had the power to increase their combat power, and people of the same level would retreat. This was also the reason why they had always been strong. If it weren't for the fact that their numbers were small and their bloodline was thin, it wouldn't have been a problem for them to completely rule the Sky Dragon District." As Ling Muxin and the others moved, other people from Dragon Gate also moved closer to Lei Xingyang. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Ling Ba frowned and shouted, "Are you all tired of living? Do you all want others to see our Dragon Gate as a joke?" As soon as he said this, everyone unwillingly dispersed, but the smell of gunpowder did not lessen at all. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them and went to a quiet place to chat with the two girls. There were still a few days before the opening of the Void Crack, and the young disciples of the various powers began to interact with each other. It could be considered as forming some good friends and contributing to the development of the sect in the future. The disciples of the few superpowers were the most popular, and the disciples of the other powers all came to curry favor with them. After all, there were many dangers in the Soul Divine Pond, and at the same time, there was a possibility of encountering the elites of the Sky Tiger District. They had to rope in their allies to prevent themselves from being weak and being attacked by fierce beasts or others. These days Ling Xiao didn't interact with others at all. He only accompanied the two girls to play around. His relaxed state of mind was enviable. Every time Lei Jingyang saw Ling Xiao smiling happily, he felt like there was a thorn in his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Just you wait. Once we're inside you'll know the consequences of offending me, Lei Jingyang said in his heart. On this day there was still no movement from the void crack, and everyone continued to wait. But on this day something unexpected happened. A disciple of the Sun Sect and a disciple of the Divine Axe gang started fighting for some reason. The sound of their fight attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? They're actually fighting, and it's even with their lives on the line. Who knows, but the two sects don't seem to be fighting. Could it be that it's just a personal grudge? Who knows? The Divine Axe gang and the Sun Moon Sect have always had some friction. Maybe it's because of this. The Sun Sect's disciple's Holy Sun Fist has already reached the perfection realm, and there's actually a trace of fist intent. It's very powerful. The Divine Axe gang's disciple isn't weak either. His sky-splitting axe can already use the power of 64 broad axes. Su Tian, although your Holy Sun Fist has reached the perfection realm, you're still too weak. You're destined to lose to me in this battle. The man holding the Divine Axe shouted excitedly. He waved the Divine Axe in his hand, and a fierce axe shadow seemed to split the sky and earth. A burst of yellow energy burst out, and its power was endless. This man was the leader of the Divine Axe gang's new generation, and his name was Ba Zhongxing. His defense was extremely strong, and the power of his axe was even more powerful, so he temporarily had the upper hand. The Sun Moon Sect's disciple who had the upper hand was called Su Tian, and he was the leader of the Sun Sect's disciples. He was also a demigod king, and he had comprehended the elementary fist intent realm. He was at the perfection realm of 9 suns, but he still couldn't break through Ba Zhongxing's strong defense, and he looked a little anxious. Ba Zhongxing, don't be so full of yourself. You're the one who's going to lose. Su Tian roared, and his power exploded to its peak. A colorful celestial fire covered the sky and the earth, and it burned towards Ba Zhongxing. Holy Sun Fist's 8th stage, Celestial Flame, Celestial Sun. These fiery fists contained the source power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire. Ling Xiao, who was watching, trembled a little, and a familiar feeling spread through his body. Back then he obtained a trace of the source power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire in the ruins of the Holy Sun Sect, and that was how he managed to cultivate the 8th stage of the fist force. Su Tian, who was in front of him, also contained the source power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire. No wonder Ling Xiao felt that it was so familiar. The power of Su Tian's attack was shocking. A bright sun fell from the sky, and it was so fast that it seemed like the whole world was going to be devoured by this bright sun. The intense heat forced everyone to activate their protective divine skills to withstand it. The people of the Sun Moon Sect all exclaimed softly, and they all felt that Su Tian's attack would definitely turn the tables. Ba Zhongxing also revealed a serious expression, and balls of yellow light appeared around his body, which wrapped him up tightly. He waved the divine axe in his hand continuously, and 49 axes were used to block the colorful sun. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strong power vibrated continuously, and it was as if the whole world was collapsing. It was deafening. Ba Zhongxing was blasted down from the sky, and his defenses were cracked. Su Tian's fighting spirit was awe-inspiring, and the torrential fist intent danced, and the bright sun danced, bombarding towards Ba Zhongxing crazily. Hee, only like this is worthy to be my opponent. Ba Zhongxing sneered, and he reorganized his formation. He waved the divine axe again, and the figure of an ancient giant appeared behind him. The giant was like the Pangu god who split the sky and earth, and its saliva gave birth to life. Its aura was suffocating. Heaven-opening giant 64 axes. The power of each axe was multiplied, and each axe could break a bright sun. Its power was terrifying, and it was not inferior to a low-level god king's attack at all. This was the terrifying part of the heavens' pride. They all had the powerful ability to fight above their level. Another series of trembling sounds rang out, and the two types of divine power kept flying in all directions. It was quite shocking. Too scary. These two are truly worthy of being the leaders of the new generation. Their power has already far surpassed that of ordinary demigod kings, and they are comparable to low-level god kings. I wonder who will have the last laugh. This is related to the honor and reputation of the two forces. The Holy Sun Fist is the Sun Sect's divine fist, and its power has long been famous in the heaven region. It's a pity that Su Tian's comprehension of the fist intent is not enough, or else he would have definitely won this battle. That's right. The Holy Sun Fist requires the combination of the origin flame and the fist intent in order to unleash its true power. As for the heaven-splitting disc axe, it requires boundless divine energy to unleash its greatest power. This Ba Zhongxing is about to become a god king. Chapter 1148. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the two of them finally separated from each other. Su Tian was severely injured and there were several bloody wounds on his chest. If not for the protection of the divine armor, he would have already been split in half. Ba Zhongxing had the upper hand, but he was also injured. A few fist marks dented his flesh and blood flowed continuously. But compared to Su Tian, his injuries were nothing. Seems like you're out of tricks. Admit defeat and I'll let you go. Ba Zhongxing sneered, panting. Su Tian's breathing was also extremely unstable. He swallowed many medicinal pills and said coldly, "Impossible unless I die. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Ba Zhongju also swallowed a medicinal pill, and he rushed towards Su Tian again. He waved his divine axe again, and the axe aura enveloped Su Tian. Su Tian gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. At this moment, a beautiful figure rushed over, and a cold light rushed toward Ba Zhongxing. Ba Zhongxing frowned, and he could only give up on attacking Su Tian. He swung his axe back and dissipated the attack. Rumble. The person was only interfering with Ba Zhongxing, and didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him. That person came to Su Tian and asked with concern, "Holy Sun, are you all right?" This person was obviously a stunning beauty. She was dressed in a moon-patterned satin dress, and her graceful figure was undoubtedly reflected. Her whole body emitted a holy light, and people didn't dare to look at her directly. She was the Moon Sect's new holy lady Mu Yanhong, and Su Tian was the holy son of the Sun Sect. The Holy Sun and Holy Lady had always been the representatives of the Sun Sect. They would usually watch over each other, and together they would become the new Sun Emperor and Moon Empress in the future. "Step down, who asked you to interfere in the battle?" Su Tian glared at Mu Yanhong ungratefully. In this situation, how could Su Tian let a woman help him? He was the new Holy Sun, and he definitely couldn't show weakness in a one-on-one battle, and he didn't want anyone to help him. Mu Yanhong scolded, "Now that the crack in the void is about to open as the Holy Sun, how can you be so impulsive? At worst, we'll fight to the death with them and see who can win in the end." The Sun Clan and the Moon Clan had always been separated. They would only act together when something big happened. Therefore, although Mu Yanhong was the Holy Maiden, she might become Su Tian's cultivation partner in the future, but she might not necessarily listen to Su Tian's commands. After all, there weren't many holy sons and holy daughters who could end up together in the end. The reason was that if the two people's cultivation bases were not in sync, one of them would be eliminated, or if one of them died young, and the other would be freed of his status and choose another successor. Ah, not bad, not bad. The Holy Maiden of the Moon Sect is indeed courageous. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Let me, Ba Zhongxing, witness the divine might of the future Sun Emperor and Moon Empress. Ba Zhongxing said arrogantly. "Bastard, we'll talk about that after you defeat me." Su Tian shouted as he threw a punch at Ba Zhongxing. Ba Zhongxing sneered and swung his axe again. The two of them fought fiercely for a while more, and Su Tian was ruthlessly sent flying. His entire body was already covered in blood, and his combat strength was almost depleted. "I've said it before, the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun Sect is only SOSO. Ba Zhongxing said disdainfully. The disciples of the Sun Sect were all furious. If not for the divine king elders holding them back, they would have rushed out to fight the people of the Godly Axe Gang to the death. Su Tian was also very tenacious. He actually stood up again, but his aura was in a mess and was extremely weak. Don't you dare sully the name of the Holy Sun Fist." Su Tian glared at Ba Zhongxing and said. Then he continued to walk towards Ba Zhongxing step by step. It seemed like he was going to fight to the death. Everyone looked at the unyielding Su Tian, and they all had looks of admiration on their faces. Mu Yanhong frowned. She really wanted to fight for Su Tian, but she resisted the urge. This was a duel between men. If she rashly joined in, she was afraid that she would hurt Su Tian's pride and destroy his proud character. "You have guts. Come, I'll let you die a quick death." Ba Zhongxing said to Su Tian like a cat crying for a mouse. Everyone felt that if Su Tian continued to fight, he would definitely die, and all of them showed a look of pity. It was not that Su Tian was weak, but that Ba Zhongxing was stronger and had more condensed divine power. It was only natural that he had the upper hand. However, at this moment, a person suddenly flew high up in the sky and attracted everyone's attention. No one knew why this person suddenly appeared. He didn't release any aura and didn't have any intention to challenge anyone. He murmured, "This is the essence of the Holy Sun Fist's fist intent." His voice wasn't loud, but it fell into everyone's ears, including the heavily injured Su Tian. The person started to move. His body seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth. Every punch was filled with an inexplicable force. The torrential fist intent stirred up the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. This person didn't use any elemental power, but he had already unleashed his fist intent to the realm of endless and infinite power. It was an eye-opener. In the eyes of the people of the Sun sect, they were even more shocked. The fist intent realm was a supreme realm that could only be comprehended but not explained. It was a realm that could only be comprehended by everyone. Among millions of people, it was already very good if one or two could comprehend it. In the Sun sect, there weren't many people who could comprehend the fist intent realm. Su Tian was named the Son of Saint because he was the first to comprehend the fist intent realm among the new generation. However, his fist intent realm was only at the entry level, and he was still far from reaching a deeper level. Now, there was suddenly someone who was using the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect and was able to unleash the fist intent to the fullest. It felt no worse than the few elders in the sect. This shocked them. They all wondered if this person in front of them was the elder of technique imparting in their sect. However, this person in front of them was too young, and they had never seen him before. They were sure that there was no such person in the sect. Su Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the young man's dancing figure. His pupils shrank and he was momentarily stunned. He had seen this kind of fist intent more than 100 times before his master. However, he had never seen it so clearly and thoroughly like this time. He seemed to be infected by this kind of fist intent. He forgot the pain in his body and wholeheartedly felt that kind of feeling. Every punch was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he kept waving it repeatedly. Although there were only 9 punches in the Holy Sun Fist, each punch contained all kinds of ever-changing power. These 9 punches contained the essence of simplification, and when they were blasted out with the surging fist intent, they reached a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, and burn the sky and evaporate the sea. After a set of fist techniques, the young man disappeared from the sky. Not many people paid attention to the direction in which the young man disappeared. Everyone took the opportunity to comprehend the fist intent. After all, every kind of fist intent had something in common. Whether or not they could comprehend it depended on the person's comprehension. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses. Who is he? How can he know the Holy Sun Fist? And that fist intent is so terrifying. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend it. Could he be an elder of the Sun sect? But his strength seems to be about the same as ours. I almost grasped that feeling just now. If he had hit me one more time, I would definitely be able to comprehend my own fist intent. What a pity. I think I saw him a few days ago. He seems to be from Dragon Gate and he seems to be related to the 2 beauties of the Blazing Flame merchants. What? He's from Dragon Gate? How can he know the Sun sect's Holy Sun Fist? Could it be that Dragon Gate is related to the Sun sect? Or did the Heavenly Dragon sect obtain the Sun sect's secret? Lower your voice. If he really hears you, you won't be able to keep your head. Ba Zhongxing frowned and snorted coldly. Acting mysterious. He then looked in Su Tian's direction and said, Su Tian, do you still want to fight? As long as you admit defeat and admit that the Holy Sun Fist is inferior to our sky-splitting axe, I will let you go. Su Tian didn't reply. He had already closed his eyes as if he was comprehending something. His aura was actually gradually rising. Ba Zhongxing seemed to have sensed something. He wiped away his cold expression and charged towards Su Tian. Since you don't want to admit defeat, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But before he could attack, Mu Yanhong once again blocked in front of him. Ba Zhongxing, do you really want to start a war between our 2 sects? This is a battle between men. Don't go too far. If you don't step aside, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my power. Ba Zhongxing sneered. Then you can try. Mu Yanhong replied. Then I'll let you have it. Ba Zhongxing replied and swung his axe towards Mu Yanhong without any hesitation. Just as Mu Yanhong was about to accept the challenge, a ball of intense flame rushed towards her from behind. At the same time a voice rang out, "Stand down. I will definitely defeat him." The person who had rushed over was Su Tian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed. Now there was a new change in his spirit and his aura was once again vigorous. The raging flames met Ba Zhongxing's axe. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two young outstanding talents once again collided with each other, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Yellow earth rays and red flames continuously splashed in all directions, and the space around them continuously collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, shocking everyone. This time, Su Tian was actually evenly matched with Ba Zhongxing, and he even had a slight advantage. The realm of his fist intent gradually deepened, and the power of each of his punches grew stronger. The suns also became larger and more scorching. How could this be? Could it be that he was inspired by that guy's fist intent? The more Ba Zhongxing grew, the more anxious he became. He didn't expect that in such a short time, he would actually be suppressed by Su Tian. This was a fact that he couldn't accept. Ba Zhongxing, I will now tell you the true power of the Holy Sun Fist. It is not something that your sky-splitting axes can compare to. Su Tian was like the son of the sun. After a shout, his fist intent had already reached the middle realm, and the torrential fist light smashed down like meteorites. Ba Zhongxing counterattacked with all his might, and 67 axes blasted out continuously. Unfortunately, he was still drowned by the torrential fist light. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.